makin lama dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
terus berlari, terus
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan pastinya masih bersama Alisa di week yang ke-8 hari ketiga di mana match pembukaan hari ini kita akan melihat raja dari segala raja tim pertama yang lolos ke babak playoff RRQ melawan Dewa United Esports. Dan pastinya hari ini bisa menjadi penentuan nasib karena akan ada dua tim terbawah yang sayang sekali hari ini akan bisa saja tidak melaju ke babak playoff. Namun sebelum kita masuk ke dalam match pembuka di hari ketiga hari ini, sudah bersama Alisa pastinya di sini langsung saja kita undang pro player dari RRQ, ada Chen. Halo Chen, apa kabarnya hari ini?
Baik.
Baik, luar biasa ya. Chen, kita ngelihat kamu kemarin ping test waktu di match melawan AE. Nah, kira-kira kamu kapan akan dimainkan sih?
Kalau aku udah ready, kalau abang suruh main ya main.
Kalau abang suruh main, pokoknya siap ya. Oke, dengar-dengar kamu ini juga ABX ya katanya?
Iya, ABX.
Anak buah Shin ya?
Iya.
Oke, sebagai orang yang kamu mungkin secara langsung atau gak langsung berjasa banget nih buat kamu, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih buat Shin?
Buat Bang Sin, pertama ya terima kasih ya karena mau secara gak langsung dia yang merekomenin aku ke RRQ kan. Jadi ya makasih lah buat Bang Sin.
Jadi pasti gak bakal ngecewain ya?
Ya, gak bakal.
Oke, kita lihat ya Bang Shin apakah rekomendasi kamu benar-benar luar biasa nih. Dan pastinya sebelum kita masuk ke match pembuka ini ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih buat Dewa United Esports?
Buat Dewa kasih permainan yang seru aja.
Kasih permainan yang seru aja. Dan kita lihat ya nanti kamu akan bermain atau tidak. Dan pastinya untuk para Kingdom jangan lupa dukung tim kesayangan kalian. Dan untuk anak Dewa kita akan melihat apakah di match penentuan kali ini Dewa bisa mendapatkan poin. Dan kita akan lemparkan ke Bude Clara Monster. Silakan Bude, take it over. Dan masuklah kita ke dalam hari terakhir di minggu ke-8 di mana kita akan melihat pertempuran tiada akhir bagi tim-tim yang penuh pengharapan. Kita bisa melihat bahwa 3 slot babak playoff sudah didapatkan oleh 3 tim. Namun masih ada 3 slot lagi nih yang masih diperjuangkan dari tim-tim yang benar-benar ingin memberikan segalanya. Dan Bude ingin mengucapkan selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Semuanya penuh pengharapan, semuanya tentu harap-harap cemas untuk menyaksikan tim mereka masuk ke dalam babak playoff. Sudah memasuki detik-detik akhir, memasuki titik darah penghabisan. Dan kalau kita mengingat dari minggu pertama banyak sekali yang telah terjadi. Hingga pada akhirnya di minggu ke-8 ini, di akhir hari ini kita akan mungkin bisa saja melihat ada tim yang masuk ke dalam upper bracket. Upper bracket menjadi salah satu yang diperjuangkan bagi tim-tim yang sedang di papan atas. Kita akan melihat bagaimana sih 9 tim keadaannya untuk minggu yang ke-8. Inilah dia. Dan kalau kita bahas bareng-bareng, ternyata ada yang berbeda. Kingdom sudah sadar karena RRQ mereka sudah mendapatkan upper bracket. Menjadi tim bukan hanya yang pertama masuk ke dalam babak playoff, mereka juga mendapatkan tim pertama yang mendapatkan upper bracket. Karena kalau kita lihat dari tim-tim yang bisa mengejar hanya Bigetron dan Geek Fam, namun sisa match mereka pun tidak bisa untuk hanya salah satu saja yang bisa mencapai 11 match point. Karena pada minggu terakhir Bigetron dan juga Geek Fam akan bertemu satu sama lain, sehingga otomatis apapun yang terjadi RRQ Hoshi akan di upper bracket. Namun bukan hanya upper bracket saja yang bisa didapatkan oleh tim RRQ. Jika hari ini RRQ menang, otomatis RRQ akan menjadi juara dari regular season. Tentunya banyak sekali title yang ingin didapatkan. Satu title terakhir yaitu juara upper bracket. Karena benar-benar itu akan membuktikan diri bahwa RRQ terus solid dan terus konsisten sepanjang regular season. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang Bigetron dan Geek Fam, ini menjadi salah satu kontender yang akan menemani tim RRQ di upper bracket. Sementara kalau dari Alter Ego, tim Liquid Onyx dan juga EVOS bersama Dewa United, mereka sama-sama masih punya peluang untuk masuk ke dalam babak playoff. Hanya saja nyawa Dewa terakhir adalah di match ini. Jika mereka kalah di match ini, berarti sudah tidak ada asa lagi untuk melaju ke babak playoff. Tiada harapan dan mereka harus menutup mimpi mereka untuk menjadi sang juara di season 15. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang EVOS, Onyx, Tim Liquid dan juga Alter Ego, mereka masih sama-sama bisa saling menyalip satu sama lain. Kita nggak akan tahu apa yang akan terjadi nantinya di minggu yang ke-9. Dan bahkan hari ini bisa menjadi penentu bagaimana tim-tim akan berjuang untuk memperebutkan 3 slot terakhir. Dan ngebahas tentang match win yang begitu dekat, kita melihat EVOS masih tertinggal cukup jauh. Namun kalau diingat-ingat sisa match dari tim-tim ini masih bisa saling membolak-balikan keadaan. Semuanya bisa terjadi dan mungkin semuanya bertanya-tanya bagaimana setiap tim memberikan dan menjawab harapan-harapan dari dirinya sendiri, dari timnya, dari para super fans untuk berada di babak playoff. Nyawa terakhir untuk Dewa United hari ini benar-benar harus diperjuangkan. Mereka sudah mendatangkan 2 mid laner baru. Apakah itu akan menjadi jawaban? Karena dari yang lalu pun kita sudah melihat 2 mid lane ini cukup menjanjikan. Tapi perombakan di minggu-minggu akhir tentu itu akan sangat challenging untuk tim Dewa United. Di sisi lain, tim RRQ yang sudah memegang tiket playoff, upper bracket, dan tinggal berjuang untuk juara regular season, mereka bisa bereksperimen dan menunjukkan jati diri mereka lebih dalam lagi, lebih hebat lagi. Ini adalah pertarungan yang dinantikan. Bagaimana nasib Dewa United? Akankah tertutup atau akan melanjut? Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertarungan dari kedua tim ini, izinkan Bude mengingatkan ke kalian bahwa acara ini begitu meriah karena super fans yang telah hadir di sini dari Kingdom yang lagi happy. Kingdom, hello! Wajah tersenyum semuanya, happy semuanya kelihatan di MPL Arena. Tapi Dewa United juga terus harus semangat. Anak Dewa, mana semangatnya? Masih penuh pengharapan tentunya bagi tim anak Dewa dan juga tentunya MPL Indonesia season 15 begitu ramai karena powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official dari e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day dan juga partner ini Sports. Ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa supplier kita RSP Helmet. Dan banyak sekali tentunya yang mengharapkan dari anak Dewa dan juga Dewa United. Mereka berharap bisa memperpanjang nyawa mereka, masih memiliki harapan. Namun di sisi lain, tim RRQ dan Kingdom mereka ingin menjadi juara dari regular season. Dan bersama-sama
Sambutlah, inilah dia match pembukaan di hari yang ketiga RRQ dan juga Dewa United.
Will RRQ be crowned the regular season champs and, eliminate Dewa United out of their playoff run? Or can Dewa actually fight for their survival here at MPL ID Season 15 at the final day of Week 9? You guys are watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi, as we're going straight into it. RRQ versus Dewa. What do you think?
Yes. To answer your question, I think yes.
2-0?
I don't know what score it's going to be, but I think it's going to be an RRQ win. Unless RRQ decide to play Chen. Because then there's going to be some differences definitely. But I think, again, any jungler you put in RRQ up against Dewa United, it's already going to be a win for RRQ because they have such a solid 4. The other 4 players are so solid. And Dewa, on the other side, we don't even know who's going to be playing in each role except for maybe. Like maybe is the guarantee. Everybody else can rotate.
That's true. We've seen a lot of shifts coming through from Dewa, so we're not really sure what lineup we'll be seeing today. But what we do know is the next 2 matches after that opening match. We have Onyx versus Evos and Navi versus Geek. And like Bude mentioned up on stage earlier on, every match win, again, will be very telling to how things are going. Because again, Evos at number 7, looking to find some points to make sure that they still will be able to make it to the playoffs.
Like you were mentioning, Eterna, the standings right here for the regular season, you can see that it's still very toe-to-toe, especially in the middle area of the standings. So honestly, I think match number 2 is going to be the most impactful and the most intense as well, matchup-wise, because we've seen both these teams have a bit more of inconsistencies, right? Everyone else you kind of get a feel for so far at this point in the season. But for Onyx and Evos, man, sometimes you don't really know what really to expect from both these teams.
Essentially, Onyx are the gatekeepers right now, right? So long as they continue to get points, it will be very difficult for both Evos and Dewa to climb out of the red zone. Considering we only have 3 more slots available for these teams to make it to playoffs. Only 3 secured, 3 left. Who will it be?
Dude, all Onyx needs to do is beat Evos and then they're done. Like, Evos will not be able to make it to the playoffs, and all Onyx needs to hope for now is for RRQ to beat Dewa. Because if RRQ beat Dewa and Onyx beat Evos, we have our 6 teams, I believe, in MPL Indonesia Season 15 playoffs.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Wow. So everything will be decided today, essentially.
Potentially. Unless Evos and Dewa win, then we're like, oh,
whoa,
another week, I guess.
Okay. But for those of you guys back at home, we want to know what you guys think. Last hope for the playoffs. How do you guys think Dewa can get a win against RRQ? Do you think A, play with better structure, B, give maybe free hit space, or C, screen Dyron's movements?
Oof.
What do we think?
That's a rough one, man. I feel like these are all things that can work, but the odds, man, we say possible, right? But the odds, bro, it's a whole different story. Even if they do screen Dyron, for instance, let's humor this possibility for a bit. Even if they do get Dyron under control and shut him down, what's stopping Ida from popping off? What's stopping Rins from going in and making the plays happen? The fact of the matter is, RRQ are one of those teams that have multiple win conditions. So you can't have a single win solution here if you're in Dewa's position, which is why it's such a tough situation to be in, and we all feel for them.
Absolutely. And that's why it's going to come down to this. Rise to the top versus escape from the red zone. We mentioned earlier on, if RRQ wins, they will automatically become the regular season champions. Meanwhile, if that happens and Dewa loses, they will be officially eliminated from playoff contention. So both Navi and Dewa will be eliminated if RRQ wins. We're seeing some patterns from MPL ID Season 12, and it looks like Dewa have been unable to find a win against RRQ for the past 3 seasons.
Well, in Season 13 there you see one glimmering beacon of hope here for Dewa. They have to try and turn back the clock back 2 seasons to try and replicate that same kind of performance. But again, it's a whole different situation. And we still have to focus on Dewa before that. With so many members, I mean, look at the poster right here. That's a whole army. But only 5 can be fielded. Which 5? right? Even in RRQ shoes, are you even concerned about which 5, or do you feel like you can brute force any single combination that Dewa can come up with?
I think because they have too many options, it's actually it's a negative thing for Dewa. Like, Dewa have just looked out of shape in the last few weeks, especially in the match against BTR. Up against a very greedy draft of BTR, going for Chip, Loyi, and Moskov. With no early game, with a Fredrin XP, they still lost. And they had a big goal lead too. I really feel like this team right now, it's looking like a team that is so, it's like a week 1 Dewa, you know? And week 1, actually no, week 1 Dewa was actually pretty good.
It's like mid-season Dewa.
It's mid-season Dewa that has shifted back and forth with their MDL lineup, with Rez, with too many factors moving around.
So with that, let's see what you guys thought for Dewa earlier on. It looks like 55% of you
Structure.
think that they need to play with better structure. What does the structure mean?
They voted for the most vague answer.
Exactly.
That shows you.
Exactly.
Even the people back at home were like,
Huh.
yeah, structure, sure.
Yeah.
Structure in the plays, structure in the decisions, structure in the composition,
Lineup?
structure in the drafts, structure in the execution, the laning,
Yeah.
the jungling, the neutral objective contest, the late game teamfight positioning.
Wow, that's a lot. That's literally everything.
structure.
That's literally everything. So we can say that Dewa are the opposites of Geek Fam.
Oh.
Yeah, they start off real strong. They're an early starter, but then they fall off. Geek Fam, they are the slowest starters I've seen in my life. Actually, Navi
Well, they
started
never.
pretty slow too.
They never.
Yeah, they started and ended slow. But maybe they can end on a high today by beating Geek Fam.
Well, you know, going back to that structure.
Okay.
We've been talking about Dewa and how they're swapping their rosters here and there. We've seen, you know, Spencer come in, Kesu come in. Maybe there's even an option of Azura back then. Okta, is he going to be playing? Meanwhile, for RRQ, they have a mid duo that has been standing strong for 2 seasons now. And we've been seeing that impact and how well they've actually been able to progress together and journey together. And that's why these 2 players are on the watch list for this match. We're looking at the stats. They are one of the highest statistically proven mid duos we've seen this season.
And when people make an argument that, hey, synergy and all that, that's not a real thing, you know? If you just play and you get better. But I think you can immediately point to Edok and Rins to disapprove any kind of statement like that. Because these guys, once they showed up, you saw the coordination, the communication as well. And they've tried different kinds of decision-making, shot-calling methods. And so far, regardless, when the 2 of them are actually on the same team, they all really it just flows so much better now. With time, RRQ has even improved and added on to this combo. But in the core form of RRQ right now, it was always Edok and Rins that initially caught our eyes and brought in that special new form that RRQ were trying to achieve back when they were reshuffling their composition and their roster.
For me, it's not actually Rins. For me, it's Edok and Dyron. The 2 guys that I feel like are just the centerpieces, the guys who can change the game. Rins is more like, you know, just the shot caller, yeah, but he's more of just the diversion, I will say, for the rest of them to make plays. Mainly, again, Edok and Dyron to play make and to change the game. Like we've seen back to back to back. When Edok doesn't get a power playmaking hero, we saw yesterday Badang, Dyron get a 3-man set against Alter Ego to turn the game around. So again, these 2 are ridiculous.
It's not as one-dimensional.
No.
Because usually we say, like, let's say Key needs a playmaking hero, but, you know, in RRQ, even if Edok doesn't, Dyron is always there and available to pick up that that position or that function role.
Yeah, because I think, again, RRQ, as long as they have tools available to really exert their will onto their opponents, they've always been a team that knows what they want, right? And they're able to actually find ways to get what they need in the Land of Dawn. We talked about the combo between Rins and Edok, but again, right now in the current meta, with the playmaking being such a big, impactful factor, that's why Dyron and Edok is also a great combination. As long as both of them aren't really put on picks that can't really do anything, that are just forced to play passive or even reactive, I think RRQ is in a good spot. They always need one of them to kind of be aggressive, to have things, to have skills and opportunities to set something up. When we've seen that when Edok and Dyron are both on something that wants to stick around, stand around and wait for an opportunity, they don't really do that well as a team, right? So they need that catalyst, you know, that starter of the engine.
But let's play devil's advocate here. How do we think about RQ and their structure versus chaos that we've seen teams find success on? Is that something that Dewa can actually utilize against RQ today?
I think it's possible. I think we've been pretty fair in saying that RRQ is a very textbook team as well, especially in the early game. They have this very neat way of playing Mobile Legends, and usually when things get kind of scrambly, that's where we see the mishaps happening. But again, that's against some really high-level teams, you know? Dewa, okay, they can bring chaos, but how controlled is their chaos? Because even back then in Season 14, we talked about Team Liquid ID being that controlled chaos.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing their own thing, but with the same picture in mind, and somehow it reconnects, it reconverges. I'm not saying Dewa can't do that, but the odds, bro. Chances are that's really not something they want to rely on.
Yeah, and I feel like that whole chaos thing can only work when you're already super coordinated. I think for Alter Ego's case, the way that they were able to do it yesterday was they got their own comfort pick, which was great, and then they were able to execute because it was all their comfort picks, and because they've been playing together as a team without changing a lot, only RP in the gold lane for a while now. For Dewa, it's not just that they want to be chaotic, they are already chaotic. I don't even know what's going on management, coaching-wise, because, dude, handling 5 dudes, like handling 5 players is already very difficult. Now handling 3 coaching staffs has been rotating as well, and then handling another 4 players that has been shifted, with Rez joining in, with swapping out for Rizzo, Vans, Hooray, Spencer, Kesu. This is wild, yo. The last time I saw a team like this was Season 13 RQ. The Dewa, the RQ that was beaten up by Dewa in the first leg. That was when they had 10 people in the roster. They just went back and forth.
So now the shoe's on the other foot, because Dewa United are going up against the potential regular season champions. We're looking at the roster right now. It looks like it's Sorizo, Ray, Spencer, Kesu, as well as maybe. Will they be eliminated today, or can they look for yet another chance to get to the playoffs?
Dewa's last hope, their last stand up against the Kings of Kings. They have to win. They must win if they want to continue contending for playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dewa United Esports.
Quite literally do or die right here, up against overwhelming odds against the team that is fighting for the title of regular season champions. This is where they have to make their stand and bring everything they have in the back burner.
All the pressure on their shoulders right now, going against this team. You're right, it looks like Chen will be filling that jungle position. No Sutsujin with Dyron, Rins, Edok, and Toy. Will this be a different story now?
Welcome the youngest member of the royal family, Chen, to MPL Indonesia, standing atop the mountain, looking down at their foes. It is the Kings of Kings, the most dominant Indonesian team in Season 15, RRQ Hoshe!
Coming in the critical moment with a replacement. Is this a show of confidence? Is this overconfidence? Only time will tell. That's definitely a curveball for RRQ, for Dewa to react to as well. Let's see if we can see any hints of surprise coming in from the coaches.
Yeah, I think it's a curveball to everyone, right? We're not expecting any changes, especially now that they only need one more win to secure the regular season champions. And what's it gonna be? I guess this is Keskute, right? In moments where they think that they should be able to secure a win, we've seen him give playtime to players, new players, to give them a little bit more experience under their belt to help that regeneration process happen for RRQ. But we don't really know much about Chen. What are his heroes? Does he play assassins? Is he a utility jungler?
With my limited knowledge, as far as I know, he plays assassins pretty well, but I'm not sure if his hero pool is anything special to speak about. Before that, we have got to speak about the battle of the Jinnins in the gold laner here. Toy and Maybe. Number 1 in the gold lane average assists is Toy. Maybe number 13, so that stat in particular is definitely quite a discrepancy right there. Maybe really hasn't really been able to find so much success, but again, this is season 15 where the gold lane is important, but the gold lane also relies so much on the rest of the team to try and make something happen.
It really seems like for Maybe, he's always kind of in from the start of the season. The glimmer of hope for Dewa United, but Dewa, instead of playing towards him, has kind of gone on their own path of playing, swapping the rosters again, trying to play for the trio mid. It really always seems to be trio mid. Meanwhile, we see a lot of teams go with the flow. Alter Ego, they knew that, all right, we should stop playing the meta game. We should start playing our game, especially as we get towards the end of the season. I really hope Dewa United can start doing that. Play for Maybe. Just, at this point, play for your strengths.
Because if they're trying to fight for the trio mid, they're going against a trio mid that is already well established. We're looking at the stats once again for the King's Initiator, Edok, number 1, number 8, number 6, number 2. But he's been playing a different kind of game for a lot of the games this season. Like, he can play pickoff style, he can play AoE, groundbreaking plays on the Tigreal, he can play the Francos, he can even play the chips really well. And RQ's captain here, Rins, has done a really good job at also accentuating that kind of style. He's also been able to play the Zas. We've seen him on, the long-range heroes, the artillery heroes. He's also been able to play the Valentina, the Luoyis really well. That flexibility is something that I don't think Dewa United have right now.
Definitely not, man. RRQ, they've made a mark for themselves by being able to have such a wide hero pool here, especially with Kescute utilizing it to its full potential. Here, there is the victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Chen with the farming patterns and neutral objectives, especially if his team can back him up. And Dyron getting a signature playmaking hero. But honestly, for number 2, you can replace that with Edok as well. And that's where the puzzle begins for Dewa. Do they want to be concerned about this new addition to the jungle? Or do they want to still put a lot of necessary respect onto the EXP lane and the roaming position for RRQ? For them, they have to explore Spencer's hero pool, and Faramis will be a good choice, especially if they can maybe bait RRQ to picking up that glue. We've seen that being a great counter. Screening on Diamond's movement as well, especially in the objective contest. We know that the EXP lane has so much to say in the initial neutral objective fights. They are the lane closest to the objectives after all. Again, with RRQ playing a very textbook style, Dewa might be able to read into it and maybe set up for some kind of ambush, some kind of rotation to take advantage of what they can expect already, the textbook style from RRQ.
Now it really comes down to how RRQ will want to play the game, right? I mean, does Chen go to the MPL heroes where he plays those assassins, the Lings, or does he just play the RRQ style where... what is the RRQ style in the jungle? It's been weird. With Tsuzujin, it's been more Joy and Hayabusa, but for Hazel, it's more Suyo and Hayabusa. Oh, Kescute, big yawn there. Could it be that he is exhausted? The regular season already, Arashi. He's actually seems to be a pattern with my GOAT Kescute.
Will this be
number 1
his third
regular
season?
Huh?
Will this be his third season?
This will be his third season back
to back.
The regular season top of the leaderboard. He did it first with this guy, Sorizo, in season 13, by the way. XBTI.
Yeah. The regular season, the GOAT, Kescute. Is it a sign that is he?
Let's hope he has learned from the last 2, because he has been like improving.
Yes.
4th place finish, 2nd place finish this season, right?
Yeah.
Number 1, exactly.
What? Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
What?
What did I say?
What a curveball.
Huh.
Oh yeah, Kescute. Is that yawn a sign of exhaustion? Is it a sign that he's been pulling an all-nighter?
Or
trying to
maybe
figure out Dewa?
He's sleeping on his opponents.
Oh.
Feels very typical of Kescute though, to really overthink things and work really hard. So I think he's just tired.
A hard worker, Kescute.
Hard work, yeah. We're looking at the team head-to-head now between Dewa and RRQ, and obviously there's a stark comparison in terms of the statistics. What about the most pick and ban heroes?
I think immediately you have to take note of the Fanny. This is a known quote-unquote problem for RRQ. And for Dewa, they don't have the same kind of issue, right? They have a very able, presumably Fanny player on their roster, so that has never been that big of a deal for them, right? They would be willing to contest, to trade for some of those heroes. So now, that's like one thing they have against RRQ technically. But again, everything else aside from that, you can see that the chips, these macro tools is something that a lot of different teams have been respecting against RRQ. The textbook style means that, you can kind of plan ahead, and planning ahead on heroes like the chip, like the Lo Yi, is almost as important as the execution.
All right, we're getting to the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen. Dewa have first pick, RRQ have second pick. We saw the statistics earlier on. For Dewa, it's looking kind of bleak on both. With the changes coming in from RRQ, will we be expecting differences in the drafts as well?
I think knowing Keskute, he's definitely going to use it somehow, but I don't think we have a good read on what and how exactly he's going to use it for. I mean, now with a new addition Chen, is there going to be more flex picks that can go to the jungle potentially? Is he going to hide that jungle pick and confuse Dewa, force them to over-respect it? This is the tricks that we're talking about. He has a lot of cards up his sleeve.
All right, let's get straight into the drafts now. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Dewa take out the Phoveus. RRQ go for the Sakura, so Kalea banned out.
Jusin as well, so they're not going to be taking Alter Ego's approach. Alter Ego's way to play against RRQ was, alright, you get your comfort, it's fine, we'll get ours. They will not do the same. They'll ban out the Jusin. They will not get Rins on the Jusin. Kimmy still getting banned out by RRQ. This has been a trend now for RRQ. They just really don't like the Kimmy.
Although the Fanny we talked about earlier is still up on the table here. Definitely an interesting situation. I wonder if RRQ are trying to find countermeasures to try and deal with that without expending a ban potentially. One more ban for both these teams right here. Presumably it should be the Fanny, but also the chip that was also highlighted hasn't been shown. And the Lo Yi is still an option that I don't know if Dewa can use.
Dewa, Spencer. He's only played the Jushin so far, I believe.
Yeah, only the Jusin so far. But dude, when you say Chip and Dewa in the same sentence, I'm like, oh my god, I just remembered what happened to them when they went up against the Chip in leg 1. It was the, why would you recall? There's a shortcut right there moment. Oh man, so they banned out the Moskov. Maybe Bombi's like, all right, last time we were up against the Chip, yesterday, or on Friday, Bigotron stole the Chip away from us. Now it's our time to play the Chip because they have left it open, wide open. And I don't think you want to give Edok a Chip unless you're really crazy with it. There you go, finally. Dewa debuting their Chip.
Yeah, debut on Kesu. Utilized the Gatot earlier on, but RRQ backfire with something of their own. The Gatot plus the Valentina.
Seen it before. Gatot against the Chip is a thing. Able to contest ground in a 1v1 situation. Also able to counter-engage onto the shortcut, especially again with the lack of reliability now in the full-on catch with the shortcut tool. Not to mention, we've seen teams find better ways to utilize the Valentina when they are able to steal the shortcut. We've seen teams follow through with the initial opposing team shortcut and then use it again, so they can get essentially 2 shortcuts. So we'll have to see. Along with that, the mobility for the Valentina and the Gatot is going to be so important because we've seen teams against a Chip, they want to have some kind of dash, some kind of gap control tool to make sure that they can get away from the initial portal so that whoever comes through the portal of the shortcut can't really go for a full-on engage. And that's where the Fredrian might come in here, might allow Dewa to try and catch a few stragglers.
Yeah,
Where do you think the Fredrian's going to go?
Jungle, right?
Are you sure?
Sure about that?
I mean, well, they haven't picked it up in the EXP lane yet.
Luke did it, BTR did it, but...
That's true.
I agree. I think it's going to be in the jungle.
Who's to say they can't take inspiration from Mr. Luke himself?
Yeah, that was the team that beat them on the Fredrian XP. That's true, with the Chip and the Moskov, not Granger though. That's the difference.
Is that why they banned the Moskov? Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, moving on from these conspiracy theories.
I mean, Joy got banned by RRQ, so they're also considering that option.
Yeah, actually. Interesting. Well, the Novaria followed through very fast from RRQ. It seems like they have some kind of plan here. No Harith as well. Against the Granger, back then at least, the Irithal was something that comes up occasionally. But I feel like Gold laners now have found a way to deal with the Irithal pick. We haven't really seen it being as decisive in the 1v1 laning phase matchup.
I think the thing about the Granger is right now, there's not really a lot of counters to it. Moskov, Harith in the past has been a great way to deal with the Granger, but if you are able to solo or to get a lead in the early game, a big one, especially with the Sky Piercer, it becomes really tough for RRQ to actually, for any team actually, to deal with it. So, it really is all about how to catch the Granger then. Franco gets banned out. RRQ will probably go for Irithel or Claude then.
Or they just wait, go Badang first.
Yeah, that's pretty good too. They can go Badang. They can, yeah, the Badang will be good.
They can go Tig as well, technically. Technically, for that AoE madness, but maybe a bit more of more spammable utility will be great here against a team like this, like Dewa, that wants to go all in. It is gonna be the Badang though. Right now, Dewa forced to show their final cards early here. Against so much AoE, surely they would want something more to assist their team fighting, right? Some AoE damage, AoE crowd control tool will be great.
But what are we looking at here? Because the Valentina's on the other side. Because they're still lacking...
I'm thinking Lo Yi too. For
that makes sense.
Yeah, everyone's so close range from RRQ. They're gonna be stuck to each other with the yin-yang effect.
You can't go Yi, you can't go Farsa here. Usually we see the Sicilian against the Valentina.
Yeah, against the Badang Suyo too, just that range. Gatot would be good to go for a pure front-to-back composition, but that means they're gonna go Hylos as well. Something like it in the XP. They go Esmeralda and the Yve with the chip. Esmeralda, alright, battle ready, sure. Yve. This is gonna be a front-to-back that's gonna be weird because it's a front-to-back that kind of wants to gank and like pick people off.
Well, off the bat, I'm immediately looking at the lack of engage tools. They have the taunt on Fredrin and a falling Star Moon, you know?
Yeah.
It's not really a reliable, quick engage tool when you're coming through the shortcut. Now that they have the Yve, maybe, real-world manipulation, but it's only gonna stop them for a little while, and it's already a very mobile composition that RRQ have to begin with. Speaking of mobility, I don't know if they're gonna be able to catch RRQ even with the shortcut.
But they go 1-1 here into a real-world manipulation. That's range over the 1-1. I was thinking that they would go for something like the Claude, but I guess Toy did do the exact same thing yesterday, and it was okay.
It was pretty good. The thing is, the 1-1's really good against the chip. That's something you gotta note down, right? The chip tries to go in and you shoot your skill 1 while also purifying out of the stun, and then you can actually get a free crossbow attack.
So it's safer.
It's pretty safe, while also being able to dish out ridiculous damage in the early game. Yve will be a problem, but RQ already have a way to deal with it. With the Valen, with the Gatot, they can just fully dive on the Yve, so... RQ.
So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final stand for Dewa United. With a completely new lineup, Esme debut with a chip as well. Will it be enough to secure this first game, to lead the series, to still make it, to still have playoff contention against RRQ, potentially? The playoffs are already in front of their eyes, potentially the regular season champs.
At this point, they're just fighting for being #1 on the standings. They've already secured upper brackets. Ray, Impure Rage instead of the Concussive Blast. This is going to hurt quite a bit in his clear speed.
Interesting, especially against a Suyo, right? That in theory can clear so much faster here. RRQ are definitely taking note of that. Looking at the rest of the emblems, it's a lot of Impure Rages coming in from Dewa. It's a bit of a statement. But for RRQ, that means that they have a lot more variety in ways to sustain for utility. I mean, Riz is going with the Quantum Charge as well. He wants to get an extra bit of movement speed. He's planning on being up close and personal.
Yeah, as expected though. No level 4 Edok gonna be caught, will be first blood to Ray. So he'll get a bit of XP and gold in his pockets for that play. Ooh, Rins? Alright, it's not gonna go for it.
There's a little bit of trades and damage here in the mid lane. We see Sorizo actually pathing to the mid lane as well, trying to allow Ray to pick up this Lethal Wanderer. Sorizo gets chunked a little bit, but look at this, Rinse very low.
Right. Both teams back away. Dewa able to get the lethal. Actually having a bit more pressure here in the early game. That's a good roam from Sorizo as well. A bit of an underrated aspect of the Esmeralda is the roaming capabilities, because you're pretty quick. You know, you have a built-in movement speed boost here. So let's see if Sorizo can have that much impact over Dyron, because it has to be on that movement speed and roam speed. When it comes down to the full-on fight impact, Dyron on a Badang is going to have so much more.
Toshi trying to go for the flank here. Edok having an angle. Chen, Queller, Falling Star Moon locks him down as a taunt into the back as well. Ray gonna be changed CC by Dyron as he goes for the fist crack. Chen looking for the retreat, will be able to find it, but will fall to the hands of Sorizo as Ray falls to Dyron. AOG to lock Sorizo down as Itoshi Kesu takes the long way around. Sorizo taunted, chain CC pinned down, but look at that sustain.
He's gonna get caught out. He's actually going for a little bit more here. He gets caught to half, but he's already done his job. At the end of the day, RRQ are the ones to secure the neutral objective despite them having to trade for their own jungle. I think that was really great setup from Dyron.
It's also a great effort from Chen there. He's walking up to the neutral objective, trying to go for the retreat while under fire. And he took it with below a quarter of HP left. He's going to be jumped on by Itoshi Kesu though.
Uh-oh, Chen already used the Blade Surge. They're going to try to lock him down. The RWM comes down, but it actually only finds Edok, who's going to be caught. Hasn't taught, will get taken out by Spencer. RWM in a weird angle. Dyron taken out by Sorizo. Crossbow attack dealing nothing. Sorizo's just standing there on a signature pick.
Beautiful skirmish coming in from Dewa. 1,400 gold lead. You can see that maybe he's been able to get a lot of gold there in the gold lane. Toy now just will be able to get into that lane to try and look for the clear. But all in all, Dewa, really, really good job.
Yeah, man. The ambush from Itoshi Kesu there, staying in the bush for a prolonged amount of time just to ensure he gets the surprise onto RRQ. And I think RRQ kind of scrambled into that fight there. We saw that weird angled, stolen real-world manipulation from Rins. Wasn't exactly ideal. So, talking about the chaos here, Dewa is definitely bringing it up against RRQ. And for now, 92% audience prediction here for RRQ.
Are you surprised?
Not really. Let's be real here.
It's the kingdom.
But with Sorizo doing so well here, this is the problem, man. When everyone's grouped up like that, he is so tanky, and he's doing a lot of damage deceptively, right? Esmeralda actually spams out a lot of spells, so you can't really afford to leave Sorizo unchecked, but there's so many other people, other heroes on the map that RRQ have to worry about.
That's why they're going back to the keys to victory for Dewa, right? One of which was screening Dyron. The fact that Sorizo has been winning the lane, having a little bit more resources to play with those 2 kills, look at what he's been able to do.
Oh, Chen, Sorizo's really bullying this rookie. And he takes the orange buff of Chen. Now Ray's the one ahead of Chen.
So it's not just Dyron that he's been able to screen, he's also been able to bully Chen as well, doing a lot right now. You can see that they've been able to buy some time for Dewa, a really good way to get that attention for Dewa to get this neutral objective.
Edok, looking for the taunt. Ray comes in, looking for the taunt as well. And that's going to be the flank in the back with the shortcut. Itoshi! Kesu with the crash course is the one who finds a turtle somehow. Rince got Sorizo! Falling Star Moon on 2! And now it's Soy, who's going to be ran down. Crossbow attack ready, but it does no damage to Sorizo as he stands there, watches, and lets the rest of Dewa take control. Dyron gun down, one last shot. He's able to flicker out to safety, no death Sonata.
It's just a lack of damage from RRQ right now, and the lack of AoE. But every single time there was a fight, Dewa are just really using Sorizo to bully everyone away. He is literally single-handedly zoning out the jungle, the gold lane, and the frontliners of RRQ. And they just don't have enough damage in the early portion here to really expend onto the frontliner. If they do, you saw earlier Spencer, Ray, and maybe just spring into action, trying to trade back the damage. So Dewa are really putting everything onto this Esmeralda strat, and it's been working great so far.
It has, and we don't really see a lot of anti-regen items, only the glowing wand coming in from Rins. Thunderbelt first for Dyron. Do you think that he could have adapted a little bit more? Wait a second.
We use the Blaze Surge shortcut, gonna be coming down. It's a full gank on Chen! They really don't like this rookie. 0-3-1, full priority on Chen.
It was a 2-level gap in the EXP lane as well, so things are looking good for the Kingdom right now. The young prince here not doing great as the Kingdom is crumbling under Dewa's 7,000 gold lead, and they're looking for more.
Uh-oh, Toy. So Riza's gonna look for the read. Oh, he finds it too! Toy, half HP taken away already. Toshi Kesu walks up, baits out the needle. And now it's just Dewa running RRQ down.
Dude, Dewa are really reading RRQ at every single turn. It's not just the execution and the draft that's giving them a bit of a lead here. It's also the fact that every single time RRQ are attempting some kind of maneuver, Dewa always seem to know exactly what is going on there. The dive on the Chen, the read from Sorizo to get Toy as well there. Oh, Rins.
Oh, that was a pretty questionable call, my friend, but it was the only call they could go for. Sorizo really just going for the dances, falling Simon locking 2 members down. Spencer has an RWM. But this is all just a diversion so that Ray Tribution on the Fredrin can find a shortcut coming down. Edok gets the AOG in time.
Back to the long grind, and look at Dewa. Literally moving in the jungles of RRQ. Not concerned, not checking the bushes. Not enough danger just yet. Dyron gets spotted out here, might be caught.
He should be okay.
But the turret won't be in the bottom lane there. Maybe. Remember, Sorizo and Maybe are the ones with the highest gold lead over their respective opponents in the lane. Almost 2,000 when we saw it earlier. Now probably way higher.
Yeah, he's picked up the Oracle now as well. 501 KDA.
Yikes.
He's been a monster here. With everything on the line for Dewa, their playoff contention up for question. It looks like they're pulling out everything in this game against RRQ, and it's working wonders. 9,000 gold lead and counting. You see Toy actually forcing a DHS as well. Will that be enough to turn things around for RRQ?
Not just yet, especially again with the Oracle available for Sorizo. Already with the Dominance Ice before that, he's just way too tanky. RRQ are gonna have to wait for some really strong like mid-game power spikes. They need at least the core items to be completed, so the first 2 or 3 items have to be purchased for RRQ to even begin to really be a threat for Sorizo. Otherwise, okay, he's not even running Purify and he's walking up like this. There's just nothing they can really do.
I mean, technically they have catch, right? Oh!
A dive onto 4. Sorizo gonna be caught. The crossbow tank gets locked down, but Sorizo does not care. Gets transferred over to Ray. RWM from Spencer. Edok walks away from it, but the turret won't.
That turret's gonna fall. Rins earlier picked up a wrong ult, so the IMU has already been used up. We're not going to be able to utilize the portal or even the RDWM. Perhaps he's looking for it, but this is not what we were expecting. 10,000 gold lead for Dewa. They're on the next neutral objective here. I don't think Chen can contest. He's 2 levels below.
Whoa, Edok wants to go in, gets a taunt, and the AOG locks him down now, but it's not going to be coordinated right. Edok gonna be taken out. Again, the Sky Piercer up the Granger. Too much to deal with. Maybe gets the Executor stack as well. Kesu and Sorizo are doing a good job. Sorizo really does not want Chen to get anything in the jungle. They want to take the orange buff again.
Man, they are trying to make RRQ pay for fielding, you know, someone new against them. Making sure that they understand, like, dude, we can't be taken off that lightly, but shortcut.
Chen able to blade surge away, luckily.
Alright, in the bottom lane though, the turret's gonna be falling from Dewa, so RRQ getting a small addition there. Every single other lane has the turret still standing untouched pretty much. 10k gold to go. Dewa with the better siege potential with the Yeet and the Rager. Oh, almost getting a catch there. But this is the problem. There's no one to actually go for Dyron or Edok to kind of target with the pickup as well.
Charge into the mid lane. Holy Defense is going to be proc everywhere on the map except for the bottom lane.
Still standing right now. You can see Rin's actually picking up interesting Starlium Scythe.
Yep. Let's find a bit more burst damage, more true damage there. That's where the Quantum Charge makes a bit more sense as well.
Hey.
Now, ooh, Dewa.
Charging on the falling Star Moon. That's just Rhapsody damage on Chen. And I guess Void Blast from Spencer, but you can see the poke, the siege, the range of Dewa United. Luckily RRQ here still have a bit of power themselves to defend.
And that's why the 1-1 into this lineup coming from Daewoo was a big question. They're going all in.
Not too sure about this. Oh, shortcut into the midst of it all. The crush scores! 3 members stunned up! Crossbow of Tang, but it does nothing. Spencer, RWM toying to be caught again. That's Sonata ready for maybe. He goes on Edok. The AOG gets him out in time. Tyron in a 2v1 gets away somehow too. Oh.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're seeing that RRQ are still looking for opportunities to look for that groundbreaking one-moment play against Daewoo, but for some reason, Kesu seems to be aware of that. So every time they do that, there's always a counterplay.
Oh. Tyron has the fist crack. He's gonna have to save it there. The Queller doesn't land. RRQ forced back.
And Apropo will be forced away by Daewoo. But again, Chen, I do agree. It's the fact that Daewoo have an extra frontliner with the Fredrins, right? So they have so much more frontline to predict, to screen for both Dyron and Edok. And on top of that, because there's already 2 strong frontliners that can take a lot of damage from Daewoo, it enables Itoshi Kesu to not be seen, and all he does is wait around near the portals, somewhere unseen, goes from behind and always looks for the counter engage. That's exactly what happened in the previous fight as well, and that's where the draft really works here. Seems like RRQ don't really do that well against teams that have a lot of overwhelming counter engage.
Brother, that is a 4,000 gold lead on the hands of Sorizo, and he's the first member on Daewoo to get level 15. In a meta where usually the XP is the second roamer, Sorizo says, let me get back on my carries.
Oh boy. Seen the Esmeralda before, but this is definitely a great game for the Esmeralda as well. Look at this though. Itoshi Kesu still on the far side. RRQ looking for something. Sorizo though just stands there, dude, menacingly. And RRQ can't really afford to stick around too long either.
He knows he can. Look at that. Really good zoning coming through. I don't think they can go for the contest again. Chen is still a level below Ray. If they want to go for the 50-50, it's still going to be very difficult. We're seeing Chen focusing on his own buffs instead. And that's going to be a Lord bursted down and fallen into the hands of Daewoo here in the 14th minute of the game.
Yep. Free take for Daewoo United. Taking things very slow now because, I mean, they have a 10,000 goal lead. There's nothing to rush, and they're the ones with a chip.
And they're the ones with the superior siege tools as well. Gas Sonatas, real-world manipulations as well. They have all the range to work with when they're trying to force RRQ to concede some of these base turrets. They just have to make sure they don't mess up and don't allow RRQ to get the jump onto Spencer and maybe. As long as it's always onto Sorizo or Ray, those are both heroes that kind of do well when they're actually under fire.
Wait, look at Edok.
He's looking for a flank. Possibly trying to go on maybe. Conceal already to the back. Will not be able to find maybe there. The Queller does land, but maybe he's able to disengage, and AOG will be used defensively. Chen trying to survive. The shortcut comes around. The crossbow tank gets transferred over to Ray, but the Itoshi Kesu immortality won't survive. Zyron caught inside the real world manipulation. Rin's forced to flicker out. Down below, Toy trying to do his best to clear it out. Edok with the top. Falling from Sorizo. No follow-up, taking things super slow. Chen very low, the base is wide open. They're gonna go for it right here. Game 1 for Daewoo United. A stompy stomp, 9-1.
Wow. A huge upset for the Kingdom here in game number 1 in this best of 3 series between these two teams. Chen, unfortunately, on his debut, will have to concede this first game. With a remarkable performance coming in from Sorizo on the Esmeralda, it looks like Daewoo backed into the corner. The fangs are out. The claws are sharp as well as they're looking to claim their victory here in this match.
I mean, we should have known, RRQ should have known that Daewoo are angry about this. The 4 impure rages, man, it was a sign. Daewoo going to what works for them. Not really caring about what's meta, what's being used by the other teams right now. They play their own style and it really confused RRQ. That was a dominant first game. And it's a clean one too. Barely any mistakes made by Daewoo there.
Super clean by Daewoo United on the chip. And I guess it happened, man. the damage overloaded. The 1-1, the Gatot pick. I don't know. I didn't really think it was a big problem for them. I thought they would be able to execute it still, but yeah, no, Toy was bullied hard in the lane by Maybe every single time. So no kill threat in the early game. And I think the miscalculation on how much damage and how tanky Esmeralda was shot them in the foot there. Turtle won. Like even Chen was just walking in and he's like, wait, my health bar's gone.
Because it's deceptive, right? You don't see it go down, you see it turn white.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, I'm still in the fight, right? And Esmeralda takes the shield
That's
away
her
from
dance.
you and you're like, wait a minute, wait.
Oh, yeah.
The Esmeralda
Right?
dance.
And that's first, we might see it later. This is a bit later from the moment I'm looking for. But the one fight on top where they were able to catch Sorizo 1v3 and Sorizo is like, you fools! You're stuck in here with me, I'm not stuck in here with you.
It was a really awkward RWM as well from Rins in that potential skirmish. And then here, Sorizo just being a monster there. Esmeralda. He comes back with that kind of performance and he deserves the player of the game. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And reflecting back again, right, into the keys to victory. The fact that he was able to shut down Dyren in the EXP lane, being able to have that additional movement speed, not only with the inbuilt kit, but also with the sprint to roam around the map, have this much of an impact in the neutral objective takes, plus being able to shut down Chen was just the perfect way to start this game that eventually snowballed out of control for RQ.
Yeah, this all happened at like 3 minutes. The fact that they were able to get the initial, dominant win in the fight, even though they lost the turtle, and then afterwards they set up it perfectly to try and get Chen on his purple. So great use of the chip. Again, great read into the template textbook way that RRQ likes to play the game. And once you get a read on it, once you know what to expect from RRQ, it becomes just a calculation game. As long as you don't mess it up, as long as you remember to capitalize on every single moment, you cannot actually have the advantage. And usually RRQ thrives on finding moments where they're able to catch the members of their opposition off guard. But again, with the read, with the screening, with the sustainability, there was no pickoff available for RRQ at all. Even the gold lane being a 1-1, right? It doesn't help. They have more like DPS, sustained damage, but they don't have burst damage to really shut down the members of Dewa, even when they are provided with a window to try and catch someone out.
And eventually all lanes just went in favor of Dewa, right? Gold lane, Ranger. The mid trio wasn't really doing much from RRQ, plus the EXP lane in the hands of Sorizo. So it was very difficult, honestly, granted for Chen, to look for these objectives in the early game anyway.
Rashi, what seems to be the problem with the team right now, brother man? Was it a draft issue? Was it a player issue?
I think they underestimated Chip.
Or did they underestimate Esmeralda?
They might have underestimated Dewa overall. I feel like, again, your jungle getting invaded at the second purple buff is something that you would kind of be aware of when you're up against a Chip, There's some moments like this where I feel like Araki Hoshi were like, this is dangerous, right? But you know what? It's Dewa, right?
Yeah.
How bad could it be? Well, it was atrocious, man. It ended up snowballing. There's only 1 kill for Araki Hoshi.
Remember, this is what we mentioned in the drafts as well, right? We're talking about the Chip and the Fanny, and then we're like, you know what? Chip for Dewa, not too much of a problem, but we also forgot that this is a completely different roster as well.
Right.
For me, I'm just happy.
Why?
BTR beat this team 2-0, so it's like, wow, how good are BTR, right?
Sure. To be fair, this is RRQ with Chen, and I feel like there definitely is a bit more of a
Oh my
disconnect.
god! He dealt less damage than Edok!
Yikes. Again, in the game, it was obvious that he was being targeted,
He was.
to be fair,
He
right?
was,
He
he
was
was.
dove like 3 times, invaded like 6 times, Rough debut for Chen, let's put it that way, right? I really do feel like there's a bit of disconnect. There were moments there where I think Chen and the rest of the guys, position-wise, aren't really on the same page, by all means. So I wonder if that was the main issue, or is there other things that Keskut now has to kind of process immediately, bro, before game number 2?
Well, he has a little bit of time, right? We do have a little bit of a break between now and game number 2. So hopefully they can answer the question that Mirko threw at RRQ.
So will Cascute swap Chen out for Sutsujin and say, all right, let's get a win?
Do you think that could happen?
I don't think so. I don't think right now they've already guaranteed their spot at upper brackets.
And, you
I
know-
would like to say they guaranteed their spot as number 1 as well because the
Is
next
it-
match is Navi.
But like, is it important to be number 1 on the regular season
You get
in terms
the
of seeds?
easier bracket. It's like 3rd place will go up against 6th place and they'll be okay. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk to Alyssa first as she's already ready for you guys. See you soon.
Thank you caster, kembali bersama Alisa dan di sini pastinya di match pembuka yang kali ini sudah dimenangkan oleh Dewa United Esports 1-0. Tapi sebelum itu, sebelum kita lanjut ke game kedua, ada ciwi-ciwi cantik dari RRQ.
Halo.
Boleh dong kenalan dulu namanya siapa? Silakan.
Aku Milen. Halo, aku Siren.
Oke, ada Milen dan juga Siren. Ini kalian keren-keren banget. Kalian pakai hoodie apa sih? Boleh dikasih lihat gak sih?
Ini aku lagi pakai custom hoodie dari player RQ Hoshi.
Boleh dilihat di belakangnya kayaknya ada desain juga, boleh dibalik. Wow, keren banget ya. Ini dengar-dengar katanya yang desain ini adalah teman-teman pro player dari RRQ. Apakah betul?
Betul banget, jadi mereka itu player RRQ Hoshi semuanya dikasih patch artwork eksklusif. Jadi mereka kayak bebas tempelin di mana aja yang mereka suka nih, contohnya kayak aku tuh. Nih, jadi mereka benar-benar bebas tempelin dan pasangin semua patch artwork eksklusifnya sesuai kreativitas dan sesuai selera mereka masing-masing. Lihat, lucu kan?
Lucu banget sih. Jadi terasa lebih dekat ya sama para Kingdom juga ya yang nanti bakal bisa beli nih. Tapi jenisnya ada apa aja
Bener
sih?
banget. Jadi kita ada 6 custom hoodie-nya, itu udah didesain langsung sama player RRQ Hoshi. Dan ada 1 yang didesain bareng-bareng.
Oh gitu, jadi ada yang personalize, ada juga yang untuk bisa dibeli sama semuanya ya.
Ini yang didesain bareng-bareng yang ini nih.
Oke.
Lucu banget.
Lucu banget ya. Terus kalau Kingdom mau beli bisa kemana sih?
Kalau misalkan Kingdom mau beli bisa langsung ikut pre-ordernya dengan cara scan QR yang ada di sini. Tapi jangan lupa langsung beli sekarang karena ini stoknya terbatas banget.
Limited edition ya
Benar.
pastinya ya. Tapi tunggu deh, ngomong-ngomong ini harganya mahal gak ya? Kan didesain langsung sama player-player favorit kita. Gimana dong?
Tenang aja, khusus Kingdom kita ada diskon 30%. Jadi ini startnya cuma 300.000. Kayak kita makan sushi aja kayaknya lebih mahal ya.
Iya.
Jadi kayak ya udah, ini menurut aku murah banget sih. Terus yang suka nih komen Rins Acu, Sutsujin Acu, kalian harus banget nih idok Acu ya.
Iya.
Harus banget punya karena kayak feel-nya pasti beda deh punya kayak yang didesain ini langsung dari idola kita gitu.
Ya makanya punya kamu sendiri nih yang didesain sama siapa nih?
Yang punya aku dari Rins.
Dari Rins
Betul.
ya. Nah langsung aja nih teman-teman, pastinya para Kingdom yang punya player favoritnya langsung aja bisa di pre-order dan pastinya bisa scan QR di bawah ya. Gampang banget nih, lucu banget juga dan pastinya ini bahannya juga tebel ya. Aku lihat juga.
Iya, bahannya tebel.
Dan
Kita
ini-
nggak kedinginan ya di sini, padahal biasanya kedinginan.
Bener banget,
Nggak
MPL
kedinginan.
arena tuh dingin banget dan pastinya ini very comfortable. Jadi jangan lupa langsung pre-order sekarang juga bisa di scan QR code di bawah. Dan boleh dong terakhir kita kasih semangatnya dulu buat RRQ, silakan.
Boleh. Kamu dulu yang teriak. Aku aja ya.
Iya, kalau aja.
Siap ya semuanya? Siap gak? Siap ya. 1, 2, 3. FIFA RRQ!
Yeay! Jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian dan kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much, Alyssa, for that report. So for those of you guys, Kingdoms back at home, you guys can actually get custom hoodies designed by the players.
Oh my God.
That is super cool. She was wearing the Rins custom hoodie.
I believe so.
Which one would you choose? Who would you want to design your hoodie?
Man, might be the Edok one.
Idok one.
It's probably gonna look aggressive, you know, because they're the ones who decide where the placement is for a lot of those patches. That's the concept there. So
That's pretty cool.
in theory, right, aggressive Edok patches.
Speaking of aggressive, I know of a device that has really aggressive specs as well, and that is the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, the one Mirko is holding on right now. Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Okay.
Arashi, talk to us about this phone.
Well, it's a great phone. It's powerful for gaming. Obviously, you can see the loading speed right
That's
there.
all.
Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor built on a 3nm technology platform. So it's the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device. So they're making technological breakthroughs all day, every day. And with the cutting-edge performance, your gaming experience will be super smooth and totally lag-free.
Totally.
That's fact.
Completely.
I've been playing on this for like 3 days, honestly. Like, I have it at home right now. They actually gave it to me for like a product placement thing. And it's good, dude. Like, it's actually really good.
Does it get like hot and stuff?
No, dude, because of the new vapor chamber system, you guys can play all day without it being laggy. And that actually helps with battery life because it's not hot, the battery consumption isn't as ridiculous as some other phones, if you know what I mean.
True.
And I haven't had to charge mine in 2 days.
Are you taking advantage of that special feature though? The fact that if you lose a matchup, you can ask the phone how to win the next matchup.
Dude, don't tell them about this, dude.
They,
Like, how am I
they
gonna-
have to know.
No, they-
Gemini, bro.
What do you mean, Gemini?
Rashi, Gemini.
This is a secret. Like,
The
this is why
horoscope?
I have an 80% win rate. You don't tell anyone.
I gotta tell him, bro. It's
Oh
it's
my.
unfair. You go to Gemini, the Gemini AI,
Okay.
and you can ask it questions and it will answer you. So if you got wrecked against an Esmeralda,
That's true.
hey Gemini,
You wanna
how do I beat an Esmeralda? Right? It will tell you.
So ask Gemini
Okay.
what hero you want to counter. Wait. There.
Will RRQ be able to win?
That's not the question, Eterna.
That's not the
I don't
question,
care.
but let's see what Gemini answers.
It appears that RQ can refer to a couple of different concepts.
Oh, they don't
First,
know.
no, they know. You have to be.
They have to be more
Will
specific.
RRQ Hoshi win against Dewa United?
There you go.
Based on the available information, it's difficult to definitively say whether RRQ Hoshi will win against Dewey United. Here's what we can gather. Past matches. In the Mobile Legends Professional League MPL Indonesia Season 15, RRQ Hoshi defeated DY United Esports 2-0 at the end of Leg 1. In MPL Indonesia Season 13, a match between DY United Esports and RRQ Hoshi took place on May 17th, 2024.
Wow.
RRQ Hoshi won 2-0.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
There's so much information, dude. I don't even remember like most of that stuff. Like
Yeah.
the dates. He knows when the dates are.
Exactly. Now you don't
That's
need
why,
crazy
guys.
memory. All you need is an S25, and you can be like, "Yo, the BTR win and a single." Let's not talk about that.
Anyway, if you guys get your hands on a Samsung product, whatever
Whoa.
it may be, you guys can actually sit up front and take cool selfies. That's Kimura
Just taking a picture with the cameraman.
with the cameraman.
And oh my god.
That's
Wholesome.
Valen and her boyfriend too.
Look at that zoom though. That's
What's his
real
name?
That's
clean
so
zoom.
cool. What?
What's his name?
Michael.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was about to say, is that just Valen's boyfriend then?
I mean,
But-
Michael follows her around everywhere.
yeah, he actually does. I
He's
saw
like
them at M5.
Like a IG boyfie, you know,
IG boyfie?
like an Instagram boyfie.
Well, if you just get the phone, you can get cashbacks up to 3 million IDR, by the way, and you can get 6 months of Gemini Advanced, that AI thing, for free. So
Pretty cool.
you better get on it, man.
Yeah. Go to samsung.com.id or scan the QR code before. Just tap on your Samsung device on the left side. Yeah, left side. But on my left and on my right, what do I have, Arashi?
Rashi and
Well-
Mirko. Left and right.
One thing's for sure, you don't have dandruff. What's the
I have
secret,
shoulders,
Oh.
right?
Wait, you do?
Yes. And I also have the limited edition Head and Shoulders with MLBB. Check it out to wipe out 100% of itchy, wet dandruff.
Yeah.
Ew.
You know what? Usually, when you get like red hair, when you get colored hair, you have to get the color special shampoo. But I've just been going against that rule and using Head and Shoulders. And it's still here. It hasn't faded. Like, you saw how Iman's hair
Yeah.
disappeared within 3 days? Not as it disappeared. I mean, like, the color disappeared,
Yeah.
the color faded.
I was about to say.
But my hair is still red. It's because of Head and Shoulders. Me personally, I use the Ice Cool Menthol. Not because I think lemon's overrated. That's a chefin' thing. But
Right.
I just think Ice Cool Menthol is a bit cooler.
But your hair stays red, dude. That might be because you sweat and bleed, Bigatron, bro.
I agree, man. It's like, if you... If
Any
you
other
cut me
person, right?
in the
Any other
hand-
person.
If you cut me in the hand, I'll bleed red.
Wow, dude,
Because
coincidence?
of BTR and
Coincidence?
Liverpool, yeah.
I don't think
I don't
so.
think anyone else in the world bleeds red.
Should we try it now?
Arashi bleeds orange.
That's kind of
Presumably.
creepy. Are you sick?
No, he's an RRQ fan. You're calling Kingdom's fan sick now?
I'm calling if your blood is orange. There
No,
must
if
be
your
something
blood is
wrong.
orange, that means you have RRQ in your veins, brother.
Exactly. You know, when I talk about my heart on chat, I
Uh-huh.
use the orange heart emoji. I don't use the red heart.
Exactly.
What is
That's
that?
for me. That's BTR right there. Like you're blue.
Yeah, they
So-
got the blue heart emoji as
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
actually.
Yeah.
They got
That's
it
actually
in all
true.
colors. So
There's a yellow one.
We don't talk about those people.
Oh.
whoa, the
Is there
Ghani
beef?
people. Ghani.
Did something
Realize-
happen
the
while I was
realized
away?
people. What about black and red? Does
Black
Geek Fam-
could be Geek Fam
Yeah. Why?
because their logo is black and white and red.
Red.
There's white on it. The man is white.
Sure. Let's move on.
I'm confused. Let's get into the drafts, boys and girls, ladies and gents, shinobis. Presented to you by the official
My
tournament
ninjas.
smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Dewa once again on blue side. We're seeing the exact same bands coming through, except for the RRQ Granger band. Last time it was the Kimmy Respect band, taking it away from Dewa. But considering Okta isn't on the board, maybe that's why they opted to switch to the Granger band.
Yeah. I think it makes sense, but still the Kimmy could still be a really good pick for Daewoo United to go for here. The chip I think is still going to be their first pick. So RRQ, I think leaving a few heroes open will be good, but as usual, the Fanny will not be left open. This is going to be a chip.
But now if they go for a chip, the options there, right? The Kimi, first of all, shows up. Good flex pick as well. Along with that, I do wonder what RRQ's adaptation is. They've seen that Dewa likes having that, that frontline heavy type of playstyle. It works well against them as well. It allows Dewa to punish Chen so much more heavier in the previous game too. So I do wonder if they're gonna try and find some of the counters for this big beefy frontliners and allow RRQ to actually find more ways to go for those pickoffs that has made them the feared team that they are today.
Oh, they don't go for Chip.
Now that is crazy to me.
They choose Kimmy over Chip. RQ. They're gonna pick it up.
Or maybe they will. They will.
Okay, for a second there.
Is Kimmy more prio than the chip? Especially considering, again, game one was heavily dictated by the chip.
Exactly, and this is Edok on the Chip as well.
Yeah, I feel like the chip is a bit more important, but Dewa has already surprised them with an Esmeralda in the first game, so maybe they have an idea on how to deal with this chip, right? And technically, that the same Esmeralda is still a great pick here against the chip too.
Yeah, but you want to reveal it this early is the question, right? Is it a first phase type of pick? I think it works because it's not.
Can the CC counter the Esmeralda?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
you
think
just
so.
shred through.
Value in me.
It's all about the sustain there for the Esmeralda.
Whoa.
It's basically a shield-based Uranus. That's why back then that was the meta. In the EXP lane, you saw the Uranus and the Esmeralda just go beat each other up and no one gets taken out.
It's just like now, but we just have Hylos and Gatot instead of Uranus and Esmeralda.
But now Dewa have secured comfort picks of their own. We see the Harith in the hands of maybe one of his signature heroes. The Fredrin still flex, to be honest, at this point. RRQ go for the Beatrix in the gold lane against the Harith.
Yeah. The Tigreal ban is very good from RRQ. Again, the Beatrix very vulnerable to those hard CC heroes, and Tigreal is one of them that can really stop the Beatrix. Could be a big problem for him, for the Beatrix.
Because Bea can't go Purify, right?
Yeah. So right now, for me, I'm thinking if they want to go for like something like a Cho, someone that can dive into the back line and find the Beatrix, or if they'll just stick to AOE team fighting, which I think will most probably be like Carmilla. And the thing about Dewa here is I don't think they need to ban the Franco, because there's already a chip.
Exactly. And again, the Beatrix works well when there's someone to lock someone down for the Bennett's Rage combo. But this time, there's the long-range combo of the Feather Airstrike and the Renner's Apathy. But at the same time, there's no real lockdown. There's no Franco. There's no Kaja here for RRQ to use. With the chip already in the picture, it has to be Dyron that can kind of lock someone down. And there aren't a lot of options that can do that and lane dominantly against something like an Esmeralda. So that's going to be a bit of a question later on. And Dewa, they seem to be just focused on trying to find and remove any options that can threaten the backline here. If they can make sure that the Kimi stays safe, that's a lot of damage output. And there goes the Hanzo and the Hayabusa. No ninjas today.
So we're still thinking about heroes like the Ling if we're thinking about dive into the backline, right?
Do you really want to dive though?
Because you're against the far sub, Beatrix.
Wow, they go Joy against the Fredrin. The reason they didn't ban Joy is because they have a Fredrin, right? They want the Joy to come out on the other side. Joy or Suyo both going to be beneficial for Dewa because Suyo, they have magic damage. Joy, they have Fredrin.
Huh. That's interesting, man. In theory here, there's going to be so much danger for the Joy. Dewa now. Is this where they kind of say, joke's on you, the Fredrin is actually going to the EXP in this situation?
I think go to Rizla. Go to Rizla, it's good against Beatrix and Farsa here. It locks Joy down, and then for Rome, you can go for something like a Cho or a Gatot. Yeah, Gatot could be solid too, so you have Terizla and Gatot.
Seems like a solid plan.
Why not? They go Badang.
Badang Gatot.
Badang and
CC. Oh! Huh, there's no real like tanky member, but it is a comfort for Chorizo.
I think maybe they're anticipating this next pick.
But even then, that's
RQ?
one, like even if it's gonna be a tanky pick here, it's one tanky guy. I'm thinking, okay, I get it. They already have a utility jungler. It's a frontliner, it's a tank, so they want more damage physical.
Right.
So it's not too easy for RQ to itemize against. Okay.
Because technically they have two magic damage dealing carries
There's a
in the Harith and the Kimi.
Terizla comes in here potentially for Dyron. Yep. This is the pick that allowed him to do that 1v4 against, was that Geek Fam, I believe?
Yeah, he made a deal with the devil, is what Gani said when he made that play. Unfortunately, they still lost, but it was a cool moment.
It's a bad deal.
It's a bad deal, yeah. All right, it was just for one play.
Off the bat though, it really feels like Dewa have more flexibility.
Yeah.
Like, Dewa's draft is something I would expect RRQ to be running. You know, something that's a bit less straightforward. A lot of back and forth options as well. A lot of small catches that they have in those skirmishes. So I don't know how this one's going to go actually. RRQ are going to be forced to go all in when they want to go for that big moment.
And they need to, right? One more game away of Dewa continuing their playoff contention run here at MPL ID Season 15. Will they be able to pull the ultimate upset against the Kingdom, #1 on the standings? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 between RRQ Hoshi and Dewa United.
Do or die for Dewa United. They must win to continue contesting for the playoffs. Still 3 slots wide open. And the scenario is they gotta win. For RRQ, this is more of a bonus round.
Ooh. Already aggression here from... Oh, Chorizo!
So gonna hold on to the vengeance. So man, the patience and the calculation. Spencer gunning chip down slowly but surely. Edok gets towards the dash. And Chen won't be able to force the issue. Kesu already there. Chen has a retreat and will be able to get the retreat down to secure his camp.
That's the Kimi damage though. Spencer being very aggressive, knowing that the backup is around there, maybe. Ooh, gets the gold buff there. It's supposed to be a non-lane, the Beatrix against the Harith. Koi should be trying to avoid it. I wonder what's the idea for RRQ when it comes to the laning though. Because that was the big problem in game number 1. All the lanes weren't really winning. Now they have good clear, but are they trying to use that to try and get some more ganks? Are they going to still rely on Edok? We'll have to see. With the weapon mastery picked up by Toy here, it's going to be a bit more vulnerable, but he will have a lot more damage to swing around. But that's later in the game. So RRQ are planning on taking this late.
Could be. Dyron here. Oh.
Big smackaroonie Chen with that electrifying beast, but vengeance comes down. Chorizo! Able to survive! That's a big taunt from Ray to survive. Spencer rotating all the way from the mid lane. No electrifying beast for Chen. XP Crab gets taken by Renz.
This forces Dewa to not have a winning lane in the EXP lane. It looks like Dyron is having a better save, and that should actually equal to better control. But Ray is actually the first one on the neutral objective. Chen still on the purple buff.
Gonna go in, that's by the airstrike over to Ray. One last shot should do it, but it's gonna be cancelled out by Itoshi Kesu as he punches Rins in the face. Edok all alone, isolated, able to flicker out to safety. Turtle being contested, a pin down over to Diamond, but he still has the penalty zone. Cerezo, not level 4. Spencer on the Turtle. It will be a retribution from Chen to secure Turtle 1 for RRQ.
A lot more threats here from RRQ, able to at least be a real deterrent to Dewa. You can see that Dewa also has adjusted, and they're respecting the potential for RRQ to get those pickoffs. So it's a different game altogether now. But Dewa is still doing a great job surviving from a lot of these aggressive moves. Cerezo.
Uh-oh, he's gonna be ganked. The shortcut down below, everyone takes it. Tyrant swings the hammer down. Oh, the shortcut got taken down by the turret. And now it's gonna be Ray who steals away the orange.
Okay, so we are seeing trades on the board, but Dewa aren't really falling into this early game pattern that RRQ have set. Toshi.
Oh, flickers towards the turret. Maybe gets fed a kill.
Interesting move there. Rins got caught kind of off guard. Edok trying to just clear, but oh, he might get taken out.
No shortcut. This means it's gonna be free. It's a literal chip. It's a snack for Dewa United. They get another as they push up top and trade it for the bottom lane. Tier 1. Cerezo cancels the recall.
These are beautiful trades coming out from Dewa United. In the first neutral objective, they knew that RRQ had a lot more to say, right? With Rins on the Farsa, a lot more early game control, plus Edok as well on the chip. They were actually able to find a little bit more of a trade in the bottom side of the map against Cerezo, but Dewa are very quick to look for trades on the map as well, right? This gold lead that initially was held in by RRQ has now been dissipated to nothing, essentially. The fight back from Dewa, the patience that Dewa are holding on, will help them into the mid-game.
What a 15% increase there for Dewa's audience predictions. Quite interesting. For RRQ though, I feel like the fact that the shortcut got taken out there kind of disjointed their movements a little bit. And you're seeing the lack of fluidity in their early game rotations is something that is troubling them for sure. But now they're rotating, they're on point, on time to try and go for this turtle. I don't think they are going to try and go for it.
Oh, Ray able to go for the purple buff first. Level 8 to 8. It's match level of Chen. Tyrant trying to zone him in the back line. Crash course coming down as well. It's going to be a full stun. Retribution is secured now with Ray is able to get taunt. Immobilized Chen by Spencer. Chen able to get the dash away. Toy gets a double. Rins gunned down a bit. Spencer will get poked 2 for 1. Make it 3 with the turtle. A win for RRQ.
2 for 1 with the neutral objective as well. That's the AoE threat. Against all of that tankiness, RRQ says we just have to get bigger guns, right? If the small calibers don't penetrate, we get the big guns, the cannons. That's the Feather Airstrike combo along with the damage of the Beatrix. Double kill for Toy there. It's definitely going to be a great spike in gold and resources. BOD first item for him. He knows the idea is to soften everyone up and execute them with that big burst damage. The Bandit's Rage or the Nibiru's Passion. So, whoa,
oh my
Spencer. Ooh.
Yeah, talking about burst, right? A lot of damage onto Spencer. And reflecting back onto the items, we do know now that RQ will be able to get to that gold lane power spike a lot quicker compared to Dewa. Is that going to be a problem for Dewa?
I think it definitely is. Again, they've been using the sustain as a bit of an abusive tool against RRQ. They did it in game number 1. They did it earlier in game number 2 as well, using Ray and Cerezo to kind of stay in the front, get vision, and also push RRQ back. But now, especially with all the damage available, Chen isn't the main threat here. It's Toy, and Dewa hasn't really been able to actually shut him down as much. So even later, if maybe scales well and has a lot of damage, that's cool and all, but if the rest of the team gets nuked down immediately, that's going to be a big problem. And they can't really split RRQ apart from that 5v5 team fight because of the chip factor, right? So RRQ are going to always be able to force the proper 5v5, the macro tool, and they will have to find a way around it.
And the big question is how? Do you see some rotations coming through from the side of Dewa? They're going to be able to clear the top lane a lot quicker. And now on to the next neutral objective.
Penalty zone for the airstrike will be used on the Cerezo. It's a full-on blast on Ray. Cerezo escapes with a sliver of health. But RRQ have gotten the jungler. This should be a free neutral objective again for Chen.
I'm wondering if Dewa want to force a fight here. All the resources have been utilized by RRQ.
Seems like they don't have enough burst damage to really threaten. They have to rely on Spencer hosing everyone down, but it's gonna take way too long for now. The RRQ will be able to get that turtle, have the control. Now they are the ones trying to find some kind of solution to either survive the initial AoE burst, the Farsa Beatrix combo, or try and find a way to get a catch. The only people that can do that is Sorizo and maybe, I guess.
But even that, it's super scary. Feather Airstrike opened up here, going to be able to zone Spencer away despite the range, maybe on the bottom side of the map. And that's Toy continuously pushing in that top side as well.
Yep.
So that tower traded in for a second tier.
That depends if Toy can take it down. From the looks of it, they won't be rotating there fast enough. They're making peace with it. They let go of the turret still, so again, more distance that they can chase. Itoshi Kesu trying to find something.
Trying to zone. Oh! Fish crack for Itoshi Kesu. Good penalty zone to stop that engage. Diamond in the back won't be taken down, but it will be traded for the roamer into Itoshi Kesu. Maybe with the chrono dashes, Edok shortcut and the stun. Purify coming out. Chen dives in, gets the shutdown, but it's a flicker out for Spencer to stay alive.
It was a beautiful opening and opportunity made in by Kesu, but there was no follow-up. And RRQ counter-engaged on that so well. 2-for-1 trade. They're going to be able to pick up this turret in the mid lane. Plus, they take away that purple buff. That is full value for the Kings of Kings.
I think Itoshi Kesu was way too overzealous there. He got 2, but under the turret of RRQ. The moment Dyron stepped in and body blocked the whole team there, sacrificing himself in the process, they kind of sealed the deal for the fight afterwards. But they was still kind of try to fight back, try to get something in return, and once they use the resources, that's where Edok comes in. And we talked about this trend, how the chip now is a great engage tool, but an even better re-engage tool.
That makes sense, and he's yet again looking for the right opportunity. We're reflecting back onto the items here. It looks like Spencer has picked up another item in his arsenal.
Oh, looking for a play. We'll be able to find Rins.
Maybe.
The track coming down. Maybe. Synchro fishing in with some on-force as well. Chen unable to go for the kill. Maybe still able to escape. High! Flickers forward. Gets the double. Ray right there, but Diamond is able to get the penalty zone to peel. Now it's just Chen to wipe them out. Sorizo trying to cut away. Spencer getting hammered. It's a wipeout for the Kingdom.
In 9 minutes, all members on the side of Dewa have been taken out. Much closer to seeing their dreams to the playoffs be taken out as well. RRQ, they're going to be able to pick up this Lord uncontested.
That was crazy though. Dewa were able to start that fight by taking out Rins, and somehow RRQ. It's like they... Oh, okay. That was a bit of a scary moment. We've seen a very fair share of steals in the Lord objective in this season. But yeah, RRQ with a man disadvantage. They used the AoE to brute force their way into victory. Toy made the play to almost trade 1-for-1 like with Maybe, and because of that, he stayed alive long enough that Daiwan was able to get that full-on penalty zone combo, and then will fall because of it. In future though, if Maybe starts scaling up, that might not be the best of ideas, right? The Harith in the midst of a chaotic fight will have more impact compared to a Beatrix.
I mean, technically he already has a Holy Crystal, right? There's not much magic defense from the side of RQ. Does he need the Divine Glaive to get to that power spike?
It's just still going to be a lot more damage. If you're looking at the burst potential, he can go for that. Otherwise, he might want to go for something like a concentrated energy. That's an option we've seen before to allow the Harith to sustain a bit more. In a game like this with a lot of long-range threats that can whittle your HP bar down, that might not be the worst of ideas by all means. But we'll have to see. It depends on how the team wants to play these fights against RRQ. With the Lord in position here, they're going to try and do something. Itoshi Kesu!
Going to pin down, but there's no one there. Itoshi Kesu! That, I guess, will just be used as a diversion for the rest of Dewa to deal damage and clear the Lord. But Edok is looking for the play again. The Crash Force coming down. Penalty zone! Diamond finding them in the back, but it's Maybe who's still able to survive. Chen looking for the play. Turret will still be taken by RRQ.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade, inhibitor turret taken down. RQ essentially get what they were looking for, plus they only lose Dyron in the process. There are still waves crashing down. You see the Feather Airstrike opened up. That's a damage, and they still have a mid lane gang coming through.
Chen
Walks up, maybe. Really looking for a play there. But won't be able to gap close.
6,000 gold lead for RRQ.
You see the damage come through for Toy as well, though. Maybe dashed into a couple of hits from the Bennett from Toy, and he was taken down to half HP. So there's a lot of burst damage built in even before the big ultimates. With Toy already picking up the Sea Halberd as well, it means that if Ray or Sorizo or even Kesu, if they want some of that heat, Toy is ready to just be that gunslinger and gun him down.
So we've seen it on 2 occasions already, right? Kesu finding an opportunity, no follow-up. Do you think there's miscommunication that's happening, or is it just Kesu playing on his own, or there's some underlying motive that maybe we're not aware of?
Right there, it's either, again, a overzealous moment from Kesu, or like Mirko mentioned, it might be a distraction, right? To try and have a desperate moment to try and save the base turret, by all means. RRQ brute force through it, though. That's where these big ultimates allows them to kind of push Dewa back. Now with the Lord in the picture, they're gonna be able to burst it down so fast, dude. Dewa won't even know that they're doing it.
I don't know, man. It really seems like for Dewa, it's just all about defending. Kind of reminds me of the Onyx game against BTR yesterday with the Harith and Hanzo. Only here it's Harith and Kimmy. So Spencer is actually not getting a lot of gold. He's in the gold charge, dude. He's lower than Ray in terms of like how much gold he's gotten. So this Kimmy has not really been scaling. It's just been well, it has been scaling, but it's so slow. So I don't think they're going to be able to get the power spike of the Kimmy. It's just full reliance on maybe at this point.
And again, even if Spencer does scale well, you have to remember with the Feathered Airstrike looming at range there, the Kimmy is just so vulnerable. One single bolt from the Feathered Airstrike is going to take him down to half HP. Now RRQ, they make their move onto the base with the Lord.
Zaman Force already used, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe dashing away from Bennett's rage. Chen electrifying beats. Interesting. Ray goes in for the taunt. Tyrant. Taunt traction pulse. Won't find Rins. Dewa defend. So really good clear.
Inhibitor turret in the mid lane does get taken out. Looks like 2 waves are still crashing in favor of the Kingdom. They might look for an opportunity to end it here and now.
Big damage. Ray with a double taunt. Oh, Itoshi Kesu! Just track him down. So Rizzo looking for the damage as well, but won't be able to find it. Tyrant! Penalty zone to the back line there. It's going to be Spencer who gets dove on by Chen. Itoshi on him, maybe looking for the play again with the Chrono Dash. Gets the Synchro Vision. Now the Chrono Dash one more time. Toy still ready. 1-4-1 in the end.
But Rins for Spencer, that's definitely still worth it for Dewa. But RRQ are not done just yet. They have CG potential. The Rider's Apathy does land. RRQ won't be able to actually find a decisive moment there. Dewa doing a great job protecting the main carries, particularly Maybe.
Gee.
And he's at a full item inventory slot. Actually the gold advantage compared to Toy even.
Oh, Chen has a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Over
Dang.
Ray.
What is that?
It is a utility jungle.
But now with the Wishing Lantern already completed as well, I feel like Dewa has to play like they don't have a front line. You know, because all these tankier members like the Fredrin, like the Badan, if RRQ, commit to try and to pick them off, they can delete all these tanky members, no problem.
Shortcut coming down, maybe with Zaman Force already. He's able to evade. Tyrant penalty zone, that's a taunt as well. Oh, the back line, Itoshi Kesu! Oh my lord, Spencer! Able to kite away now. Chen electrifying beats Ray! Finds a taunt, curtain call, locks him down. Chen is in a bad spot. Uh-oh, 3 members have fallen from RRQ and the timing could not have been worse. Lord will be spawning.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That was a really, really good opening from Dewa. RRQ, huge blunder. Chen is still in the vicinity though. He might be looking for a steal. So Rizzo's going for the zone.
Curtain call, the vengeance as well, maybe. Oh, constant chrono dashes. Chen is out of here. Toy won't be able to make it in time. Dewa United get the Lord. They keep their playoff run alive for now.
Oh,
look. Maybe gets away
my God.
in the nick of time.
Beautiful timing. Luck is on Dewa's right now. Or look at the replay because maybe was all alone there against Edok. He should have been taken down. Look at the cover from Kesu.
It's Spencer also gunning everyone down there with Kesu, man. And this is a trade, even if Spencer falls there, it's a trade he's willing to take. RRQ underestimate the damage potential, and they absolutely paid the price. They still have the clear, the good long-range tools, but this is going to be such a valuable Lord for Dewa. It's going to allow them to get some turrets, potentially go for a play as well. Kesu. Okay.
UB duo from Dewa, man. That's what happens when they're on the same foot, when they're on the same page. We saw multiple moments where Kesu was looking for an opportunity, but there was no follow-up. And this is what happens when the follow-up is there. This could potentially be the big turning point for Dewa. We do see Chen there in the bottom side of the map against Sorizo. That's a 1v1, looking to get that inhibitor turret, but still going to be able to be cleared out by Sorizo. And they still have to think about this Lord that is still marching down in the top side of the map.
The turrets are falling down slowly but surely here for Dewa. Both teams playing it super patient. But look at what Chen is doing. He's kind of waiting around, looking for an opportunity perhaps for a 1v1. Now finally the Lord has been cleared. RRQ did a great job backing away once they saw Dewa disappear from the map. Now it's back to the same setup. The base turrets are down for Dewa. It's still a winning position for RRQ, but it's definitely a lot closer now. And having lost the fight once, you have to wonder if it has shaken their confidence.
I mean, they still have a base turret. They can still go back to the fundamentals. It's not bad. Well, it is pretty bad, but it's not as bad as you would think right now with a big fight in the late game. Luckily for RRQ, that was not the Evolve Lord. And I don't think they would have done that if the Evolve Lord was spawning in 10 anyways. But who knows? Yeah, right now RRQ are on the back foot. They still have base turrets to play with. And they will have set up for the slow push up top to just keep it there for a while. But they're going to have to send a few more members up top there to do that again. It's again going to always be a slow push back to Dewa. So they're going to have to manage it really well.
And that should be favorable for RRQ, right? Considering they have the chip as well. If they send one member, that could be an opportunity for them to look for a pickoff and then utilize that to their advantage in the neutral objective take. But Dewa are aware of this. They're sending everyone up top.
They gotta.
Against the chip, there's just so much threat here. That's the one thing that we mentioned already for RRQ. In the late game, they will have this chip as a massive factor in their odds of actually winning it out. Oh, look at the conceal already used though.
Ray will walk up, sees that the Lord will be reset by RRQ. So they know that the jungler is somewhere up top. There you go, vision for Dewa.
But they're gonna burst.
Wait. Whoa. Madang Itoshi cancels with the pin down already. Maybe looking for the play as well. Chen, can he get away? That's gonna be the shortcut coming down, and that's gonna be the burst over to Maybe right now. Toy walking up as well. Everybody taking it. Oh, in the back line, Ray finds a ton! Chorizo dives into the back. The Smartphone still there. Ray looking for the play. Edok taken very low. Maybe has the immortality and now gets the kill. It's Toy with another kill back. Dyron already still has the immortality. Ray will deal with the Appraiser's Wrath. Will be cancelled as Toy gets the kill. Maybe has the Zaman Force one more time. Fish crack, locking him down. Maybe has the Zaman Force. Toy will try to fight it out. Buys the immortality. Immortality pop, maybe still there. Synchro Fission! And he finds the kill. Now it's just Dyron. Can he do it again? Chen walking up, looking for the play again. Able to find the dashes into the backline as Maybe will lose the immortality, but Dyron is very low. Itoshi Kesu looking for the peel. Dyron gets the swing of the hammer to find the shutdown.
Oh man, a 3-4-3 trade, but Maybe, play for Maybe. And he's going to be able to find opportunities like that. Unfortunately, earlier Spencer was unable to take Chen down, so Chen was able to take Maybe down. If that didn't happen, Dewa would have been able to leave that on the upper hand.
I mean, Dewa, they're doing a lot of adaptations here. That's really good. Chen needs to go for a pickoff here. Oh,
doesn't find it.
It's almost back to a 5v5 here, but Maybe is the one with the longer death timers. RRQ, are they going to force a fight? Are they going to go for a 50-50? They have to make a call on a split second here.
No damage dealer. Shortcut for Toy to come in. RRQ are going for the fight instead. I don't think that was the right call. Traction Pulse finds Rins. Oh, Spencer gets immobilized. Rins has to walk away very low. Ida all alone. Ooh, the call was to fight. And now Maybe is back.
No value from the Feather Airstrike as well earlier on. Already used up a resource that Dewa now have information over. maybe is back in the picture. He's going to be able to clear out the top lane first, understanding that it is still going to be pushing in favor of RRQ. But this is going to be a complete reset, 50-50 once again. Dewa are now back, and they have the better holding around this Lord. Itoshi Kesu already in position.
No gold advantage any longer for RRQ. With Chen so far away right now, he's getting called back as he should. Rins?
Oh! Itoshi Kesu in the back with the fist crack. Rins has the flicker. He saves it. Good patience, but they've lost a lot of firepower with that one. Again, a pin down. Chen looking for the angle. Bennett's Rage coming down as well, but Itoshi Kesu has the immortality. Zaman Force over to Dyron. Itoshi able to get away. Maybe now with the Zaman Force on cooldown, a window opens for RRQ.
They go for the reset here. Chen already on standby in the area to look for a potential steal. So Rizzo finds him though.
Ooh, spots him. Chen disengages. Up top, a big wave will be forming. Dewa need to make a decision.
Ooh, concealed already by RRQ. Edok and Dyron trying to find something, but finally Dewa are backing away. Ray is in the area, but will it be enough? Only two of them, Ray and Sorizo.
Spencer's up top. Ray gets a taunt. Zaman Force already used up. Maybe looking for the play again. Chen going back again with the Bennett's Rage. Now Dyron looking at his zone in the back. Very low. Ray takes control. Spencer still on the base. The Minuways will be able to get into the base. But RRQ will be forced to recall. Dewa have a bit more time to set up. Look at Rins, who's looking for a play, but it might cost him. Maybe pops into Purify, tries to dodge away, will be able to dodge from all the shots as Rins now flies by. Maybe no Purify, big info. Ray still on the Lord. Chen, can he win the retreat battle? The curtain call comes in, Itoshi Kesu walks up as well, the torque cutters around. Chen, very low, retreat battle! And it will be Maybe who claims the retreat, their final shot. Edok taken out by Maybe. As a Mind Force forward, as Rins is able to flicker up high. Flickers in towards the pit, maybe with the chrono dash. Spencer zoning them away.
3 members from the side of RRQ have been taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, please do take a guess at the death timers. 40 seconds for them to spawn back into the game here. The 2 cores from RRQ are the ones left standing. They're going to look for a push here and potentially look for an end angle.
It's over. It's an Evolved Lord with all the carries still alive. Evolved Lord in the mid lane with a charge. Toy, Bennett, traction pulse, a dash away, and the Feather Airstrike has only done that much damage. Spencer walks up, Rin's able to go for it now. Dewa, that's gonna be immobilized. Maybe looking for the play with his Zaman Force as well. Turret wide open, maybe on it. Toy! Trying his third best to survive! The biggest upset of season 15 happens in week 8. Dewa keep their playoff contention lives alive.
Sweet, sweet revenge for Dewa United today, ladies and gentlemen. After leg number 1, it was a 2-0 victory for RRQ, and today, with a different lineup, with Sorizo, with Kesu, with Spencer, they're able to turn the tides around. They're able to rewrite a new story. And their lives for the playoffs are still alive.
It's not even a 2-1, a full-on 2-0 upset. Against everyone's expectations, the energy in the arena immediately shifts. Dewa are still around.
Wow.
Just amazing stuff, man. Nobody was expecting this. Except for Papulong, but of course he's an outlier, always. We're taking a look at the replay, and even from game number 1, game number 2 was much closer. But their problem solving at the very end, Kesu on this Badang was just exceptional. Really good cover. They were playing for Maybe. And that was the keys to victory for Dewa from the start of the season. Let's talk to Dewa United after that victory against the number 1 on the standings, the Kings of Kings, RRQ.
Anak Dewa masih bisa bernapas lega karena Dewa United memperpanjang asa mereka untuk bisa ke babak playoff. Semuanya pastinya happy, namun gimana nih Dewa United menjadi tim ketiga yang bisa mendapatkan kemenangan atas
RRQ, pemuncak klasemen. Gimana maybe? Menjadi tim ketiga loh yang bisa menangin 2-0 nih lawan tim RRQ, bahkan 2-0. Ini apakah Dewa yang baru?
Ya lebih fresh aja kali ya dengan roster baru soalnya ini.
Oke, membawa warna baru dan kemenangan ini juga kayaknya sampai membuat semuanya tersentuh ya kalau di anak Dewa. Dan kalau ngelihat juga mungkin di sini Ray yang kita tahu menang lawan tim RRQ di season ini adalah challenge terbesar bagi tim-tim yang ada.
Ya.
Ray ngelihatnya gimana Ray? Kalian bisa mendapatkan 2-0 atas RRQ?
Mungkin karena apa ya, mereka coba roster baru juga kan, jadi mungkin perlu penyesuaian aja, makanya kita bisa menang 2-0.
Oke, jadi perubahan yang terjadi di RRQ itu membuat kalian bisa memaksimalkan gameplay kalian kah atau bagaimana Ray?
Iya, bisa dibilang begitu.
Bisa dibilang begitu. Namun ada tadi Chen, Ray, kamu langsung berhadapan dengan Chen. Debut dia, gimana sih kamu melihat debut dari Chen?
Jago, tapi kurang beruntung aja hari ini.
Kurang beruntung aja. Dan kalau kita ngebahas tentang kemenangan hari ini kan kondisi Dewa juga lagi deg-degan banget sih. Maybe, kita tahu namamu di awal dan bahkan para talent juga ngebahas performa Maybe dari awal itu sangat baik di atas. Tapi kurvanya nih kayaknya menurun. Ada apa Maybe? Dan juga tim Dewa berarti. Ada apa ini?
Ya nggak ada apa-apa sih, cuman emang gameplay kami aja yang banyak mistake gitu.
Oke, banyak mistake. Dan kan sempat naik terus sempat turun. Ini balikin ke atasnya. Sesusah itu atau memang lagi proses atau bagaimana?
Lagi proses lah, lagi proses.
Lagi proses. Ini udah minggu-minggu 8, udah minggu-minggu akhir. Tinggal main tuh di minggu ke-9 maybe. Ini bakal sempet gak sih? Kalian masih optimis gak sih dari tim Dewa United?
Ya tetap optimis lah, tetap walaupun chance lolos kan kecil kan. Terus sisa 3 match gitu. Ya kami tetap do the best aja.
Tetap do the best karena chance masih ada. Kalau kalah di sini baru ketutup. Tapi kalian memanjangkan dengan hari ini, kan sisa 3 hari ini udah diselesaikan. Berarti tinggal sisa 2. Dan kalian juga bisa dibilang dengan sisa-sisa match kalian membawa player baru. Ada Spencer dan juga ada Kesu. Manggilnya Kesu aja ya?
Ya.
Namanya panjang banget. Kesu! Datang di MPL season 15 di minggu-minggu akhir di Dewa United. Prosesnya gimana sih?
Prosesnya ya biasa aja sih sebenarnya. Cuman disuruh naik, pas MPL udah lolos playoff, ya udah gas sambil mencari pengalaman aja di MPL.
Gas aja, tapi keadaan Dewa United pada saat itu sedang tidak baik-baik saja.
Iya, sedang tidak baik saya. No pressure sih.
Ada motivasi tersendiri nggak? Aku datang ke Dewa United, aku pengen bawa Dewa United untuk ke babak playoff.
Ada pasti.
Ada pasti. Dan ini panggung, bisa dibilang panggung keduamu. Match pertama kemarin, lalu sekarang. Gimana sih kamu ngerasain panggung MPL ini?
Keren banget sih.
Keren banget?
Ya, kalau kemarin cuma pemanasan aja.
Baru pemanasan kemarin. Hari ini udah lebih relax dari Kesu?
Apa?
Udah lebih relax?
Udah lebih relax.
Lawanmu hari ini lumayan menakutkan juga. RRQ yang ada di puncak. Gimana kamu menghadapi lawan? Seperti itu, apalagi bukan main-main juga. Di situ ada Idok sebagai role mereka. Yang kamu lawan adalah sosok Idok yang ada di leaderboard.
Ya main aja sih. Idok jago juga.
Apa nih yang kamu fokuskan ketika melawan RRQ?
Fokus ke tim sendiri aja sih, sama diri sendiri. Gak ada fokus ke RRQ.
Kesu mentality, fokus diri sendiri, nggak ada mikir tim lain. Oke, tapi menarik banget tadi game kedua juga cukup back and forth, maju, mundur. Kesu, udah penasaran? Kayak ngelihat game kedua tadi, gimana sih Kesu? Kayaknya kok maju mundur, balas-balasan.
Cuman liatin Barca aja sih.
Jadi tugas Kesu emang Parsha doang?
Iya, Barca doang.
Gak usah dapat banyak-banyak, yang penting Parsha aja?
Iya, Barca Patrick udah liatin terus.
Itu udah satu tim memang nyuruh kamu untuk melakukan hal itu?
Iya.
Udah sepakat? Sepakat. Tapi dengan performa Kesu dan juga ini duonya ada Spencer di sini. Selamat datang Spencer. Akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan di MPL panggung yang mungkin bisa dibilang banyak yang mengharapkan dan kalian muncul di sini. Dari Spencer sendiri ada motivasi khusus nggak ketika datang di Dewa United?
Motivasinya sebenarnya buat diri sendiri aja sih, buat pengalaman. Udah lama juga terjun di pro scene, selama 3 tahun baru ini ngerasain MPL gitu.
Dan setelah rasanya gimana? Rasanya MPL?
Ya biasa aja ternyata.
Loh. Jangan
Cuman seru banget, fansnya rame banget di sini. Jadi buat lebih semangat aja.
Seru ya guys ya, buat biasa di sini seru banget. Karena tapi Bude perasaan ada groginya gitu gak sih sebagai player yang baru merasakan MPL?
Sebenarnya dari match pertama lawan Bigetron juga gak ada grogi sama sekali sih. Main relax aja udah.
Main relax aja.
Udah biasa juga kok ditonton banyak orang.
Oke,
Ya.
dan duo ini tuh sebenarnya kalian berdua memang duo udah lama ya?
2 tahun.
2 tahun bersama.
2 tahun.
Bisa dibilang kalian melawan duo yang juga cukup famous dan cukup di atas rata-rata. Banyak banget yang ngobrolin tentang Rins dan Idok. Itu adalah duo legendaris dari tim RRQ. Menghadapi duo seperti itu, apa yang Spencer sudah persiapkan?
Yang disiapkan sih pertama Rins idola saya. Jadi dulu bertemu lama, sering ketemu di turnamen-turnamen, sering lawan dia, jadi ingin rasanya ngalahin aja gitu. Ya.
Dan sekarang setelah mengalahkannya?
Banyakan dia yang menang sih. Banyakan dia yang menang.
Ya, berarti ini belum dihitung kemenangan yang menyenangkan?
Sebenarnya udah sih, soalnya cuman ketemu di match ini doang. Nextnya kan ya mungkin next season kali ketemu lagi.
Oke, bisa jadi playoff, masih ada kesempatan loh.
Amin.
Amin, karena kesempatan masih terbuka. Dan dari Idol sekarang bertemu langsung di MPL. Kita ngelihat banyak sekali potensi yang dihasilkan. Berarti kamu mid lane terinspirasi dari Rins?
Iya, dari dulu suka nontonin Rins main juga.
Suka nontonin Rins main, apa nih yang paling kamu sukai dari Rins? Yang bikin kamu, wah dia idol saya.
Berani buat move sendiri kayak flicker-flicker ke depan gitu.
Inisiasi gerakan-gerakan dari Rins ternyata. Dan banyak banget pastinya yang melihat ini adalah momen berharga bagi Dewa United. Tapi Sorizo, halo Sorizo.
Halo Bude.
Kapan terakhir kita ketemu?
Udah berapa lama ya? Berapa week ya?
4-5 week.
Sih.
Dari mana aja Sorizo?
Bertapa kayak Bude.
Bertapa, apakah ini hasil bertapamu bisa 2-0-in RRQ?
Hasil bertapa di goa ini kayak.
Oke, datang ke sini tiba-tiba dalam kondisi yang lumayan berantakan juga ya untuk Dewa United. Gimana Sorizo melihatnya?
Kita usahain maksimalin lah, semoga bisa lolos.
Semoga bisa lolos, karena kan kita sendiri mungkin kalau dari kacamata orang awam, kita melihat Dewa United ini lagi dalam keadaan yang acak-acakan. Lagi dalam keadaan tidak baik-baik saja di zona merah. Tapi kalau Sorizo melihat Dewa United lagi dalam kondisi apa sih ini?
Ya kondisi di ujung tanduk sih.
Di ujung tanduk.
Mau gak mau ya harus berusaha maksimal mungkin lah kita buat naik.
Berusaha semaksimal mungkin, tapi kita juga nggak bisa pungkiri bahwa Sorizo hadir ke MPL membawa sesuatu hal yang baru dan anyar. Dengan Esmeraldamu di game 1, mungkin itu banyak memberikan kejutan ya. Gimana sih caranya seorang Sorizo yang tiba-tiba dari bertapa muncul dan memporak-porandakan RRQ di game 1, bahkan game kedua juga pergi dengan Esmeralda. Menangin lawan Dairen pula.
Emang sering pakai sih hero-nya dari dulu kan. Cuman tadi lihat draftnya game 1 kayak bisa kepake, jadi ya pakai aja gitu.
Oke, tapi Bude penasaran, apa sih kunci kemenangan kalian hari ini nih ya? Menurut Sorizo sendiri melawan tim RRQ?
Jagain Maybe ya sih, biar gak mati. Harus dijagain banget.
Wah, Maybe udah cukup berasa dijagain belum Maybe?
Lumayan, udah.
Udah cukup bahagia dengan penjagaan ini?
Udah, bagus tadi.
Udah bagus tadi, teman-teman keren. Tapi kita hari ini memang mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-0. Challenge kalian masih terus berlanjut dan nafas untuk Dewa semakin memanjang. Dan mungkin di sini anak Dewa juga yang terus-terusan datang ingin mendengarkan sesuatu dari kalian. Atau kemenangan ini ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan sesuatu?
Buat fans anak Dewa aja sih. Mungkin support terus kami, dukung kami terus. Ya walaupun lagi di bawah, support terus playernya. Player akan usaha keras buat Dewa United dan anak Dewa. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dan semuanya bersoraklah dan sambutlah untuk napas lebih panjang dan mungkin harapan baru untuk Dewa United.
They deserve it.
Spencer Itoshi Kesu. In the anime, Itoshi Rin, the main character, is called the Destroyer.
Itoshi is a anime character
Yeah.
in Naruto.
No.
Oh, it's not
in,
Naruto.
Different. I don't know if I can say it because of the collab, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So
The Destroyer. And I think Mr. Man was the Destroyer this game.
I agree. Smacked RRQ every time they
Punched
wanted
the-
to look for something.
He punched a blind lady in the face.
That's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. Oh, this was the moment.
Yeah, boom. He found both. The blind lady and the lady with the gun.
Did he find 3? Who was the
Yes.
other one? Was it Chip?
And the little lady. Yeah, all the ladies.
Chip is not a... Anyway.
Yeah, I really think RRQ underestimated Dewa, and honestly, this roster, you know, they're doing pretty well. It's almost like you're wondering where have they been the whole time. But there was definitely a lot of moments there where even if you're an RRQ or Dewa fan, you're like, whoa, what's going on? And it was really chaotic. Not what we were expecting from a game between someone on number 1 and someone in number 8.
Yeah. I think that's what we are kind of expecting from the start of the season. Because like even Onyx versus someone on top, we can't really, you know, predict who gets it. But in this game in particular, this was the big shocker. And speaking of shockers, that after meditating, I guess Sorizo coming back, player of the match presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series on, I think the Esmeralda was the game that really shocked my mind, but he's also been able to get it through the CC.
He was active here in all these fights, outputting the damage. And if you look at it, in the later fights of this game, he is sticking like glue to Toy, dude. Toy's always been hunted by Sorizo with the yo-yos here in game number 2. And that's what kind of made the fight formation is so difficult. And we talked about how Dewa, I mean, in theory here, they want to make it like a bit more disruptive. They don't want to go front to back against so much AoE, so much artillery. And they were able to actually do so. I mean, look at this, right? Look at where the positions are. First of all, great big combo. But afterwards, there's no safe zone, right? Everyone's weaved in within each other. And you just can't get anything going here in way of offense if you're RRQ. Look at this. Sorizo jumping straight onto Toy. So immediately the whole team moves forward, knowing that Toy is the main damage dealer. The guy with the weapon mastery with the full 6 items in the late game. And because of that, despite having the damage, Toy just isn't around there to output the damage the same way Maybe is with his extra mobility and survivability. He's able to be in the right place at the right time and receive a lot more damage while still being able to be active.
Yeah. My player of the game for this game was actually Maybe, but my player of the match I think was Sorizo because of that amazing Game 1 performance. Yeah, an amazing game really from Dewa United. Imagine, second match in MPL for some of these rookies and they are able to be number 1 in the standings.
It's the new mindset of the young bloods, man.
Yeah, dude.
Like we're not seeing
These
them
cannons are built different.
like need too much time to adapt. Like even in the interviews, like yeah, MPL is whatever. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Sure, like the crowd is amazing, but it's not a big deal so much that it would affect our mentality. Essentially, is what he's saying, and that's what he said in the interview too, right? No pressure before that debut game yesterday. But you know, channeling my inner Renmar, I want to give my flowers to the rest of the team as well. I think he likes to say give flowers.
I see.
I want to give my flowers, like despite Florizo claiming that MVP and despite the exceptional performance coming in from maybe. I want to give my flowers to Kesu.
Yeah, I agree.
And honestly, Ray, right? Because in game number 2, we saw so many moments where maybe wouldn't have been able to make the maybe plays that he did if the cover wasn't there.
Yep.
And the cover came from Ray and it came from Kesu too.
Yep.
Really good.
They're giving
stuff.
flowers to Chorizo.
No, he already got the MVP.
Alright.
Whatever.
But, so who are you
Everyone
giving-
gave him flowers.
Who are you giving your flowers to?
Kesu, Ray.
Everyone else is there. So hopefully Kesu and Ray don't stand around in the player lounge for too long. Because the next match is coming up.
What next match?
And also, don't forget your badge, because you don't want to be taking anyone else's badge.
Who's oh. Anyway.
Anyhow.
25 minutes, Raj. How are you feeling about this loss?
I mean, it's a devastating loss because you really weren't expecting it, right? It's like a sucker punch. You know, you're just walking down the road. It's a nice day, and someone just hits you in the gut, and you're like, "What the heck just happened?"
It's like if you broke up or something like that, right?
Damn, that's deep, yo.
Does that
pretty
not feel
intense.
the
Is
same
that like,
way?
is that,
Like,
is that,
I mean,
is that how you feel?
Me?
but you know, technically in this match, RRQ did put in Chen in the jungle, right?
Yes,
So
but it's not an excuse, you know.
So,
They made
how's
the
your
call.
boy Chen, Rashi?
Oh man, I feel for him.
You like him?
I think he's new, right? I think it's understandable by all means. I think a lot of people, me included, wanted him to do a bit more, right? Have higher expectations of him. But again, he's new, right? Even though we just talked about how the rookies don't care about the big stage, you know, people react to pressure differently, right? So I really wish the best for him, right? Hopefully he gets back
Yeah.
on his feet, you know, gets better.
because here's the difference, right? Kesu and Spencer are going into a Dewa that are at number what? 8.
8.
So it's like, and plus the fan base isn't like as big as the Kingdom.
That's true. That's true.
Meanwhile,
Or as fervent sometimes.
exactly. So Chen is coming into a situation where he's new, debuting in the largest team, I would say, in MPL ID, who are doing really great, sitting at a 4-time win streak. Supposed to be
Regular season.
regular season champs.
But I think it's just unlucky as well because the roster shift and all that happened as he's in. I almost
Yeah.
feel like Keskyun was expecting like the old Dewa, right? So I'm not saying that this Dewa is amazing and they're gonna make a miracle run and win, you know? But they're looking a lot better than the previous roster, right? In the Land of Dawn at least. So it's also unfortunate that that happened. And then, you know, Chen comes in and is like, wait a minute, it's different.
It's pressure.
Even Kesky is probably like, what's Esmeralda? What is this? You know, we thought that, you know, it might be different.
Yeah, maybe the GOAT, Keskute, was surprised.
Knowing Keskute, he probably was like, God damn it, Chorizo. Because he worked with this guy. Actually,
That's true.
Keskute told me back in the day in BTR, is like, Chorizo's actually really smart. He's one of the dudes on BTR that actually knows what I want to do every single time I give him a hero.
So let's talk to Keskute, right? What happened in that match with RRQ?
A rare occurrence.
Or NMM. Should be Keskute, right?
I think so.
Okay, let's throw it over.
Thank you Caster, kembali bersama Alisa dan kalau sudah di backstage ini yang rasanya jarang sekali ya kita bertemu dengan coach dari RRQ, ada Coach Rev. Halo Coach.
Halo.
Pertama-tama sebelumnya selamat dulu nih karena sudah bisa mengamankan upper bracket di babak playoff.
Terima kasih.
Tapi kita ketemu hari ini di sini nih di backstage. Gimana nih Coach, ada apa? Apakah ini mau memberikan pengalaman juga untuk Chen sendiri karena sudah berhasil mengamankan upper bracket mungkin?
Ya kalau untuk ngasih pengalaman emang tujuan kami naikin Chen itu buat ngasih pengalaman dia di MPL. Ya walaupun sebenarnya result kita udah dapat upper bracket ataupun belum dapat, ya kita pasti ada kayak planning untuk ngasih Chen jam terbang lah di MPL.
Oke, jadi ini pengalaman baru juga bagi Chen dan mungkin di sini kita bisa melihat juga bahwa sebenarnya kemarin ada di season lalu ada duo mid rookie yang tiba-tiba bersinar yaitu ada Idok dan Rins di season 14. Nah, kamu melihat kalau dari Dewa sendiri nih Spencer dan Kesu itu seperti apa sih, Coach?
Ya rata-rata ya sekarang menurut saya player-player dari MDL udah lumayan bisa ngimbangin lah player di MPL. Karena mungkin mereka juga global band di MDL kan itu membantu mereka buat hero pool juga. Ya menurut saya mereka berdua juga lumayan bisa bersaing lah di MPL gitu.
Tapi kalau dari coach sendiri, menurut coach Spencer dan Kesu bisa menyaingi Idok Rins atau bahkan bisa lebih nggak mungkin?
Ya harusnya buat sekarang belum bisa sih.
Belum bisa ya, tetap Idok Rins tidak terkalahkan ya.
Ya,
Oke, dan menutup week ke-8 ini ada pesan-pesan buat Kingdom gak sih? Silakan.
Ya untuk Kingdom ya sorry hari ini kita belum bisa dapat kemenangan. Ya kami juga pasti bakal improve terus sampai season MPL ini selesai. Jadi tetap dukung kami di MPL season 15 ini.
Improve terus dan pastinya kita akan melihat konsistensi dari RRQ terutama karena RRQ sudah berhasil mengamankan Hyper Bracket di babak playoff. Dan kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
All right. So it wasn't NMM, it wasn't Cascute, it was Coach Rave.
All the way from MDL.
Assistant coach, he mentioned the reason why Chen was brought up in this match, it was to give him experience, playtime.
And he was very upfront about it too. He's like, yeah, unfortunate for us, RRQ and the Kingdom, we didn't get a good result today, but it is what it is. You know, they apologize for the performance and move forward with it.
Because they can take it.
Respectable.
It's whatever, right, for RRQ. But for Dewa, it's not. But speaking of disappointment, don't be disappointed. And you won't be disappointed if you use Indie Home by Telkomsel, right? Guys, get your hands on the packet G21 for only 375k IDR. You guys can get internets with up to 100 Mbps. Plus, it is just super stable, lag-free, super affordable. You guys can check it out on the My Telkomsel app or tcell.id/nacional. Yeah.
Yeah, not on your phone, on any phone, but that's 25 obviously. Check it out, man, because I have it here. That's why I can show you all the Gemini stuff. I can show you MLBB, I can show you GoPay. What?
A lot?
With no lag.
All the features, man.
All
With
of
fast
it.
internet, anything is possible.
Check it out,
Mhm.
G21.
Because it's not just for like your
You see, like,
phone.
G2.
You can also
G2,
have it for your
G2.
home. Unless your phone is your home. But that's kind of weird.
I'm gonna open the GoPay app now.
Okay, go ahead. Are you voting for your champion?
I am actually. Look.
Well, see, I already did, right? But clearly, didn't go as expected.
Mine also didn't go as expected. I didn't predict Dewa to win this. I think only Pak Pulung got the spin token now.
Hashtag hanya Pak Pulung.
Hanya only Cuman Pak Pulung.
So
Just
you
like
guys can
Cuman
actually
Evos.
vote for your favorite team or who you think is going to win at the gopay.co.id/games or on the app, because for your first vote, you guys can actually get 59 diamonds plus 1 token. Now the token you can use to spin for prizes in the gift arena, and the prizes that are included are the 2 electric motorcycles, 5 smartphones, 5 power banks, there's 25 wireless earphones, and what's available now is 13.
Yeah.
Huh? What do you
Those are
mean?
the clean ones, Eterna. So 2 electric motorcycle winners have been chosen. 5 smartphone winners
Oh,
have
so
been
there's
chosen.
13 left.
There's only 13 electric motorcycles left. So go ahead, head over to gopay.co.id/games, open the GoPay app, do one of those. If you want to take the hard way, then go and type it in all the way. Click the trophy icon on top right. Click vote now to get a token. Pick your winning team, choose their final match score, get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 token free for your first vote, and then use the token to spin in the gift arena and win your dream prizes.
Nice. I bet you want the electric motorcycle.
Sure, why not, right?
He loves the environment.
Exactly, man. It's all about being eco-friendly when you can.
Yep.
So proud of you. Character development.
Character development? Wait, what?
Character
Is
development.
that you? GoPay GG though, for you guys, is also development for you guys back at home. Maybe now you're doing stuff that might not be financially responsible. Well, fix that. Be financially responsible by using the promo code 5 diamonds with only 1 rupiah.
Imagine that.
Yeah. And
That's pretty crazy, guys.
top up with a WDP, which is only 26,000 IDR with this promotion.
Exactly.
Check out WDP weekly diamond packs.
Treat yourself. Okay? Grab that new hero or new skin that you want.
Yes.
And be financially responsible doing it.
Yes.
It's a win-win-win.
Triple win.
TW.
and it's always cheap but also secure. That's like the important one.
Yeah. Exactly. So scan the QR code down below there, guys, or you can use the promo code that's already typed up in the lower
There's
banner.
a QR code, man.
MPL
Just
pasti
use it.
GG.
Don't make life
Yeah.
difficult.
Is it a QR code?
It is a QR code.
Yeah.
What? That's not a barcode.
A barcode is a code that has bars, right? So
Yes,
what does
that is
QR
true.
stand for?
It's a code with QR.
It's quick read.
Is it actually quick read?
That
No,
is
I don't know. I was like,
pretty
damn,
crazy.
that's pretty cool.
I have no idea.
Are you a ninja?
What? Do I
'Cause you
look like a
just-
ninja?
A little.
You are pretty ninja.
Really? Interesting.
Tactical.
Why do you
like
bring
a
that
ninja.
up?
Well, because I think we're all ninjas here. We could be this gang right here, man. But we need 5 to
I'm
be fair.
sad there's no Tsunade. I'd
Masha.
love it if Tsunade
Masha.
was there.
Why? Why do you like Tsunade?
Because I cosplayed her once,
Masha, no?
like 2 years ago.
Masha, Tsunade?
Yeah.
Right?
That would fit.
No, Masha is Mai Shiranui, man. Like,
Oh.
That's a
don't-
different franchise,
Shush.
brother.
That one is best skin, bro. Best skin in the world.
But speaking about best skins, you guys can actually check out the custom collab contents that are officially available. We have, you know, the stickers, the emotes. There's loading effects that are available, match interfaces, a custom map, and there's so many other Easter eggs that are ready to be conquered. So don't forget to check that out, aside from the available skins.
There's a lot. There's also the Jiraiya emote that you guys can get. So go and try to find that because it's actually quite hidden. It's the best emote, in my opinion. It's like Jiraiya
Really?
with his nose bleeding.
Oh,
Perfect
the-
stage.
Pretty cool.
The nosebleed face, yeah, the classic.
We love
the
you,
anime
Jiraiya.
staple.
Rest in peace. F's in the chat for Jiraiya. It was pretty sad when he died, actually.
Is Jiraiya Beloyski?
Huh?
Jiraiya is Yeb. Beloyski is Minato. And Kairi is Naruto.
Oh, okay.
That's how we put it here. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And
I
then
don't know how that
Minato,
lines up like that.
Minato's students are Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. Rin's dead, but
Isn't Jiraiya a little cheeky?
he's very... Yeah, sure, we can use that word.
What is
Yeah.
cheeky? What
Do
does
you
that
think
mean?
Yeb
Sure.
is cheeky?
He kind of is, though.
Dude, he is. What do you mean? That's like the most accurate thing about him. The only thing that you'd be like, doesn't Jiraiya have white hair? That would be more acceptable, you know?
Okay.
Like I think everything else fits. Yep, is Jiraiya, bro. And he's having a good day at home, preparing for his match against Evos. If he loses today, it's all right. Because even if he's having a bad day, just one sip of the good day will be cookie or fantastic macchiato or cappuccino. Whichever flavor you really want here. There's a Bakadu, there's...
Ooh.
That's what's up.
There you go. That's what's up.
I needed that because day is not going so well so far.
Damn, you're right. Well, that hopefully gets you a good day, Arash.
I feel better already.
Maybe you can give that over to Chen. Here, give this one to Chen.
To Chen?
To Chen.
See
Maybe
if I run into him, okay?
Yeah.
You want to give him mine too?
That's for Rave.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's see if we run into the boys. in the
This is
back.
for Keskute, because he has long hair.
That's for Kes
He'll
Cute.
appreciate.
Getting kind of crowded over here.
But can we barter for Sucro?
And
Oh, I don't have any on me right
Make sure
now.
your players
You
get enough
finished
sleep.
it?
Make sure your players get enough sleep.
Make sure your
I'm gonna
players
go
get
and
sleep.
take a nap.
Okay, while he's sleeping, and he finished my Sucro, by the way.
It's in the back rooms. It ain't here.
It's not even in the back rooms, by the way. We want it,
Liar.
all right, ladies and gentlemen. Please, original barbecue Kribo. We want everything, even Superman.
All
If
three.
Superman comes over to the town room,
I'll
be
eat
like,
it.
all right, that's cool.
Oh, we won't eat it.
No,
I thought we were gonna eat it.
You wanna? Is that not
That
like
is like
killing
the
a man?
biggest Sucro I've ever
But-
seen in my life.
But it's a man.
I
It's a
will
living
taste
creature.
It.
You want to kill it?
I don't think it will be living.
It's playing a game
He's
right
playing
there.
a game right there. Gasla.
I mean, just
It's
because it
sentient.
moves
Yeah.
doesn't mean that it's sentient.
What? What do you say?
Wait a
Just
minute.
because it moves doesn't mean it's alive.
So it has to breathe too.
So it's like a virus. A virus
It has
isn't a
to
living
br-
thing.
Does it have
but
to
it
breathe?
moves.
What does alive mean?
It has to. There's like, there's legit like a
tier
list
There's
of
a tier list of life.
yeah, like
Wow.
there's a lot to talk about.
Where does Sucro kind of slot into there?
I think it's like a. I don't know. We'll talk about it during the break before we get into match number 2. Another deciding match, by the way. And we promise we'll be more serious.
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 とは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasih pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan pastinya di hari ketiga, di week ke-8, di hari dimana banyak penentuan dari match-match yang terjadi di hari ini. Dan pastinya very special di match kedua kali ini kita akan menyaksikan antara Onyx melawan EVOS. Tetapi ada salah satu player dari Onyx yang kayaknya pengen Alisa invite ke sini untuk kita kasih a little bit of surprise. Jadi langsung saja, ini dia Kairi.
Halo Alisa.
Kamusta Kairi?
Baik-baik.
That's right.
Ya, benar.
Oke. Nah, Kairi, gimana nih sejauh ini kamu sudah sampai di season 15 MPL Indonesia?
Kenapa sorry, nggak dengar?
Gimana perasaan kamu sejauh ini sudah sampai di MPL Indonesia season 16 bersama Onyx pastinya?
15.
Yes.
15.
15.
Ya, rasanya enak.
Rasanya enak. Kompak ya timnya ya. Oke, di season ini banyak milestone yang sebenarnya sudah menjadi pencapaian kamu nih. Masuk MVP leaderboard, juga kita bisa lihat kamu telah mencapai 50 unique heroes di MPL Indonesia. Dan kamu juga udah masuk circle 1000 kills nih. Nah, kamu baru main tuh padahal baru 6 season nih. Apakah itu pertanda kamu masih punya ambisius untuk menjadi player terbaik di MPL?
Ya, masih
ya?
Masih pengen.
Masih pengen?
Ya, jadi player terbaik.
Oke, jadi karena Kairi udah semangat, udah ambisius dan udah luar biasa banget menunjukkan berbagai prestasinya, kita punya sedikit hadiah nih. MPL Indonesia mau kasih sesuatu buat Kairi.
Apa itu?
Dan tada!
Oh ini gue ya?
Special, yes!
Oh.
Boleh dong dikasih lihat nih ya. Ini Kairi dengan 1000 killsnya ya. Ayo, lebih excited Kairi, wow!
Thank you. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, MPL Indonesia.
You,
Gimana
MPL Indonesia.
perasaannya ini customize special buat kamu loh?
Senang banget.
Seneng banget.
Ya, senang banget.
Nggak nyangka ya?
Ya, nggak expect.
Gak expect. Nah gimana nih buat para super fans kamu, buat para Kairi Aculisius mungkin yang ada di rumah, ada pesan-pesan juga?
Terima kasih buat semua fans gue sama Onyx. Terus selalu dukung kita aja. Thank you guys.
Terus dukung Kairi dan Onyx pastinya. Dan Kairi, untuk milestone selanjutnya nih, ada gak sih yang pengen kamu capai lagi di MPL Indonesia pastinya setelah 1000 kills ini?
Apa ya? Mungkin di MPL kan?
Yes.
Mungkin
membawa
nomor 1 kill di Indo.
Oke, nomor 1 kill di Indo. Dan kita akan melihat apakah ini akan menjadi milestone baru dari Kairi. Dan terakhir dong kata-katanya untuk melawan EVOS hari ini.
Good luck, have fun. Semangat.
Good luck, have fun dan semangat. Dan kita akan melihat di match kali ini apakah Onyx bisa berhasil membawa kemenangan. Dan kita akan lemparkan ke Bude Clara Mokstar. Silakan Bude, take it over.
Dan kita telah sampai di match yang kedua, hari yang terakhir. Di minggu ke-8 MPL Indonesia Season 15. Hari ini banyak sekali penentuan yang akan dihasilkan dari match-match yang berlangsung. Di mana kita masih mencari tim-tim yang akan melangkah lebih di babak playoff. Baru 3 tim yang mengamankan posisi mereka. Dan berarti masih ada 3 slot untuk babak playoff terbuka bagi tim-tim yang sedang mengejar poin kemenangan demi bisa melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Hari ini bersama Bude dan juga seluruh super fans juga pastinya tim-tim sedang benar-benar berjuang match pertama kita melihat bahwa nyawa dari Dewa United masih berlanjut. Namun nyawanya atau nasib dari Dewa United dan bahkan EVOS, mereka harus bisa melihat bahwa ini akan menjadi pertarungan yang menentukan nasib mereka. Bagaimana tidak jika Onyx menang? Dengan demikian otomatis Dewa dan EVOS tidak bisa melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Namun jika EVOS berhasil menang melawan Onyx, ini yang akan menjadi skenario yang begitu rumit di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Akan bisa terjadi tiebreaker, akan ada perhitungan dari segi match point, game win dan segala macamnya. Jadi di minggu ke-9 akan menjadi pertarungan epic pula. Selain memperebutkan upper bracket, satu slot terakhir masih akan diperebutkan dan juga mungkin bisa jadi perebutan tiket playoff akan berlanjut sampai minggu yang ke-9. Dan hari ini sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertarungan antara di ujung tanduk dari EVOS dan juga tim Onyx perjuangan untuk playoff, kita akan mengucapkan terima kasih juga kepada semua super fans yang udah harap-harap cemas di MPL Arena yang terus mendukung tanpa kenal lelah apapun yang terjadi dari tim yang up and down. Mau bagaimanapun keadaannya, semuanya terus berjuang bersama dan satu suara. Di sini Bude juga mau berterima kasih kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Sponsor Head and Shoulder, Official dari Coffee Partner Good Day, dan partner in esports kita ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan mengingat banyaknya mata tertuju pada match ini, semuanya juga berharap bahwa akan ada gebrakan baru dari tim EVOS. Karena mereka benar-benar kesulitan mendapatkan kemenangan di leg kedua ini. Lose streak berkepanjangan membuat mereka sulit bernapas lega. Dan dari Onyx sendiri, mereka punya tren positif sebenarnya di leg yang kedua. Menang secara beruntun, namun harus dihentikan kemarin pada saat melawan Bigatron. Jadi kita sudah melihat bahwa setiap tim sudah mencapai milestone-nya tersendiri. Apalagi dengan Kairi, ya sudah benar-benar bisa mencapai 1000 poin kill dengan ada hanya hadiah kemarin dan tadi. Dan tentu saja dari EVO sendiri mereka masih harus menunjukkan diri. Kira-kira seperti apa formasi dan gameplay serta mentalitas dari kedua tim di match kedua kali ini? Sambutlah, inilah dia Onyx dan juga EVOS.
The last stand for EVOS will happen in this next upcoming match. Onyx are truly the gatekeepers, as if Onyx wins this, no matter what happens, Dewa, despite that win against RRQ, will have to say goodbye to playoffs, alongside with EVOS, who will also have to say goodbye to playoffs. Everything counts today, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into our second match of the day. Welcome back to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And the stakes are ever so high in this match.
It's a big matchup here. Again, for EVOS, this is their last stand. If they lose here, it's over, not only for them, but for Dewa. If they want Dewa or themselves to still have a chance, they gotta win against Onyx. And for Onyx, obviously, to keep themselves safe and technically to keep TL and Alter Ego safe, they must do what Onyx does best, win.
They have to show again why they were once inevitable and come back and just assert that dominance once again. But really, it's quite rare, especially this season, where one result here will determine the fate of two different teams. It's definitely a weird situation to be in.
It actually could be all 5 teams, right? Because if we take into consideration of TL ID as well as Alter Ego, if Onyx wins this, they'll be secured playoffs.
All 6.
As well, so
wait,
literally everything
everyone, that's fine.
stands
This is the one.
on the line here for this match. Needing a win, what should EVOS do to secure a victory over Onyx? A, bring a high CC draft. B, respect Kairi's assassin. Or C, play according to plan.
Speaking of vague win conditions,
Yeah.
Let's play according to plan. It's very vague.
What are the plan in the drafts, in the execution, in the
I
team
think
fights?
winning conditions of the drafts? Is that what it means?
I guess so. Play according to the plan of the draft. I think, yeah. Then kind of focus on the win conditions because I agree with that. Evos, for the longest time this season, have kind of lost track of their own win cons in the game. But you can't really blame the players. They've had to adjust to a billion rosters.
I mean, it worked out for Dewa.
It did, actually.
Yeah, and it, against the TNS #1 right now, so it's not even, you can't even say like, oh, it's an easy opponent. So maybe it's just about finding the right combination, right? It can still, maybe we won't go as far as to say it's a good idea to be switching around, but maybe when the performance isn't up there, finding the right combination could kind of work if you're in a slump. Maybe.
Why are we talking about combination? Do you think it's going to be a different lineup for Evos today?
I think so. Last time we saw Brands, I believe now we'll get another chance to see Erlan, because that's what they always do. If one loses, that guy's a scapegoat, and now we're like, oh yeah, Erlan's better, and then now if Erlan loses, they'll be like, oh, Brands has always been better, and then they'll just cycle through that until they ultimately understand the real answer.
Which
That
is...
GOAT is the best.
Wait, so are we saying that Nako could be playing?
Yeah. Who knows? Who at this point?
Bro,
who
like,
knows? Who
as
knows?
what?
Reggie, Natko, Suelo, Natko, Erlan, Brands, Natko.
So you're asking like playing as which role? Who knows, bro?
I'm confused.
He was, what was he? He was mid lane and then he
started his career as XP. He was gold, and then he went mid, and then now XP, and then maybe gold again. Who knows?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
But it looks like 55% of you guys back at home think that Evos really need to respect Kyrie's assassins.
Interesting. I feel like
you disagree.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
I mean, no, I don't disagree.
Oh, you agree? So you agree? You agree that they have to respect Kyrie's assassins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Despite the Hanzo, because I was thinking about yesterday.
Yeah, because
like the Hanzo.
assassins or particular assassins.
Yeah.
You know, like Joy, Haya. Oh man, Suyo, pretty crazy. Fanny, Hanzo. I think they want to go up against that Hanzo, or maybe Kyrie has adjusted now. He took the BTR loss, that performance on Hanzo, and he's like, I'm good now. I'm King Kong on Hanzo now. I'm Kyrie.
You know, it requires adversity to mold you into your
Exactly.
final form. You know, especially after getting his mini form there with the
Yeah,
figurine.
1,000 kills. The guy was so excited, by the way.
Yeah, we were caught off guard with how pleased Kyrie was.
Thank you. I was like, whoa, whoa, Kai, whoa, that's a lot of emotion. That's not Kai.
We were talking about switcheroos, but what remains consistent for Evos is the duo Prot Prot, still with Key as well as Albert. But on the other side, we do see great synergy coming through from Keyboy and Sans, and which is why for the watch list we are looking at 4 of these players. We actually do have some, quotes coming through from BTR E2 Max. From what I've observed about Sans and Keyboy, they resemble the iconic Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen duo. As one of the strongest pairs in MPL Indonesia, they continue to perform exceptionally well despite their long careers.
That's fair. I mean, see, Chevy should be here for all these basketball references.
Yeah,
but
dude.
Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, definitely GOATs.
I know Jordan.
Pippen is and
LeBron.
It's underrated in a sense.
Curry.
By all means. But yeah, for Annabelle, you want to read out his opinions here, Mirko?
Key and Albert are a great duo because they don't need much time to build their chemistry, as it was already established before. Even though they're on different teams when they play together, it's clear that they are perfectly in sync. Now, I think for Key and Albert, that's the case. But the thing is, it's been crazy rotations around the board with the XP changing, with the mid lane even changing. So everything's been changing except for these two. So for me, it's like, yes, Albert and Key have perfect synergy, but what about Albert, Key, and Brands? Albert, Key, and Erlan, Albert, Key, and yada yada.
Because a little bird told me that Key and Albert are on the same page, but they're not exactly in sync nor connected in-game and out-game with the rest of the players. Which is why maybe we're seeing that reflected in the game as well.
That's interesting because that's a bit true, right? How they've always got such good results, especially in the earlier parts of the season. It's that combo, right? The Jarhead Suyo. It's always the roam and the jungler doing something, and then everyone else you know, they kind of play along. They kind of benefit off the ride almost. So that's an interesting viewpoint there. That if that's the case, that's a bit concerning for Evos. Because on the other side, for Onyx, Coach E2Max was praising the longevity of their careers and their synergy too. But they don't really have that same problem, right? It seems like whoever gets slotted in, they've at least been able to stay on the same page.
Damn, Severo.
Yeah, that was a crazy moment, man.
Yeah,
I was watching it back at home. Like, whoa.
Really cool.
Great game, Harrod, Severo. So Severo can be the outlier here in the matchup, right? I think we've seen Severo be a bit more clutch than Erlan towards the end of the season. Early on, it was definitely Erlan with the Lord steals, yada yada. But Erlan has dipped, I think, because of a lot of the hate that he's been getting.
We're taking a look at most improved players now from era to era, and the big question is who will be next for season 15. Do you think it could be a back-to-back for Eman? What do you think here, Rashi?
Oh boy. Interesting. Again, so most improved player is such a weird thing to kind of vote on here because why are we just comparing it to last season?
Last season,
basically. But if someone had an awful last season, automatically, even if he does somewhat okay, somewhat better this season, he would look so much more impressive. You know?
This is usually reflected through regular season, right?
Yeah, it is a regular season.
Moreno, season 13, they were number 1.
They were. Season 12, Jadero back-to-back, season 11 and 12. Season 10, it was Max.
How about Albert, dude? Because he... You know, his story's a bit weird.
I don't think it was improved. I think this was always been. So I wouldn't put Albert there. I would say Key actually has dipped this season. Last season, I think he was a bit better. Sutsujin.
I think Sutsujin could get it.
Sutsujin deserves a shout, definitely. Sans.
Was he dipping hard last season?
Sans? Yeah, he was.
So,
but I
see
think
what I mean?
The dip was even harder this season when he dipped.
Oh man, so
Sutsujin is there, I think. Eman.
I feel like he's just always been good.
Yeah, but I think he's improved, I guess. I agree. I think
that smile smells like bias, Mirko.
No, because I'm about to say, I still think Sutsujin. Okay.
I'd say Sutsujin too.
Bias.
Because you were saying it, and then when you talk about Eman, you started grinning. I'm like,
yeah,
whoa.
because he's always been good, but he did improve this season.
He did. I
It's
agree.
not as much as some others, I'd say.
But I think that's also due to the rest of the team, no?
But Eman's probably gonna win MVP regular season, you know?
Whoa.
Really? Have you seen, brother? He's player of the week this season, bro. Is he not? Come on, we all know.
What's it, the hand movements, Mirko?
That's the passion, yo.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Oh man, that's the tough part about this season, man. If you're asked our opinions on okay, who deserves this, who deserves that, so many good moments here because this season has been really competitive.
Because there's also rookie of the season too. Like who would you vote for rookie of the season? Would you
Right
go
now, I would
Maykids?
say Maykids.
Right? I would
I'd
also
say
say
Maykids.
Maykids. There's Toy's an option.
I think those are the two. It's between Maykids or Toy. I think it's close between them, but for me, Maykids.
Who else is a rookie?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe it's rookie.
Maybe it's a rookie.
Considered rookie? Okay.
Moreno.
What?
I'm joking.
The hell?
I'm joking.
Okay.
Chen.
My brain
Chen is a
lagged.
rookie.
Chen, but
Yeah.
Chen.
Rookie of the season.
Bro. Kyo.
Yeah, wait.
No? Oh, okay.
Not as,
Who other
it's not as consistent as Maykids.
Kenziski.
Right. But it looks like the players are ready for the White Tigers. Who will be unlocked? Who will be playing in the Land of Dawn today? Looks like Suelo and Erlan is the answer. No Natko, no Bruns. Alongside with Reggie, this is the final stand for the White Tigers here. Will they be able to find a win and continue their playoff run?
Back to the KERAS lineup. That's the Karas lineup of the White Tigers trying to stay afloat to make it to playoffs. Will they do it? It is EVOS!
After trying so many combinations, eventually they have to go back to the solid lineup. Solid as in crush. Let's see how they perform today, man.
There's so much pressure on their shoulders right now. Evo's fans are waiting in anticipation. They are basically praying. And not just the Evo's fans, Anak Dewa too. So will Onyx be the gatekeepers that we know them to be with Lutfi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, as well as Savero, building up their lineup. They're looking strong now, looking in form as well. Will they be the ones to secure the playoffs?
They're looking strong, but so far, it has been proven already that they are not undefeatable. So they have a lot to prove today.
For the first time in a while, the Sky Kings find themselves in a position where they're not sitting on the upper bracket throne. They are the gatekeepers to let themselves, Alter Ego and TLID to all qualify to playoffs. They must win. The Sky Kings, Onyx!
Will we be seeing the results today, or will it come up until week number 9 to see which teams will be able to qualify to the playoffs? 3 slots are still available, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the coaching staff for both of these teams. We have Raja Yeba and Coach Adi alongside with Avil and Caleb from the side of EVOS.
The mind games definitely begin here. Seems to be more relaxed energy coming in from the side of EVOS. For Onyx, they seem uncharacteristically kind of tense.
Yeah, that's true. Usually we all see the smiles from Raja Yeba, the smiles from the rest of the players. No smiles there. Serious mode. Oh, well, for the players, they're all fine. Oh, there you go. That's normal. Yeah, there you go. Whoa. It took him a while.
They were looking stoic in front of the enemy team.
Nonchalant. Nonchalant.
By the way, since when has Coach Adi's name been Coach Adi?
Since Rashi decided it was Coach Adi,
Oh.
because now they're Coach Yeb and it's a Coach duo.
It's a Coach duo. Interesting. The battle of the Jonin roamers, however.
Yeah, with the Keyboy and Key, both highlighted earlier, both with a long, illustrious career. I mean, Mirko is a witness to that fact.
Dude, like, I know this is cool, battle of Jonin roamers, but I really feel like Evo is more of a Sanin, bro. He's been there, like, he's done that, you know? Like, surpassing the Jonin ranks, I would say. Key, this season, I think it's been a bit of a dip. As a BTR fan, you know, ex-BTR Key, this guy was my Capitan, man. This guy was my El Momento. I was really proud with his performance at the start of the season, but again, through the changes in rosters, synergy becomes a big issue. Key's always been an explosive player. Sometimes that explosiveness, when it's not coordinated properly with the team, can lead to his team's demise.
Well, right now, this is Keyboy. Literally what it says right there. So, El Momento against just Keyboy. Some people are saying that the fact that his name alone is enough, he needs no moniker, means that he's cooler, better. Gila Sans, on the other hand, has a moniker of his own.
He's loco, man. He's loco. It's crazy, man. He's not goofy, man. He's just loco.
That's crazy. #1 mid lane damage per minute.
That's the danger that comes from that mid lane, dude. And again, so talking about that duo, it's so interesting to see that for Onyx, it was the jungle, it was the mid lane and the roamer. For EVOS, it's the roamer and the jungle. So still part of the trio mid, but if we are talking about the combinations being a problem here, in theory, right, the trio mid, more moving parts, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for EVOS if they really want to try and duel out, you know, have like a 2v2 showdown.
Because, you know, compare it right now, right? Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, Albert, Suelo, and Key. Who do you think is the strongest trio?
I'm sorry, Hanky. Hanky's my go, but Albert's my go too. But I gotta say, Kyrie, Keyboy, Sans.
Right? I don't know, for me, Suelo hasn't really been hitting the mark.
Yeah. The fact that he also entered kind of late as well, you know, that definitely has an impact here. And for the most part, he hasn't really been as decisive, right? He's there, he's relevant, he does damage, he shows up in the team fights, but so far, he hasn't had the same kind of impact Sans has, you know?
No.
Of course, there has been a dip, but when Sans does performs, he comes in with a solo kill, he comes in with flanks, you know, outplays of his own. Suelo, if he wants to really show everyone that he can match up to Gila Sans, match up to that insanity, this guy has a lot to do here to prove to the masses.
Yeah, today's the day. Today's definitely the day to make that statement. Because back in the day, Suelo's virtue was the fact that he was really flexible in the mid lane, right? These weird picks came through for Suelo, but if we take a look at Sansa's hero pool, it's like double Suelos this season.
Yeah, he's been sway low in hero pools.
Oh man, I don't know.
Which is weird because when he was part of Rebellion, he was always the guy that would bring up Terizla mid, these really ridiculous picks in mid lane. But now we're seeing him play more safe, and that's why I think me and Arashi spoke about this. It feels like Suelo is just more of a good soldier now. He just follows orders. He doesn't really say or give his ideas. He's not like, hey, coach, what about this? He's more like, I'm ready, sir. Give me the order.
So his creativity might be stifled by the two massive presences in his team, right? With Albert and Key in the mix. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Drafting phase for game number 1.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. The White Tigers Evos are on blue side, Onyx on the red. We do see the Hayabusa being banned out alongside with the Kalea. Meanwhile, from the side of Onyx, Kimmy has been taken off the board.
No Kimmy. Great option there. Again, it's a flex pick. Evos like using that. Kimmy as well. They like going with those weird picks. So the Kimmy makes sense. But immediately afterwards, the Joy still. So, still a lot of assassin emphasis here with Kyrie and Albert having a showdown. It's really no surprise.
Now for Evos. It's interesting that Onyx have started things with the Kimmy and the Joy Band because this definitely sets up for like a Suyo pickup for themselves.
Yeah.
But Evos are known to go for the Suyo. So at this point, it does set up for maybe a Suyo pick for Evos. They might just first pick it. Even though we haven't seen it in a while, first pick Suyo. With these heroes being banned out, I think it's still okay.
But remember, heroes like the Chip, the Fanny, they're going to be left open here. Luoyi gets banned out.
Oh, Evos left the Fanny open, yeah. I expected that to be the
There
Fanny
you
ban.
go.
That's going to be the Chip, so...
Fanny.
Oh, Suyo or Fanny. I think Fanny has to be taken. You don't want Kyrie to be on a Fanny when you're fighting for playoff.
Not ideal for Evos. Unless they really want that, you know, that burst potential on the Suyo. It's a pick that Albert has used to really get that good start in the season. But again, Kyrie on the Fanny, unless they have really good confidence in Key stopping that Fanny from getting out of control, they really shouldn't play with fire right now.
Oh my lord.
None of the above.
Oh my lord, the Fanny is open, ladies and gentlemen. A power pick for Kyrie. With the Harith first pick from the White Tigers.
Is it gonna happen, Mirko?
Usually we would say the Tigers, Evos are playing with fire, but they are playing with thunder. This is a signature Fanny, a Fanny that won MSC literally in the finals. And it will be surely, no doubt about it. They take away the counter too. Fanny Badang for the God in the Jungle.
I mean, they didn't even go for the Moskov either, right?
Yeah.
So like essentially this Fanny should be open to look for these picks. This will depend though. Evos can still have a chance to kind of counter it in the drafts. Suyo picked up, as you guys mentioned earlier on, with the Joy band out. What else are we thinking about against the Fanny?
Against the Fanny, man, it's one of those weird ones. Especially for Key. There's not a lot of options available. If they want to go with this with the Jawhead combo, no. Go for the Gato Kacha. The taunt is gonna come out fast. More odds of catching the Fanny. Physical damage reduction on the passive allows him to stay alive longer, potentially. But still, it's nothing so far. It's gonna be a definite deterrent to the Fanny. Like you mentioned, Eterna, the gold laner can't even outplay it, right? Erlang may be able to survive with the sustainability of and shielding of the Harith, but he won't be able to find ways to stop the cables.
Interesting. I thought that the Moskov or the Farsa would be the pickup, but they go for the Granger instead. So right now, it definitely looks like they just want to snowball out of control from the early game. It's not much of a, mid-game solution right now, because usually when you see the Harith on the other side, especially with the Gato Kacha, a Farsa would be a solid option to, again, burst the Harith with the range and also technically take away a lot of the HP from the Gato. They will ban the Phobius. Something that could also displace the Fanny, something that could stop him.
Yeah, the targeted shoulder bash can be a tool. Again, in a game with so much aggression, if both teams want to get more damage, more danger tools, you don't have to stop the Fanny completely. You don't need a suppression, but just knocking the Fanny up and stopping 1 or 2 cable rotations will be enough.
I think it'll be a Farsa and Eve ban right now. They need to take out these long-range heroes that can stop the Harith from popping up in these team fights.
Solid option. Short range is something that Evos are gonna have to contend with right now. But the glue comes in from Onyx as well.
Yeah.
So they're concerned probably about they might be looking at a backline long-range mage themselves. And we know the glue, right? Diving towards that backline is definitely always gonna be a problem. Although there's the the Faramis angle, but with this composition for Onyx so far, I don't think a Faramis slots in that well. So
I was about to ask how the Faramis would do in Evos' hands. Because technically, if they want to try and eliminate the kill pressure from the Fanny, a hero like the Faramis could actually help that, right?
in theory, yes.
You gotta ban the Balan though.
Exactly. There's that. But it also depends on how far ahead the Fanny is. Because they have enough burst damage, and if you don't have any deterrence, if the Fanny can get her hands on the Faramis immediately, that means you're basically stun locking your entire team for some kind of combo.
Okay, that makes sense. Because there is still an opportunity for Keyboard to pick up something like Tigreal or something, but yeah, the Novaria being banned out meant that the Farsa was left open. Already according to plan for the Yellow Porcupines, the Sky Kings here, Farsa picked up first in the first phase, and now Evos. What do they choose? Do they go for something like the Valentina to try and get the Feather Airstrike?
That's the best choice, I feel. There, I
It's
mean, there are
also
two big
safer.
ultimates, Feather Airstrike and the Fist Crack. Yeah.
Mobility to try and go up against the Fanny as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, Terrify, a low-key way to disrupt the movement. Some players miss, they don't get to see it in the thick of the fighting. They get terrified, they get taken out. It makes sense, but along with that, I feel like they still want some more crowd control.
I think they go Terizla for Fluffy. That's one of his heroes. Haven't seen it in a while. Oh, they don't! Cho for Key. That's a way to lock down the Fanny. But is it reliable enough? Right now, the only reliable CC is that Way of the Dragon.
Interesting. And with the Sicilian, there's ways for them to try and poke at fight opportunities with the Sanguine Claws. Onyx go for a solid frontliner right here. High loss. So Evos has a lot more ways to catch built in, right? A lot more annoying to deal with. But Onyx, especially with the Glorious Pathway, if Evos miscalculate how long they can stick around, even with the Sicilian, with the Cho, right? They can get chased down really far. Onyx mobility as a whole team is quite dangerous right now.
So we'll see exactly how this pans out. Ladies and gentlemen, all the fans in the building, the super fans in the building are also going wild in anticipation. And I think we're also sharing that sentiment. This match will make it or break it for a lot of these teams here in MPL ID Season 15. So let's get straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between Evos and Onyx. Will Onyx be able to secure this, deny the win from Dewa and Evos, and drop their dreams for playoff contention?
We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for this very high-stakes matchup.
Stakes that go past one team, goes to multiple teams, and already you're seeing the aggressive moves there coming out of Lutfi, going for an early cut. But for Onyx, they have a lot more burst damage initially here in the early game, especially from the mid lane. Sway low on the Sicilian is going to take a while to ramp up. You can see Kyrie already looking for opportunities here. Probably he's only going to get the Litho though. Looking at the emblems by and their home, tenacity for both the Gatot and the Sicilian, so Swaylo understands the danger he's going to be in. All movement speed for Reggie to try and roam faster, but the weapon mastery for Erlan, that's an interesting one. He wants to scale.
Yeah. Because it's not just, aggression coming through from Kyrie on the Fanny, but also the mid trio from Onyx that should be able to roam around the map a lot quicker. The Farsa with Wings by Wings. Swaylo needs a little bit more time to get to the power spike as compared to Sans. So what we're seeing right now is the pressure coming in from Onyx, the way that we anticipated from the drafts even, but with Albert on the Suyo, they should be wanting to contest for the neutral objectives, yes?
Yeah, but against a composition like this, if they don't find any kind of advantage, any kind of lead, any pickoff before the neutral objective, I feel like it's a bit risky for them to just walk into all of this damage potential, all this early game.
So what's the game plan then for Evos?
For me, there's something interesting, by the way. I gotta point this out because Kyrie's pathing earlier, when he took the orange buff, he went for the triangle path. Orange to the camps up top before he went purple. So now it's a delayed purple take. So he has purple right as the turtle spawns, but it doesn't look like he's going to be utilizing it to start the turtle. It's just, I guess, for XP then, I'm guessing?
More efficient in the overall gold and EXP gain, perhaps. He's going to try and clear it now, and both teams haven't really found anything just yet, so he can't afford to do so. In fact, Evos might be late to the party here. Albert, if he can't really get the turtle started now, has to go and go for his purple or risk falling further behind in EXP.
Good peek. Three members caught there! Kai gonna be kicked by the way to Dragon, but it's gonna be the Revitalize to help him. What a start to the game, another pin down from Key Boy! And they feed the kills to Kyrie.
That was crazy. That was a crazy way to start this game. 2 kills, like you mentioned already, onto Kyrie will help him snowball and increase the kill pressure that he already has as Kyrie on the Fanny. And the fact that Kibo was able to get that, it looked like Evos had the better setup. They were there first, they were looking for a pick, didn't find it, but they set up. Very unfortunate for the White Tigers here in the early game.
They just don't respect the setting potential. Like we were talking about earlier, feather airstrikes, fist cracks, so many ways for Onyx to threaten Evos, and they group together instead of trying to find one of the members of Onyx mid-rotation. Before more on that though, talent prediction by the new application GoPay. Only Mr. Pulung on the side of Evos. He was right earlier in match number 1. Can he replicate the same success in match number 2?
That's a big question, and that's all on Evos now, because the fact that they don't have as much grounds on the neutral objective means that they have to look for something different. Essentially, Suelo and Erlan should be able to get to the power spike. Wait a second though, that's an invade coming from Kyrie.
With the cables already, there should be a free orange buff, and it will be 2 levels ahead. Reggie, looking for the way to Dragon, will be able to find it on Kai. But that's about it.
Not enough damage for Evos to fight back right there. You can see the moment the Glorious Pathway gets popped, everyone has to walk backwards. Again, because they don't have the same kind of pressure, the same kind of danger to pose towards Onyx. And a big factor here that we've spoken about before, but we haven't covered for this match right here, the fact that Key is on a Gatot, right? The more reactive pick. We talked about this being a problem before, but look at the damage.
Ridiculous feathered airstrike, Sans. He's not the flicker. Kyrie into the back with Sway low. Cut down slowly but surely. Kai's on a killing spree.
He's at 3-0-0 now. San's still able to get out with the wings by wings as well, so no damage given over from Evos onto Onyx. They've been able to reap all the rewards. Meanwhile,
Savero! Solo kill up top!
it's a win-win-win for the Sky Kings here in our first game. 5 minutes in, a 3,000 gold lead. We do see now they have control over the neutral objective, and Albert is 2 levels below. No contest.
Not possible, but Reggie looking around trying to find something. Keyboy runs into him. But this is a really delayed take here from Onyx. It's almost like they don't really want the turtle. They want to try and capitalize on Evos potentially on being unwilling to let it go. What is going on though? Albert, he's not really running towards the turtle urgently. He might really understand the same idea, so he's just farming, pathing towards that turtle. And Onyx, they're just not rushing it, right? They want to wait for a moment to punish.
This is so smart for Bionic. They know that, well, first turtle as well, they delayed the take, right? Because they know Evos, their composition relies on them winning the early game, getting the neutral objective. So if Onyx delay it and just force them out into skirmishes with the turtle being free like this, it'll, 1, stop them from taking neutral objectives because they can be punished. 2, if they don't go for the neutral objectives, give Onyx the free turtle and the free rotations around the map.
So essentially, it's the Sky King still holding on to the control here. Reggie in the bush.
Oh, way the Dragon with Revitalize. Early game Airline on the Harith. Feather airstrike coming down. Lutpi will be knocked up, but look at Kai! Finds the Cutthroat, gets the mega kill.
Lutpi for Airline. Definitely worth it, man. And while that was going on, Savero, not even concerned facing Albert 1v1 as a gold lane. That's a great sign there. Looking at the win audience prediction here, it's pretty even, but in the game, it looks pretty one-sided so far. Onyx having all the control, and Evo's... Ooh.
Oh, Reggie. Wait, the dragon to the flicker, but it's only on the Keyboy. Now Kai in the back line, able to go for the cables again on Albert. That's going to be the AOG, locking him down. But he's a bit too clean to get caught by that. Keyboy for Reggie.
Still very much worth it. And Onyx are not really forced to back away in any way, shape, or form. They're still able to push the top side. Kyrie gonna come back, trying to find something. Sabero.
Very aggressive. Dodges
Solo
away from
play.
the bat impact. 1v1. Oh, Albert had the Queller. Blade surge away. Kyrie on the orange buff. Suelo, I'm not too sure if you want to walk up like that. The Sanguine Claws will land, but Kai steals yet another orange buff.
He utilizes the retribution though, so that's information for the White Tigers, considering that the next turtle is spawning in 20 seconds. We're also looking at the items.
Skypiercer on Savero there with the Malefic Roar as well. Man, already a lot of burst potential. And now for Evos, they're concerned about Kyrie playing cleanup, but also Savero as the professor is in the house.
Hey, he's not casting?
No, he's not.
It's
on Wee Wee today.
Let's see his reaction though, because usually he's just a chill guy. He's not the kind of person who would jump up and down or anything, but... Oh,
one. 1 out of 1.
Dude, what?
He's prepared.
He really was prepared. Suns looking for the stun. We'll be able to get it. Airline up top to Force used defensively. Wow.
Perfect turtle in for Onyx earlier on as well, and they're going to be able to pick up a lot more on the board. That structure has nearly been taken down on the bottom side of the map. This is the chemistry that we're looking at from the Sky Kings. The taunt lands, that's for the airstrike.
And that's Sonata constantly. The barrages, cannons, Airline taken low. Savero doesn't have the Skypiercer. Oh, he does.
He does.
Okay. He just didn't want to go for shot. Glorious pathway over to Key. That's going to be stun over. Blade surge from Albert. Key! AOG. Got it in time.
Super lucky that Kyrie wasn't there, or he would have gone for the kill. Another orange buff steal, this time without retribution. 6,000 gold lead now for the Sky Kings. Is there a moment of return for Evos? Considering they do have Suelo and Erlan. Wait a second.
Yeah, Evos have pretty okay scaling. Look, Pido, whoa.
But the airstrike, Erlan caught by Keyboy with a fist crack in the back. He's going to be taunted down, but look at Onyx. Now it's going to be Kai in the back line with the cables! Almost taking Suelo down, but Savero will find the finishers. That's a blade surge to his own demise! Savero claims the triple on the Granger.
That's a 3-for-1 trade at the end as well, and the fact that those kills were given to Savero, those are Skypiercer stacks. Did I just say snacks? Essentially, they are snacks. Evils are snacks now to Onyx.
Exactly. Ooh, Erlan
in the back. Kai went for the cutthroat, but it is a free kill to Savero with the Skypiercer.
4 kills on that Skypiercer, dude. So much damage right now from Onyx. And Evos, they have nothing to say here. This is the strategy we've seen before. The approach teams have done to shut down Evos. Shut down the jungler. Even now, if Key makes a massive play, if Albert isn't in play, if Albert isn't on curve, they can't do anything. And if you look at what Onyx has been doing, right? They haven't been diving. They haven't been doing anything too crazy in the side lanes. Every single time they have pressure, they have damage, they translate that into the jungle. If you look at the gold right now, Albert is standing at 5,300 gold. He has less gold than Lutfi.
That's bad. That's bad. And Albert, even with that jump earlier on, it feels like he's tilting.
I think he was desperately trying to make a play happen, get his hands onto Savero, but he only has a War Axe at this point with a Hunter Strike, so it really isn't as much burst damage as you would imagine. Man, Savero is 4,000 gold ahead as well. It's Key.
Another airstrike into the back. Key very low. Savero looking for the shot down. Kyrie's waiting for the moment to come in and just look for that damage.
And this is ideally how you want things to go when your team is on a run, having momentum here. If for Evos, they can possibly use all of the resources to get one person, but that would even guarantee them the win, right? If they get Kyrie, Savero's gonna wipe the floor with them. If they get Savero, Kyrie and Suns are still alive and well.
Glorious pathway, Key trying to stand in front. Ludwig walking up. Feather airstrike over to Erlan. Wait, the dragon already used. That's going to be the go signal for Kai to try to bait out the taunt from Key. That's the only lockdown that can take him down. Keyboy with a pin down now with his Mind Force as well. Erlan is able to get his hands on the Lord, clearing it together with Sway Low. Sans flying by. A base turret in the far lane, and Onyx will be happy with it.
All right, so still on damage control. Still worth it for Onyx. The fact that the inhibitor turret is the turret that's actually on the opposite end of the Lord, but Evos are still going to be able to have the 2 inhibitor turrets left up. Look at that damage.
It's all good. No risk.
Is Sans going for Holy Crystal?
Glorious pathway by Ludwig, trying to be Keyboy. Was looking for the set, but Evos will respect it, and it'll be an orange buff take one more time for Kai.
Dude, Albert is still level 13, man. He is just held down completely by Onyx. Look at his play for the airstrike.
Catching an angle, Erlan popping his Mind Force. Sans has cancelled the feathered airstrike. Again, a defense by Evos.
That's a Holy Crystal built in for Sans.
Yeah, you were mentioning it earlier, Turna. That was indeed a Holy Crystal Sans was looking for. Doesn't need any extra protection. There's no danger coming in from Evos. Doesn't need any kind of penetration because they're snowballing so hard. He wants higher base damage. He wants to nuke Sway Low and Erlan out of relevance in some of these team fights. That's the range advantage that we were talking about earlier. That's why we thought that maybe Evos were gonna ban out this Farsa instead of that Novaria. But now look at the damage. Oh! Sans abusing that wings by wings every single time he's on this Farsa, dude.
That's the Gila Sans that we know and love, right? That's the attitude that we know and love as well. Back on the Lilia, he was so aggressive, even diving under turret, knowing that he has the black shoes, and he's kind of doing the same thing. That same flair is there for Sans on the Farsa. A free Lord for the Sky Kings here in the 13th minute of the game. Lord is marching on the way with an 11,000 gold lead. This could possibly be the end angle for them.
Oh boy, Evos, they're gonna try and defend against an 11,000 gold lead. The full control over the map. And look at Sans, he's being a ward, getting vision, and potentially being an assassin as well. This is what you can do on a Farsa that's snowballing out of control. Look at this. Oh,
The waves will be coming in one by one. Key caught in the bad spot. Sanguine Claws not landing. Savero able to space himself away from it. Mid lane base turret taken down. Keyboy really is looking for the moment, but he knows that Erlan has a Purify as Kyrie gets rid of the top side base turret as well. 3 base turrets down. Evos with their last legs. Sanguine Claws only landing. Look, quick, Keyboy! Again in the back, finding Erlan. A late Purify. Savero claims the kill. Key with a desperate AOG. Keyboy falling. Kyrie just going with the cables, and again Savero's cleaning up. Looking for more. Albert stunned up. Blade Surge into the front. Just free space for Onyx to take the game.
Absolutely no drop of fresh air for Evos in this first game. Complete dominance from the Sky Kings as they controlled everything. Neutral objective, map, you name it. That first pick, Harith, really just biting them in the back in this game.
Oh man, that was a...
Hey, boys!
Who's that?
The goats are in the building. Miracle's goats
are in the building. That was a one-sided performance though. Onyx completely shut Evos down. The laning phase, the team fights, the setups, the rotations, the goal difference. Oh man, this is a terrifying prospect for Evos to go into game number 2 against this Onyx.
That's why I was wondering, right, about the neutral objective takes. And you mentioned something about Evos, if they do contest for those early objectives, it will be very risky. And they did it in Turtle 1. And the fact that Kiwa was able to get that 3-man stun over with the Badang was just, I think, the start to the end for the White Tigers there.
Wow, dude, I remember early on leg number 1, it was Onyx that found themselves in this position where they let go of the Fanny and they didn't have any lockdown. And now it's Evos. Not only did they give Kyrie a Fanny, they were like, we don't need lockdown. They put the Cho in XP, bruh.
Exactly. Especially in the earlier stages of the game, what were they gonna do against Kyrie, dude? There was literally no solution.
And for the most part as well, in the later stage of the game, Reggie was more focused on canceling the feather airstrike than focusing on Kyrie. So,
I mean, it's still important, but that shows you again that you need more than one tool, bro. Like against a team like this, a team like Onyx that likes to push the limits when you don't punish. In theory, you need punishment tools. Only a Way of the Dragon is not enough. You want to talk about Sans and Kyrie? How about Keyboy? Dude, he also was engaging at will.
this was the big moment, right? This is first turtle.
Believe so.
Keyboy, man.
Keyboy and Lutpi. Look at what they were able to do here when there was no threat, right? Lutpi was... You saw this moment here right before this. Onyx were trying to scout for the orange buff, and Lutpi walked in there 1v4. Granted, he didn't have vision, but he didn't know who was there. He just did not feel the danger.
Yeah, Lutpi and Keyboy.
Oh! Hey, that's a hard pull,
aggressive.
sir. What was that?
All right. But Keyboy really started the snowball for Onyx here in game number 1, and that is one of the reasons why he deserves the player of the game. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Boom.
We're looking at that moment once again.
It was just so good. 3 members stuck in there. I mean, again, Evos really should have respected it. This is Keyboy we're talking about. And Onyx, even though you can see they're past their prime, they're not there yet, they're still a very good team. They can capitalize on opportunities. And Evos gave them multiple, dude. And on the top side, Savero on the Granger as well, able to actually win out against the Harith, dude. Man, that's a devastating solo kill, setting the tone. And you can see here, they have to use it against a high loss to try and guarantee the kill. Once that happens, Kyrie just goes in, no problem. It's an open invite for the rest of Onyx to immediately jump on the main targets.
He played really well, and even in this moment, you can see the isolation, right? Like, again, giving the backline room to breathe really helped them do this, ultimately. Savero was still very healthy, and then it led to Albert looking for a desperate play that did not work, unfortunately for him.
And the distance management from Onyx, as always, dude. This team knows distance. That's a big thing. Oh, man. That was supposed to be like it was supposed to be the final stand there for Erlan, but he just gets taken out of the equation.
It's the angle of attack too from Keyboy, right? He puts the wall behind Erlan, so it was very difficult. He walks into the fist crack, or he walks back to the wall, and the 4 members of Onyx waiting there say, "Hey, we're here too."
It was a tough game, I would say, for Evos, right? Because essentially you'd have to take down 3 people. There are like legit 3 carries that you have to think about. Kyrie, Savero, and Sans. And with not a lot of tools in the hands for Evos, how would they even regulate these team fights?
Exactly. I think we need to go back down to the fundamentals. I feel like Evos are really reaching. Like, this is a far reach, Arashi. What's the normal way to beat the Fanny? Let's just talk about the Fanny, right? Like, obviously there are more components, but just the Fanny. You want to have CC. You want to have, at least with this composition, mid prio, right?
Yeah.
That's why I thought, okay, they got Cho, because at least in Rome, that's mid prio right there. You should be able to win out the prio with the Concussive Blast and Jeet Kune Do. But they didn't have it, and it's not really a ready to fight mid laner either. So, yeah. Because Hurdle 1 was kind of like, even though Fanny was on the other side, Suyo was supposed to be the stronger Turtle 1 fighter.
Yeah.
It was Onyx who had the fight with the Hylos, with the Badang, and the Fanny, and in the mid lane as well with Sans.
Again, the tools just weren't there. Eterna also mentioned the fact that Evos didn't go for the Moskov, right?
Yeah,
they knew
they went Harith.
They know the Fanny was coming, and they went with the Harith. So even less tools to deal with it. And that's why when Eterna asked, "Do you think Evos should contest this?" I immediately said, "I don't think so, man. There was no way."
And even if, let's say, all right, I understand why they don't want to go Moskov, they want to go on Harith, sure, because they want to go Suyo, right? They want to have physical and magical, sure. They banned the Yve and the Novaria, but not the biggest threat to the Harith, which I literally was saying, Farsa, from yesterday as well. The biggest problem to the Harith
and a signature pick.
Farsa. And a signature pick. That's why when Onyx saw it open, they were like, oh, well, thank you. Don't mind if I do, you know, like, snatch the Farsa.
Because we were questioning why the Farsa wasn't picked in the first phase.
Yeah, because it was Granger. I thought that was going to be Farsa. I wrote down Farsa before the Granger came out, and Farsa came out.
They picked up Sicilian. I thought they would pick up something like the Valentina instead.
Yeah. And you're saying again, talk about Sway Low not really having a lot of creativity, and I mean right there, he just seems to be following the team around for the most part. There was no bold moves forward, no clearing, no roams, no big sanguine claw catches as well. And to be fair, he's playing a Sicilian against a Fanny.
Exactly.
Right? You can give him credit, you can kind of give him a pass on that. But again, then why put him on the Sicilian in the first place? I feel like they were maybe overthinking the team fight dynamic. They were seeing that, okay, our guys are outranged here. We have a Harith that's gonna be popping off doing damage, but he's outranged. So we need range here. We need the Sicilian, bro. But again, they never addressed the initial problem of just the Fanny.
Maybe they were also thinking late game insurance. But
then why go with the Cho? Like, why go with some of these picks that really don't have a...
Yeah, then maybe Moskov.
Exactly.
Yeah. But the Harith is late game insurance too, to be fair. It's just... I think the components, man, if they wanted to go for this, they could have done...
It's a mixed bag.
They could have taken away some better picks. Like,
Agreed.
banned out some better picks away. Yeah. Just don't give Kyrie Fanny.
Just
if
ban
you're...
it.
If, like...
Take it for yourself.
Dude,
Did
they are
Albert not
fighting
want
for
it?
their lives right now. Literally. If Evos lose here, ladies and gentlemen, they are out. So are
Over.
Dewa out of playoffs. And Alter Ego, Liquid, together with Onyx, all qualify to playoffs. Like, Onyx are literally the gatekeepers right now. They are crying. It seems. I mean, alas.
Yeah, again, you have to think about this. This is like the biggest moment for Evos, technically in the season. And they allowed Onyx to have the Fanny and the Granger and the Farsa, right? These are all heroes we know Onyx like to use. We've seen them perform on it. So what the heck is going on? Like, what was the idea there?
But I think Evos were also kind of overthinking in the second phase because they didn't want the Novaria plus Granger combo. That's why they banned out the Novaria.
I feel like that would be preferable almost.
I think I would rather go up against that than what I saw earlier.
Because Evos seem to want to try and fight, right? And in a brawl, the Novaria has damage, but it's not a Farsa, it's not the same kind of problem.
You know what? I think we need to cool down.
Yeah.
All right, our heads are burning up. I'm pretty sure the players are also burning up. And to do that, get your hands on Head and Shoulders. We're looking at the hair cam by Head and Shoulders as well.
Whoa.
You guys want sleek, clean, beautiful hair. That's Maiden. Supporting Key. She definitely uses Head and Shoulders.
Hey, she's doing the, what's it called? What's that?
Velociraptor.
Velociraptor.
Velociraptor?
Hey, that's Yeb's daughter, right? Yeah.
Aww, and that's Awa.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, by the way. Anniversary, second anniversary.
Oh, that's super cute.
The Team Galaxy Zone, man. That's where the fun is at. Oh, that's a nice t-shirt. Dragon Ball.
Nice. That's also the Galaxy Zone, guys.
Yeah, I got distracted there.
Yeah.
There's a full Dragon Ball t-shirt there. Yeah, fun people in the Team Galaxy Zone. Make sure you...
Jeb has a wife and daughter buff right now, bro. No wonder he's locked in.
Is that why he was serious in the beginning? Only in the beginning?
Nonchalant.
Nonchalant.
There's still a chance for this to turn around, I believe.
Not if they
I
do
believe
that
Evos.
again. Not if they do that again, I don't think.
Caleb, Avio, got this, guys. Okay. Don't let this be the end to your story, guys.
I hope
Okay,
not.
it's a.
I want Key and Albert.
It was a very strong start to your season. Don't let it end like this.
Odd season Evos.
Oh, man.
It's supposed to be your
Odd
season.
Evos. Come on. Oh,
Not
boy.
making it to playoffs, though, is kind of wild.
Back to back.
Oh. I mean, but it's not over.
It's not
It's
over.
not over until it's over. Don't
Okay.
knock it till you... that doesn't... No.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's hashtag KSI.
What?
It ain't over yet. He has a song where he says that.
Oh.
Is that
Sing it for
knowledge? Oh boy, knowledge.
That is indeed knowledge,
Knowledge.
Dude, man.
I feel smarter.
So now that Evos is in the thick of it, like,
everybody knows.
Where do they go from here, dude? They have so many
drafts.
problems. They have
Fanny.
to pick what angle they want. I think we can agree on that, right?
Okay.
Even if they can't beat all the problems Onyx are throwing at them, they need to at least cut down on a few so that at least in the execution they can operate only being concerned about one or two instead of like 4 or 5.
Do you go full assassin ban. Do they pick second pick instead? How would we start?
The thing is, I think sure, go red side, ban out Fanny on red because it makes more sense to ban out Fanny on red, right, than it does on blue. Then they're gonna have to leave either Kalea or Haya open or Loyi. So it's always a give and take.
3 assassin
They might even have to ban
bans.
the chip.
Oh wait, right, there's chip. Stay
But
on
Onyx-
blue,
Onyx
full,
has not won a single
full
game.
assassin ban.
I don't think Onyx have won a single game on chip, based on my statistics.
Well, Kibo has always been more of a playmaking type of roam, so the chip doesn't exactly fit his playstyle.
Yeah, 0% 2 times he's played it.
Is that the weakness that Evos
don't ban sheep
might try and abuse somehow?
How would they do that though?
Well, force Onyx to go for the chip, right? So that they have no keyboard engages,
So
or they
if
let go.
on blue side, they'd have to do what? To make sure that the chip gets left open.
If Evos are on blue side,
Yeah.
they just
Kalea
let
go.
Oh, okay.
Because then Onyx
So
will
you
have to
ban
choose
Fanny.
between Chip or Kalea. Yeah. But that also means that Evos might have to choose between Chip or Kalea because Onyx might be like, yeah, go ahead, we want Kalea.
Well, they can pick Kalea, and then now they're forced Onyx to play the chip.
That's true too, but
The 0% win rate.
I think, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that could be good. Again, pick up the Kalea, utilize the flex potential, just like BTR did with the Kalea XP and Chip Roam.
We're looking at the previous game recap here from game number 1. Total damage dealt, now total gold.
I mean, Savero, when you do give him space to farm and do damage, I think, yeah, he was highest gold, and he was highest damage dealt as well. I mean, bang, on the Granger, dude. It was just raining bullets towards
First
Evos.
pick. There you go, our
okay.
answer.
Oh boy.
Onyx have first pick, so they can't go for the respect. Assassin bans in
But
the
now-
second phase, at first phase.
Kinda scary though, because if Evo, now I think Onyx will try to force out the Kalea to be open, right? And then first pick Kalea for Keyboy, gee.
Is the Harris supposed to lose lane against Granger, by the way?
Yes.
So that was
Granger
an
wins.
expected
That was
outcome.
expected. What was not expected was Erlan dashing straight. Against a Granger, you never want to use your Chrono Dash straight onto the Granger because the Granger shoots in a line.
Yeah, he took a whole Rhapsody.
I think, man, I think Erlan has lost a ton of confidence since the whole era of
Brands?
swapping in brands and also the era of people just hating on him from one match performance. Shoutouts to you guys. You know exactly who you are. One match performance. And they're like, oh yeah, Erlan's the problem.
Is it the Moscow one?
Yeah.
I think he was doing so well before that as well, you know? Like, oh man. You hate to see it,
Okay.
but we have to forget about it for a second and come back to the game right now.
50% of things start in the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. So the drafts we go. Game number 2 presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Onyx on blue side, Evos on red.
Whoa.
Naruto is who again? Lucas?
Lucas.
No, yeah. Lucas banned out. Baxia banned out.
Interesting.
The chip gets banned out. So what we were talking about, the chip eliminated.
Yeah, so Chip and Fanny has to be banned away by Evos unless they really think that they have what it takes. They want to tempt fate one more time. Oh boy. One more ban for Onyx and Evos. Oh, for Onyx. Yeah, if they're really thinking of going for the Fanny, they can ban the Badang right now. Potentially. Unless they want to ban like the Lo Yi.
Yeah, that could work. They could also just go, ban out Badang and then pick up. They ban Haya, so they're not gonna. I think they'll be confident anyways. They'll probably think like, we have ways to counter. If this Kalea does get left open, Onyx will just first pick Kalea and then they'll let Evos pick Fanny if they want.
What's your
There you
command?
go. So it comes down to Evos because obviously they don't want to go up against the Fanny and they don't want to pick it up either. There should be a Kalea first pick, right?
Yeah.
It's not, it's Joy.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
You know, the Joy was that prio. I guess Onyx are trying to hide a lot of the decisive.
Because I think also the fact that Onyx have banned out like the utility heroes away from Albert as well. Maybe if they force him something on something like the Fredrin, maybe they're anticipating that he won't be able to perform as well.
Yeah. Could be it.
Because that's all he's been playing. Suyo, Lucas, Joy, Fanny, and Haya.
Definitely want to be on those aggressive assassins. Not for Onyx though, with the Granger already in the picture. What do they want to go for? Against a Kalia Harith. I feel like they want to try and hide something still, have a flex pick somewhere. So something that can go both Roman and EXP, I would assume.
And I think, oh man, now that I think about it, it's pretty damn smart by Raja Yeba. Lucas ban, Baksha ban, Haya ban. Those are 3 junglers. Fanny ban, he expected that from EVOS.
Yeah.
So what's left? Suyo. That's why you pick up the Joy, the good matchup against the Suyo.
Exactly.
And now you're kind of forcing EVOS to go for Fredrin or
Exactly.
Suyo.
Which he's never picked up the Fredrin.
Exactly. In the season. Damn. Raja Yeba.
Okay, Luo Yi is an option that has been left open. But I think they have to go Fredrin or Suyo here.
Wow.
Wait, let's think about Albert.
Ling.
Pocket picks?
Instant hero that comes to my mind when you say Albert is Ling, but we haven't seen that even
Yeah,
this
it's a
season.
different time.
It was a different time.
All right. Certainly a lot of thinking being done by EVOS right here. They still have the flex pick Kalia to use right here.
A flashy
So,
accompaniment.
what the heck? Mirko, you called it.
Hey man, that's Albert Robob. That's his comfort. If ever he's forced on in a tough situation like this where you have to choose either Suyo that gets countered or Fredrin that's like tough to pull off, I guess, against a high mobility comp. But you can beat Joy, but again, it's gonna be hard against Granger too. Then Albert Robob with the Ling.
So bans now, Mirko. Like we talked about earlier, Harith in the picture. Is it gonna be a Farsa ban for this other EVOs? Or do they want to ban the Luo Yi? Those are 2 big possible options for Onyx.
But in this situation, is Farsa still that much of a threat considering Evos have the Ling now?
Right. I think it's still a threat towards the Harith. There's just more ways for EVOs to deal with it with the Ling. But the Madang comes through first.
Yeah.
They don't believe that, well, even if they believe the high loss is going Roam or EXP, it's interchangeable with the Madang. Limiting engage tools for Onyx, I think it's a good idea. That'll catch a ban as well.
I'm thinking about how Onyx want to play this right now. Do Onyx still want to go for the Farsa is my question, because that's a Ling, right? Like, you want to go Farsa for the Harith, but you also don't want to go Farsa for the Ling. I think the Valentina would be the better option then, especially if they are expecting EVOs to go Edith, because then we can see Valentina, Sans again stealing Edith, Primal Wrath, and then boom, bang, bada, binging.
I think technically the Yves could be a better option for Onyx.
Yves could be the better choice, yes, but then you're stuck in a box, right? Like, this is more of a, well, then maybe you can play with the Granger, and then Joy is like the other factor to it. Ruban too. Huh, this really looks like EVOs are trying to get Edith, by the way. So again, if it is going to be an Edith, this will play into what Onyx wants.
Valentina.
Yeah.
And it's a signature pick for Reggie. And we've seen EVOs default back to an EXP and Edith multiple times before.
Dude, Reggie has only played Hilda, Phobius, Gatot. He take the Farsa. Okay, so even more reason now to be like, Valen, steal the RWM, steal the Feather Airstrike. But yeah, it could also be the Yves. It's a more straightforward approach to the Farsa.
I think it depends on what they're trying to do here, especially because they're up against a Ling, and Onyx has been very clear that they want to shut down Albert. I feel like going with the Valentina, a pick that's just a bit more difficult to punish on a Ling, can be the way to go here. Right? Like we can assume that that's the mindset that Yep might be working with. Along with that though, more crowd control for sure. Only a Hylas.
I think Novaria.
Oh! Yep.
Interesting.
Novaria here?
Gaze the stars.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, forgot about the Luo Yi.
Yeah, Luo Yi. We forgot about that. I mean, if we're talking about early game, this is yet another early game comp from Onyx, right? That's super big pick off in the early game. Good clear, Luo Yi, high base damage.
El Momento. This is a pretty good pick, I'm not gonna lie, to Tigreal to end things off. Kalea will be flexed into XP. I think the Valentina would have stopped the Tigreal from coming out if they did go for it, but they went for more risk more rewards, technically. This early game composition, if done right, might be looking at like a 12-minute game end.
It is dangerous. Again, Lo Yi with a jawhead, dude. And this is Keyboy's jawhead. And we haven't seen it in a while, but back when Keyboy was playing this jawhead, he was pretty damn good.
And they want to be invasive in the early game as well to be able to shut down the Ling. Because one of the weaknesses of the Ling is that early game invade. We'll see how this all pans out. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the end for EVOS. This might be the end for Dewa as well. If they cannot force a game number 3, high stakes matchup once again. Welcome to the Land of Dawn once again for game number 2 as the Sky Kings are looking to secure their spot in the playoffs here at MPL ID Season 15.
Give us your predictions in the comment section. Chant for your team. EVOS' last stand, and it's already looking quite bad as Sans is looking for the kill in the mid lane. Key forced back already.
Level 1, Lo Yi definitely has a lot of damage. He was trying to find some information, but he does get denied it. He needs to be careful. If he keeps going for that, Keyboy and Sans in the early game here at level 2, it might be the strongest fighting composition here. A Lo Yi with a jawhead. Flippo.
Taken by Kai.
Clean moves by Onyx for sure. Albert, actually, I think he'll be focusing on farming early on. I'm not sure if EVOS even really want to fight the first turtle fight. They can, but it's going to require a combo. But look at this.
And reaction. Suelo for some flicker. Keyboy! Again gets the ejector, survives too! Albert, he needs to look for some compensation. Keyboy in the bush. Yin Yang reaction, but attempts the blades now from Albert. Lupi with a stun! A disaster as EVOS are fighting on their last legs.
You think that Albert coming in was the best trade that they possibly could get? Unfortunately, they didn't account for Lutpi coming into the fray as well, being able to get that stun over and forcing that trade from happening. Looking at the emblems, an interesting choice for San. Still though, despite that choice, the damage is still there.
What a steal. No time for the blades. Kyrie with a solo kill on Albert.
Yikes, dude. Sans, again, with the tenacity and the inspire. He is geared for a brawl already. Man, the fact that... Ooh, I think he pushed Keyboy back and it kind of put him right next to Sway Low. That's how the initial ejector came up. Now Onyx, out of nowhere with 3 kills, like 1k gold lead. They've had the pressure, they've had the fights, and indirectly they have killed Albert twice. I mean, it's going great for Onyx right now.
He's a level below right now, so this turtle contest should be difficult for the White Tigers. I don't even know if they want to go for it. EVOS have a lot of tools, but there are 2 Purifies in the hands of Onyx. Sans and Savero both have the Purify. Let's see how this all pans down.
Sway low, looking for the play there. Sans gonna be caught in the feather airstrike. Lupi pops in Glorious Pathway in the backlands. It's gonna be Keyboy. Lifted up, slammed down to the ground. Diversion as Keyboy gets the ejector. It's gonna be Kyrie from the side coming in as well. Key unable to get the shove. Keyboy taking low, able to flicker out. Erlan gets the kill. Key very, very low as well, but Lutpi will fall. And Evo suddenly, the tides have turned. Kai with the save on a steal against a healthy EVOS.
He still gets that retribution down, still going to be able to secure the neutral objective, but Erlan was the big game changer there. A kill over, still something that they can invest in towards the later stage of the game. That's another 1v1.
Like to find Beats, looking for the kill on Albert. Pinch poise away, Swaylo, wings by wings, instantly sent back to the mid lane.
That's Onyx immediately zoning Albert again. Out of nowhere, he's still under so much pressure here, despite the brawling Harriet, despite the Tigreal and the Farsa. Onyx are just moving forward without a care in the world. It's all about shutting down Albert, and they are geared to do so yet again. Grouping around the purple buff, Keyboy.
Glorious Pathway from Lutpi. Reggie in the back, looking for the Tanami Slam. Good unstoppable force from Keyboy to cancel it out. Purple buff still taken by Albert. Saban Force, good ejector out to save Lutpi.
So at least EVOS are able to walk out of there with their purple buff intact. Onyx unable to steal it away. They still hold on to the gold lead, But again, they're still going to be able to put their eggs into Erlan, right? 1-0-1 so far. Hasn't been able to be taken down. And he was able to take that? That gold crab?
Didn't quite catch that, so looking at the items here. Oh, yeah. Looking at the items here, none really completed just yet. But Sans with the Enchanted Talisman is going to be able to have so much more spammability, and he's going to be able to use the diversion a lot more. He's sitting for a play onto Reggie, going for a wave cut here. It's going to work though. It is!
Brilliant reaction, the stun, bring back Reggie, able to go back Kyrie in the back with the electrifying beats in the air. You can't stop music.
It's the bass pumping through mid-air as Keyboy tries to scout for the turtle, and the team is rotating. Diversion, not used to surprise Evos, but used to have a superior rotation. Albert going to the top side actually, so Onyx, they can go for the take, or can they go for a pick-off?
Desperate shove back, Keyboy finds the ejector, Luthi with the stun. Chain CC'd, Kyrie not even going to use the retribution for the turtle. That's turtle number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We want to go for more. Glorious pathway by Luthi, Reggie able to go for it. A bit more sustain as the Revitalize gets popped in by Luthi. Keyboy looking for the backline again. It's going to be the implosion onto 2, but look at that. In the backline, Kai electrifying beat Savero with the assassinations, a diversion to escape. No, it's to go over to the other side as now Lo Yi Sans is all alone. Albert dives in towards Sans, Purify. And he wins the 2v1, sends Sway Low and Albert running back.
That's the 3-4-3 trade. Albert finally finds his moment with that triple kill, but he loses the purple buff, I believe. And Onyx still gonna be able to get that permanent structure in the mid lane. So overall, was that still worth it for the Sky Kings?
I think it's still worth it. Whatever they can do against Albert to put him down even more, it's always gonna be good. On top of that, Savero was able to pick up several kills, so is Kyrie, and we know the Joy. When the Joy is snowballing, no frontline can even take that kind of damage, so Onyx are still going to be scaling quite well. Indirectly, with Kyrie doing so well, Sway Low is also forced to respect that potential, so they're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone right here. They're threatening Evos' backline, and they're saving their own backline by denying Sway Low.
Okay. It looks like they have a lot more emphasis as well onto Savero. As well as Erlan, I'm going to be able to get some damage onto the top side of the map, looking for the clear. Another invade from Onyx. Albert might be caught out.
1v4. Oh! Mid-air stun, Tempest of Blades. Albert, Keyboy trying to go for the prediction on the Defiant Blades, but Kai has gotten the purple. Oh, a shot, but it's an Omni Slam now. Defiant Beats coming down with the implosion. Kyrie gonna be taken down, but they're all gonna be caught in the yin-yang reaction earlier. Lutpi in the front, Key gun down. Savero with a snipe from downtown. A diversion up top. Reggie ambushed by Onyx, who don't stop.
A 1-for-2 trade by the Sky Kings once again. You thought Kyrie was taken out, but the fact is with 2 members taken down as well, Onyx will be able to still get the last turtle. Another perfect turtle here in game number 2.
That was so good from Onyx there. It was definitely a mistake for Kyrie to get jumped on like that. But again, Evos had to use everything to ensure they do get that kill. On top of that, I guess they were able to kite back away from the damage coming from Sans. But that diversion, man, it's so decisive, so quick. I don't think Reggie even had the second to kind of contemplate the possibility of Onyx showing up behind him.
We have a game fact by GoPay. Ling has been Albert's most picked hero throughout his career since his debut in MPL ID Season 6, with 32 picks and a 75% win rate. Will that win rate stand today, as it's looking like the Sky Kings are holding on 3,400 gold lead?
Skirmish, Keyboy picked off. Erlan gets the kill. Evos. There's a breath of fresh air for a bit, but look at the trades on the map. Tier 2 and Tier 1 for a kill on Keyboy.
Fortunately for them, there won't be any invade to the purple. Wait, I might have spoken too soon.
Diversion. Reggie in the front. Oh, execution for the Detonata. Implosion from Key, finding the core targets, but still, despite the implosion, it's the kills for Savero. Albert claims another, but it's only onto the frontliner. Suelo gets the stun on Savero.
Ooh, Suelo and Erlan went in together there. They really could have punished Savero But the Purify is still there. That's probably
low.
why they don't go for it. Kyrie!
Flicker out to safety.
Oh man. The jungle is just never safe, dude, for Evos and Onyx. Both teams trying to go toe-to-toe in the pickup game department. And they both have the tools to do so. Overall, 5k gold lead for Onyx. And now, once there's control like this, you can bet they're already planning on the next turn of events.
Right?
Colbert, oof. Forced to back away. They're trying to push the bottom wave down and rotate immediately. Go for that Lord. Evos, can they try and surprise Onyx somehow? Reggie and Key spotted immediately, man. They just cannot find an angle to catch Onyx off guard.
No, with 2 Purifies, it has been super difficult for the White Tigers to look for that opportunity. They still have the option to try and layer it, look for a trigger, and then utilize the other. Oh, that's it.
A fling onto Key with the ejector, and look at the all-in over to Key. Tsunami Slam knocking him down, but it's going to be Sabero again. Kyrie running him down with the electrifying beats in the back sway low. Forced to run around the wall, won't be taken down. Sabero still alive somehow, gets shut down by Albert. Flung by Unstoppable Force. Sky gets the shutdown. A diversion from Sans into the bush. Erlan will be zoned away from tier 2. Onyx want to get turrets and the Lord at the same time.
That's 4 members for the price of Savero. Evos. Guys, I'm sorry to say, but this isn't looking good for the White Tigers at all.
Erlan with a desperate attempt to try to save the game. Key. Oh! Even when he was looking for a big play, it's just cancelled. Denied by Sans.
Really good cover, so many tools that they can utilize. Unstoppable Force on top of everything else was also a really great way to shut Albert down in his tracks when he's looking for the outplay, that 1v4 outplay. That's a push.
An all-in on Lutpi, but a diversion comes around and now Evos will just be standing on it. They know it's a bluff.
I mean, especially Key. He wants them to take that and implosion everyone. But that's the thing. They've Onyx has shown that they don't take the diversion once. Maybe the next time they will. And Evos have to play that mind game, but Key tries to get Lutpi. But so far, they just can't risk it, man. The Lord is pushing on the bottom side. Onyx setting up for a siege. Whoa!
I think he's dead. Death Sonata from Savero, the death sentence. But he was staying there for way too long.
There's still a Lord marching in the bottom side of the map here.
Oh?
It's going to be able to break the shield structure. That's a
cheeky attempt.
Cheeky diversion played by Sans. Oh?
Glorious pathway to cut him down. K-Boy from the side with an Unstoppable Force has the flicker ready, but will not decide to use it. Down below, Sans trying to get the in-air reactions. Kyrie fully stacked up now. Another turret fall. Savero going to be taken very low. Tsunami Slam purified out. Another airstrike coming down with Lutpi now. Popping Revitalized to try to survive, but Erlan gets the kill. 2 base turrets for Lutpi.
Luckily, it's on the same side as the Lord spawning, so essentially, Evo should be able to look for something here. Unfortunately, they don't have map tools like Onyx does with the Luo Yi, but there definitely is still a chance. The White Tigers need to look for that.
Onyx were definitely trying to get the turret on the top side. You saw in their movements there, they're trying to rotate there, but they decided that it wasn't really feasible. So they just have to go with what they get, right? They use the waves that were there in the mid and bottom lane, go for those base turrets. So as you mentioned, Eterna, there's gonna be a layer of a setup here that Evos can play around with. But again, oh yikes, 83% there with a victory rate for Onyx. Again, for Evos, if they want to play this macro game, they have to rely on Albert.
Yeah.
And Albert is level 15 by all means, but he's on like 3.5 items, as opposed to, I don't know, everyone on the side of Onyx, man. I don't know if he can actually be a realistic split push threat. As Key, man, Sans is so aware, checking out the bush every single time, dude.
Because usually the Ling is like considered the god of the far lane, right? With these split pushes, but with him falling so far behind, he's 2,000 gold, I think, behind of Kyrie at this point. Even in that 1v1, he should be unable to take him down. So what do they do? It looks like they're still going to be sending Albert to control in that far lane, while the rest of the members are going to be controlling.
See some damage there from Swalo as well onto Lutpi. There's definitely more items. Whoa, Reggie!
Flicker, already Glorious Pathway. They're gonna all in onto Reggie. Ejector coming down as well. That's a free Sky Piercer. Stacks of arrow in the back, gonna be caught by the implosion, but still able to listen. Erlan jumps in, finds a killing spree, but Kai deals deals with him. Erlan able to escape. Attempts to play is coming down with Albert. Now go with the chase, but Kyrie has done a lot of damage. Albert with a shutdown to save the game. Only 2 of the frontliners left. Keyboy with the ejector running him down. Smart missiles in. Unstoppable force. Everything sent Key's way. Evo somehow still have hope.
Overall, that's still a worthwhile trade for Evos. They get the main carries, San, Savero, and Kyrie all taken out. The gold lead down to 5K. That's not bad at all.
The angle in which Erlan engaged was really great. They were able to they were able to catch Onyx off guard. If we take a look at a replay there, that was a big moment for Erlan. And they're going to be able to prolong their lives here, not just in this game, but also in this tournament. We're going back to 50-50 again. Inhibitor turret on the far lane is still standing for Evos. So it's not as bad. It's Onyx that has to kind of deal with those waves. They've actually sent in Sans. But remember, he can always just diversion back into the Lord take.
It's a tough part for Evos. If they're sending Albert on a split push mission, they have no idea how Onyx are going to try and stop it, right? And we've seen Onyx set up an ambush in the lanes, in the jungle path on the way to the top side too. So it's a bit of a waiting game. Unfortunately for Evos, they're going to have the purple buff available for Albert. That's a massive win. Look at this though, Onyx immediately onto the Lord. Are they going to try and burst it down? Reggie spots it.
You want to try it, Reggie. Holding position. Key with the conceal. Reggie won't be able to jump onto anyone. Key gonna be stunned. Key jumps into the implosion, finds them. Pure priority. The ejector coming down. It's only onto Reggie now. As Keyboy will lose his immortality. Time to blades from Albert. Looking for the blades again. Albert! Oh my lord! In the back high. Can he do it? Jumps on Albert once. Jumps on him twice. That's a kill. But a tsunami slam will lock him down. As Erlan looks for the damage. Kai is still able to go for the dashes again. Kyrie jumps on Erlan, who's able to get the chrono dash away. But Key is all alone, and Onyx know it. They want to chase. They want to look for him.
Do they find him?
They
That's
do.
Sans and Savero.
Gunned down by Savero, who's definitely on full stacks.
2 members taken down for the price of 1. This means that this is going to be a free Lord over for the Sky Kings once again. Suelo is in the area, maybe looking for a miracle play. Wings by Wings for the airstrike.
Diversion into the back, an attempt. No. Suelo will concede it, and now with the Lord in the 17th minute, Onyx, they're looking for the end.
That was a respectable try by Evos, man. They're able to find the prior targets. Albert able to actually get going on that link, but Onyx, just when Evos were already celebrating that win there, Kyrie shows up behind them, dude. They have to be careful about the re-engage there, as Albert gets zoned away. No purple buff for him, it seems like.
Reggie into the front, no purple buff like you said, but it's gonna be Keyboy who'll be taken down. Erlan with a Zaman Force already jumping away. Looking for the chase. Sans is walking him down now with a diversion at the back, but Kai! You're focused on the purple, and Kyrie snatches a win right behind them. Evos are out of playoff contention. Welcome, Onyx, Alter Ego, and TLID.
It's a rough day for the Evos fams today. And despite Dewa's win earlier against RRQ, the biggest upset of MPL ID Season 15, unfortunately with this 2-0 win, they too will have to bow out of their playoff contention here at MPL ID Season 15. And it's official, all 6 slots have been filled. The only thing left to contend for is the upper bracket slot. GG to Evos, GG to Dewa, GG to Navi.
Man, everything got settled so quick there in that game and even in the standings. A sad day for the Evos fans. But Onyx were able to just get so much going for them. And Evos could not stop it.
For the first time in their careers, Key and Albert will not be present at the playoffs.
It's definitely a tough pill to swallow once again. Let's talk to the victors. Let's see how Onyx feels about this win. Bude Clara, take it away.
Satu kemenangan menentukan nasib dari berbagai tim. Dan inilah dia, playoff untuk tim Onyx. Dan bukan hanya Onyx, Onyx juga langsung membawa turut serta kedua tim lainnya. Tim Liquid ID dan juga tim Alter Ego. Dan dengan berat hati kita harus menyampaikan sekian dan terima kasih untuk perjuangan dari tim EVOS beserta dengan Dewa United. Semua telah diberikan dan ini menjadi match yang benar-benar membuat perasaan kita campur aduk. Namun kebahagiaan harus dirasakan oleh tim Onyx karena kalian benar-benar berjuang sampai hari ini. Di mana ini adalah match yang benar-benar bisa menentukan nasib banyak tim. Gimana sih Lutfi menghadapi match hari ini?
Senang, bisa menang.
Bisa masuk playoff, sadar gak kalau ini adalah tiket playoff nih. Buat Onyx juga, TLID membawa pula Alter Ego.
Gak tahu sih, main aja pokoknya.
Main aja pokoknya. Tapi di leg 1, Lutfi gak bermain. Leg kedua, Lutfi di sini dan membalaskan dari 0-2 sekarang 2-0 untuk tim Onyx. Apa nih yang mungkin udah dibisikin di belakang sebelum bermain?
Gak ada sih, main bagus aja, main bagus.
Main bagus dan itu udah dilakukan hari ini?
Ya.
Yes! Dan masuk ke dalam babak playoff dimana begitu mungkin kalau dari Suns melihat hari ini, match hari ini, sentimental gak sih buat Suns?
Apa sorry?
Sentimental gak sih? Karena lawanmu hari ini kan juga EVOS, di mana ini adalah match yang menjadi harapan terakhir untuk EVOS. Dan untuk Onyx pun ini menjadi match yang penentuan untuk kalian.
Sebenarnya enggak sih, yang penting match ini emang seru banget. Ya.
Seseru apa tuh? Apa? Bagian mana tuh yang bikin seru banget untuk Suns?
Cara warnya, cara kitingnya, pokoknya cara warnya juga. Itu orang sih.
Dari cara warnya, di game 1, game 2?
Lebih seru game 2.
Kenapa? Ada yang spesial kah?
Enggak sih, emang lebih seru aja game 2.
Lebih seru game kedua. Apakah Albert menggunakan link? Gara-gara itu kah? Apakah Kairi merasakan kalau kata Suns warnya seru banget di match kali ini? Apakah karena Albert memakai link?
Ya,
atau
seru.
Seru.
Ya,
Kalau
link pakai Albert.
Link pakai Albert. Oke, tapi Kairi, this match untuk Kairi sendiri, is there any meaning for you in this match? Because you fight against Albert. Albert is your friends before.
Nggak ada sih, kita cuma mau masuk playoff aja.
Fokus masuk playoff. Dan sekarang masuk playoff sudah di depan mata. Dan melihat tim-tim bisa membawa kedua tim lainnya dan menutup pula hari ini perjalanan EVOS. Is there anything you want to say to EVOS and especially Albert?
Ya buat EVOS sama Albert, ya semangat, masih ada season depan.
Masih ada season depan. Season ini memang telah berakhir. Namun kalau ngebahas udah dibisik-bisikin, Kiboy bisikin apa Boy?
Kiboy ada pesan buat EVOS.
Ada pesan dari Kiboy. Apa Boy?
Kata Kairi season depan season genap.
Oh oke. Season depan season genap. Dan season ganjil ditutup. Mungkin season genap, oke. Banyak makna ya Boy ya. Banyak makna, tapi hari ini kemenangan dari tim Onyx sendiri sebenarnya membawa sesuatu yang cukup spesial. Karena duo dari EVOS, duo prot-prot, itu digadang-gadang menjadi duo yang sangat kuat di early dari season 15. Sedangkan dari tim Onyx, duo midnya ini, Kiboy dan juga Suns memulai season dengan cukup berat. Kayaknya struggling, tapi masuk ke leg kedua kalian semakin kuat dan solid. Gimana sih, apa yang terjadi dengan duo ini, duo dari kamu, duo dari Onyx nih khususnya?
Kalau jawaban itu dari Suns yang tahu.
Ini adalah skill duanya Kiboy. Duo dari Onyx itu awalnya terlihat struggling. Tapi semakin ke arah week akhir, kalian semakin kuat. Ini berbanding terbalik dengan duo prot-prot milik EVOS.
Nggak tahu sih.
Kalian berasa makin kuat nggak? Berdua nih makin connect, makin...
Sama aja di setiap match yang penting ya sama aja sih aku rasa.
Ini duo ini sama aja, tapi hasilnya berbeda loh. Di early terlihat kalah. Sekarang menang.
Nggak tahu sih, udah sama aja aku rasa.
Sama aja, tapi memang ada yang berbeda, ada yang nggak sama karena kita akan memperlihatkan sesuatu yang spesial di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Inilah dia. Dan dengan demikian sesuai yang sudah kita bicarakan juga bahwa congratulations 6 tim babak playoff sudah ditentukan dari match hari ini. Match kedua ini RRQ, Bigetron, Geekfam, Alter Ego, Onyx, dan tim Liquid ID. Mereka akan berjuang melangkah maju ke babak playoff. Sedangkan EVOS, Dewa, dan Navi sudah tidak bisa. Dan mereka harus terhenti dari sekarang. Namun tentu saja masih ada perjuangan nih untuk beberapa tim upper bracket masih bisa diperjuangkan. Dan posisi untuk lawannya pun harus dari sekarang dicari-carinya. Dari kita melihat tim Onyx akhirnya masuk playoff. Detik-detik akhir di ujung tanduk banget gak sih buat kalian ini masuknya?
Iya.
Iya, agak panik dikit nggak?
Sedikit lah.
Sedikit panik. Tapi gimana nih cara kalian untuk tetap bisa stay strong sampai minggu ke-8? Punya mental kuat itu gimana sih caranya?
Ya kita percaya satu sama lain.
Percaya satu sama lain?
Ya.
Tiket playoff sudah di tangan. Savero, apa yang ingin kamu dapatkan nih selanjutnya? Kira-kira plan dari Onyx apa sih? Apakah kalian akan bereksperimen atau kalian mengharapkan hal lain?
Masih banyak itulah apa sih strat kita buat di playoff nanti. Pastinya.
Berarti emang untuk di playoff nantinya. Kalau untuk minggu ke-9 gimana? Savero mungkin kepengen bermain hero yang unik atau sesuatu hal, atau memang kepengen win streak terus?
Masih banyak hero lain aja nanti, bisa aja dipakai di week 9.
Week 9 akan semakin menantang berarti ya Savero?
Ya.
Tapi akhirnya masuk playoff di ujung tanduk ini gimana sih Savero?
Kata Kiboy udah pasti masuk playoff soal.
Yakin sekali, itu perkataan Kiboy di hari apa, di minggu berapa tuh?
Kemarin.
Oh baru kemarin, karena yakin menang atau karena kalian sudah yakin pada diri sendiri atau bagaimana?
Karena udah bersatu.
Bersatu, baiklah. Dan dengan 6 tim ini, Lutfi atau kita bisa ngelihat 6 tim ini yang masuk playoff. Sudah sesuai bayangan Lutfi belum? 6 inilah yang masuk playoff.
Enggak sih, enggak tahu sih.
Menyangka gak sih 6 tim ini? Pada akhirnya skenario ternyata kalian masuk di akhir-akhir seperti ini.
Kiboy mau jawab.
Benar, Kiboy memang nih. Boy, 6 tim ini nih Boy yang masuk. Bisa dibilang, oh sesuai dengan season lalu juga. Terjadi kembali. 6 ini dan kalian masuk playoff. Sudah Kiboy, apakah dari awal minggu sudah bisa melihat 6 tim ini nih yang memang kuat dan akan masuk playoff?
Ya kalau buat overall nggak tahu sih, cuma buat Onyx udah pastilah.
Oke, kata-kata kemenangan untuk tim Onyx dan masuk playoff. Satu-satu.
Langsung Kai.
Apa? Kenapa?
Kata-kata untuk playoff. Kemenangan ini dari Onyx.
Bersatu.
Kiboy belum Boy. Playoff.
Bersama.
Baxia.
Sans. Playoff.
El kiri katanya. Oh. Bus El kiri.
Apa itu?
Udah itu aja.
Itu aja ya, tolong kasih tau Bude nanti ya. Lutfi, playoff.
Loncat.
Dan Sonic, sambutlah tim Onyx yang akan menuju ke playoff dan kemenangan balas dendam tim Onyx. Onyx yang lagi happy-happy di sini. Ternyata Bude mendengar Bude GoPay. Langsung aja buat kalian akan ada GoPay hadiah GG. Jadi persiapkan device kalian, persiapkan karena akan ada GoPay coin secara gratis untuk kalian semua secara cuma-cuma. Jadi caranya gimana sih buat yang belum tahu? Bude akan kasih tahu segera. Dan buat kalian yang udah punya aplikasi GoPay, congratulations udah gak perlu download yang belum punya, tinggal download aja, downloadnya gratis. Dan kalian bisa mendapatkan banyak benefit. Pokoknya yang belum tahu nih, Bude kasih tahu ya. Pertama-tama, download, unduh aplikasi GoPay. Selanjutnya buka kamera dan nanti akan ada QR code yang ditampilkan di layar putih yang di kiri itu. Selanjutnya ketika kalian udah nge-scan, tinggal klik buka hadiah. Selanjutnya, pasti GoPay saldo coins kalian akan bertambah karena otomatis masuk ke akun kalian. Sudah siap? Sudah siap? Aduh, di MPL Arena tuh pada bersemangat banget. Bude juga makin semangat untuk memunculkan. Inilah dia QR code untuk GoPay hadiah GG. Yuhu. Langsung anteng ya semuanya ya. Scan. Asik banget. Dan congratulations buat yang udah dapet. Di pojok sana, di tengah, kiri, kanan. Mantap. Waduh. Ayo, udah ada yang dapat belum nih? Oke. Nah, congratulations dan kita akan melihat bagaimana ya. Dan semuanya yang sudah congratulations, buat kalian semua pastikan kalian menonton match sampai akhir karena banyak kejutan-kejutan terjadi. Dan hari ini kejutan pun dari satu match rupanya menentukan nasib dari tim-tim yang sedang berjuang di MPL. Klasemen masih bisa bergoyang, namun yang masuk ke playoff sudah pasti. Congratulations kepada Onyx, Alter Ego dan juga TLID. Dan terima kasih telah berjuang untuk EVOS dan juga Dewa United bersama dengan Navi. Sayang sekali mereka tidak bisa melanjutkan ke babak selanjutnya. Namun kita penasaran bagaimana pada akhirnya Onyx mendapatkan game yang kedua. Langsung saja kita akan cari tahu bersama dengan para caster. So caster, what happened? Ayo naon.
Congratulations once again to Onyx, Alter Ego, TLID.
Yeah.
For making it to the playoffs.
I just want to say, from champions to making it because of another team is wild, though.
It's kind of crazy.
What
Gatekeepers.
happened? What happened? I'm talking about TL.
Huh? What?
They're saving strats for SEA Games.
Trust the process.
Amen. Hopefully. Hopefully, dude. We want Indo to win.
Yes, sir.
Trust the process.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Back to the game.
Crucial moment for game numero dos was this. 10 minutes in. Was this a crucial moment?
It's one of the crucial moments. This is one of the fights where there really wasn't any trade back at all almost. I think this is the 1-for-4 trade there where they were able to shut down Savero and give out 4 kills in exchange for it. This was one of the fights that were actually was kind of close for Evos actually. So by all means, dude, it was close, but there's moments like this that's just next level. There's no way to put it, man. No other way to put it.
He's feeling it, man.
Yeah, dude. Of
course he is.
Player of the match, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series, Kyrie again. Has it not been Kyrie?
Gone in the jungle.
Has the player of the match been
Onyx?
not Kyrie?
I think we've seen Sans, Savero a couple of times. Keyboy was player of the game. I just want to say I feel really bad for Albert, man. Like he really tried his best this game on a signature pick too.
And there were some moments there where it seemed like it was kind of gonna work, but overall, when it comes down to a team effort, Onyx were just so coordinated, dude. And with having that macro pressure as well at their disposal, it was just so tough. I mean, look at this, Albert. He was doing his best against a team that knows how to do well against a Ling. They're trying to shut him down. But look at how the whole team just operates, man. They isolate the members of EVOS one by one and take them out. It's almost like they're the tigers, not the porcupines.
And dude, he was doing all this without purple for the most part.
Yeah. That's a great point, dude. I completely forgot too. And afterwards here, the best Evos can do is go for like, some kind of trade. But overall, you can see the problem here. When they're able to get Severo down, Kyrie gets out, you know? That's one of the fights where they were able to take out all three main carries. And you can see they immediately got like a second win. But Kyrie, the experience, the knowledge to just stand there and completely turn the game around, dude. It has to be a heartbreaking moment for Evos.
Crazy AoE from Sans, the end reaction. Look at how Sans just walked him down, but this was the end moment right here. Just the
awareness. Oh, you think we're talking about the purple buff?
No,
we're talking about the game. And they're able to set up for that. Maybe Evos won't make that big of a mistake if Onyx hasn't been, I don't know, man, just like gate crashing that purple buff every single time, all the way from game number 1. They're conditioned to expect it. And then it turns out Kyrie's not even there, and they didn't realize.
It's okay though,
It's
because
like Inception.
if all else fails, they still are the only Indonesian team with the World Championship. So, still have that.
It's all good.
Oh, good. M1.
It's all good, man.
You have M1, Arashi? No.
Fortunately, no.
You lost in the grand final.
They have to like rub it in my face for relax. What the heck?
To lift Evos up, you must put someone down.
Other than M1, has RQ been top 2 in an M world?
Yeah,
M1.
Grand finals.
Aside from M1?
No.
No, right? It was just MSC.
It's only MSC, yes. 2022.
Well, my team's been top 2.
Oh, wow.
Well,
oh, wow. Well, at least RQ have matched BTR, because BTR have gotten a second place finish at Snapdragon as well. And we also lost to Onyx, see? Just a different one. We lost to Onyx ID, RQ lost to Onyx Philippines.
I feel like that doesn't... It's not an M series. No, it's different.
I see. So you're gonna thank
different
Onyx
caliber.
Eterna for getting
You have
your
to thank
team
Onyx.
into the playoffs.
You have to thank Onyx that
Thank
you're
you, guys.
going to playoffs.
Are these your champions, Eterna? Rely on someone else.
Hey, that was RQ like last season.
Oh,
So
no, 2 seasons
Two
ago.
seasons ago.
Fair point, fair point. Martabak gang.
And then they just got swept by the team that saved them. By Geek
Martabak
Fam.
gang,
Remember?
bro.
Like they were like
Oh yeah.
Geek Fam got them to playoffs and then they're like
It's a business deal, bro. It's for the Martabak.
Yeah, Luke, Aloy, Chadera, they all loved the Martabak. I'm not too sure about Aboy and Nile. Or wait, Aboy and Ray and Hazel actually back in the day.
Hazel.
Well,
Hazel's doing really good in Malaysia right now, man. My gym bro. Our gym bro.
Moniker.
Alright, back to the
The
game
Black
though.
Alien.
Yeah.
Only 6
Rose
purple
called
buffs.
him the Black Alien.
That's
It's official.
I think
That's a
Dyron meant
moniker.
it as a joke, but I guess now it's a real moniker.
It's official, man. Oh boy. What do you think about Erlan though? While we're on the subject here.
I don't think he played bad.
Yeah, he was.
tried.
He made some of those decisive game-changing moments, going with a
Exactly.
flank on the Harith. That flank, by the way, Savero made it out. He flickered out of the Zaman Force because he knows Savero must die.
I don't want to say it, but it's the
Felt like
frontliners.
Reggie was weird, yeah.
and
El Momento?
I don't want to say it. It's my boy. So you can say it. I didn't say it. You said it.
Oh,
Reggie.
You can't quote him.
And
I thought Reggie was kind of weird. 'Cause,
maybe he
you
needs
know,
protection
Exactly.
when he's riding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because he's like the frontliner.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
getting smacked
He just
in
got
the
married.
face.
He
Needs
just got married.
protection.
Of course.
Interesting.
Yeah, because he needs protection. Because if
He's got married, dude.
Because
gets
he has a
married-
wife now.
Exactly.
So like,
So you don't want
if he
him
rides
to,
a motorcycle,
he has to stay
if
protected.
he doesn't have a helmet
But it
to
doesn't
protect
mean
head,
that those of you guys back at home who aren't married don't need protection, okay?
everyone
Everyone
of you
needs protection.
Yes, sir.
So check
road.
it out. The
Check it
official collaboration design of RSB Helmet and the MPL teams for any riding style,
Yeah.
providing you with maximum protection. Check it out on the RSV official marketplace.
Shout out to Louis.
Louis?
Yeah. My
Louis?
girlfriend.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha. She rides motorcycles?
I used to in high school, so
Yeah.
actually, you know what? This is actually real. I gave her an RSB helmet. It's the half face one though, not the full face one. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Protection.
Nice bit of history. Well,
Yeah.
you went for the half face one because you want to emote all over the place.
Yeah.
And if you're
No,
gonna emote
but
in the Land of Dawn, get that
Emotes.
battle emote, bro.
Get it now, guys.
Get these. These ones.
Plus, oh wait, no, these two are non-MD. Yikes. Oh, maybe I put that down. Sorry.
You can have that. Wait. Yeah.
Oh, they have two.
Here. Take this.
Wait, we have two snoozes
The
here.
tail ID one.
Here, you have two. We have three.
Oh, can I have one?
Very sad for three of the snooze ones over here. What the heck?
That's good. We have one for each.
Because your team is snoozing. I don't know what to say to my boy Key and Albert and Erlan, man. Like, damn. That's pretty sad, honestly.
For Albert, it's really not his fault. For Key also, I think. I feel like it's just the chemistry thing. Maybe a better team.
Maybe not switching, would be a better choice
Maybe
next
they'll
time.
learn their lesson after switching their lineup for like the 5th season now. They've been doing this in season 10, right?
But it's a different coaching staff, so I'm kind of confused.
10, 12, 14, and now 15.
It's like they should probably try out something different, right? Because it hasn't been working out.
Yeah, but
swap out.
we do have one more match still,
more.
ladies and gentlemen. It's practically going to be super fun. So we are going to go to a short break before we get into that match between Navi as well as Geek. So,
Are you
we'll see
ready for that matchup? That's a
after.
fire matchup. Will Geek Fam win? I don't think so.
Will Navi win?
I think
Maybe.
so. But
We don't know. See after the break.
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 こは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる背中合わせでいくわよ
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rank ku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるシャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all there. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan pastinya di match penutupan hari ketiga di week ke-8 hari ini kita akan melihat antara Navi dan juga Gig yang akan memperebutkan poin pastinya. Namun sebelum kita masuk ke dalam match kali ini, pastinya Lisa mau mengundang dulu pro player dari Gig. Ada Baloy dan juga ada Aboy. Halo.
Halo.
Apa kabar nih Baloy dan Aboy?
Baik. Baik.
Oke, ini kemarin Alisa berada di posisi yang sama, wawancara Kiboy dan juga Sans. Katanya kalian duo paling menakutkan setelah mereka. Menurut kalian gimana nih?
Enggak sih, kita biasa aja kok.
Oh, biasa aja, humble ya. Baloy gimana menurut kamu nih?
Enggak, soalnya Aboy doang yang ngeri.
Oh, soalnya Aboy doang yang ngeri. Tapi ngomongin soal Aboy yang ngeri nih Baloy, kalau misalkan melihat dari history nih, semenjak Aboy bergabung di Gig Fam, kayaknya nggak pernah sekalipun Gig Fam ini nggak lolos ke babak playoff. Seberpengaruh itukah Aboy di Gig Fam?
Iya, yang pasti ya, soalnya kita dari awal kita udah dapat chemistry. Ya tanpa ngomong udah ngerti kita mau ngapain.
Udah dapat chemistry ya, jadi saling komplementari, saling melengkapi. Aboy, menurut kamu Baloy ini memberikan dia banyak membantu juga tim-tim dan player-player dari Gig Fam ini untuk berkembang dan untuk improve juga. Menurut kamu seperti apa sih sosok Baloy?
Pasti banyak sih dia bantu. Ya sama marah-marah juga soalnya biar
biar dia sadar juga gitu.
Saya ada juga galak ya berarti Balo ya?
Galak.
Oh galak, wow. Di balik wajahnya yang super imut dan baby face nih, Kak Balo ternyata galak nih kata Aboy. Emang bener?
Betul.
Oh betul.
Iya, tapi ya journey lah makanya.
Oke, jadi sesuai kebutuhan aja ya. Oke, nah tapi kalau ngomongin soal duo-duo yang paling menakutkan nih, sekarang Alisa mau kasih rapid question. Jadi nanti kalian pilih salah satu dari duo yang Alisa sebutkan nanti dan Alisa tanya alasannya kenapa. Oke, kita coba dulu ya the mini challenge. Oke. Jadi pilihannya nih antara Vin Moreno atau Cars Magic.
Cars X Magic.
Cars X Magic kenapa?
Soalnya baru, harusnya jago.
Oh, soalnya baru harusnya go. Sama boleh juga?
Sama-sama.
Oke, Cars X Magic atau Light Moreno?
Like Moreno.
Light Moreno, kenapa nih berubah nih?
Soalnya ada Bro Cahyo.
Ada Bro Cahyo, oke. Light Moreno atau Mueza Okta?
Light Moreno.
Light Moreno atau Key Swallow?
Like Moreno.
Tetap ya dengan Light Moreno atau dua prot-prot Key Albert?
Light Moreno.
Bro prot.
Oke, beda nih. Kenapa? Kenapa berubah?
Soalnya pengalamannya banyak.
Pengalamannya banyak. Oke, let's see. Kita cuma satu aja?
Ya itu aja sih.
Itu aja, oke. Berarti kamu milih kita go with dua prot-prot kali ya? Setuju nggak Baloy?
Nama itu
Key Albert.
Key Albert.
Duonya, yes.
Prot.
Oke, we go with Key Albert ya. Key Albert atau Yeskio Widi?
Key Albert.
Key Albert, oke. Key Albert atau dua ISF Dreams Hijume?
Key Albert.
Key Albert, oke, still ya. Key Albert atau Idok Rins?
Idok Rins,
kenapa?
Ya udah kelihatan juga di klasmen 1.
Oh, udah kelihatan juga dan selalu berada di leaderboard MVP gitu ya?
Ya benar.
Oke, kalau Baloy setuju juga?
Ya sama, soalnya kan mereka udah lama kan setim. Sebelum MDL pun mereka udah setim. Jadi ya yang pasti chemistry udah dapat.
Chemistry-nya udah dapat ya. Oke, we go with Idok Rins atau Keyboy Sans?
Keyboy Sans.
Kenapa tuh? Karena kemarin kalian dipilih juga?
Emang udah juara terus kan, jadi kayak pengalamannya banyak sih.
Oke, pengalamannya banyak ya. Oke. Dan yang terakhir, ini kalian harus kompak ya jawabnya ya. Karena ini paling krusial sih duonya sih. Keyboy Sans atau Baloy Aboy?
Keyboy Sans.
Serius nih?
Iya.
Kenapa tuh?
Kita biasa aja.
Ya ampun.
Dua biasa.
Ini duo biasa paling humble sedunia. Kemarin Keyboy Sans ditanya jawabnya Keyboy Sans loh.
Iya, soalnya emang iya.
Jadi kalaupun aku ulangi pertanyaan tetap sama jawabannya?
Sama.
Tetap.
Ini aku kasih kesempatan terakhir ya. Keyboy Sans atau Baloy Aboy?
Keyboy Sans.
Wow, GVM Unity kalian memilih idola yang super humble. Kita akan lihat ya. Tapi di match kali ini kalian gak boleh humble ya. Kalian tetap harus mencetak skor.
Betul.
2-0 harus.
2-0 harus. Oke, thank you so much Aboy Keyboy yang super humble. Duo biasa aja yang pastinya memberikan sesuatu yang spesial di match kali ini. Dan kita akan melihat apakah poin akan ditempatkan oleh GVM ataukah Navi. Silakan Bude Clara Monster, take it over.
Pada akhirnya kita telah sampai di match penutupan di minggu yang ke-8 di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan kita pun hari ini bisa mengetahui 6 tim yang masuk ke dalam babak playoff. Dan 3 tim yang harus terhenti perjalanannya. Semua telah jelas, namun yang belum jelas adalah siapa yang akan berada di upper bracket bersama dengan tim RRQ. Dan kalau dari klasemen kita bisa melihat persaingan yang begitu ketat. GeekFam menjadi salah satu kontender, menjadi salah satu kandidat yang akan pergi di upper bracket. Namun dengan catatan mereka harus bisa memenangkan match-matchnya dan terus berjuang hingga minggu yang ke-9. Hari ini lawan mereka adalah Navi yang tentu saja walaupun mereka tidak memiliki kesempatan di babak playoff, mereka harus menunjukkan taring mereka di mana Navi belum pecah telur dari segi match point-nya sehingga kita tahu sendiri bahwa Navi sedang berusaha untuk memecahkan telur mereka. Sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertempuran dari kedua tim ini, tentu saja para super fans dan juga seluruh yang lagi menyaksikan hari ini berdebar-debar dan tentunya nggak sabar untuk melihat pertarungan mereka. Namun Bunda ingin mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official dari Coffee partner Good Day dan juga partner ini Sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sugro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa pula ada kita punya supplier RSV Helmet dan para super fans pun sepertinya udah nggak sabar melihat adanya pertempuran antara Geekfam dan juga Navi dan kita tahu Navi memang punya histori yang kurang baik. Namun tentu saja semuanya berharap dari Navi Nation bahwa Navi mendapatkan match poinnya. Karena kalau diingat-ingat Geekfam pun pernah berada di keadaan yang sama seperti Navi di beberapa musim lalu. Hingga musim yang ke-9 mereka sulit untuk mendapatkan slot mereka di babak playoff. Hingga pernah menorehkan sejarah buruk 0-14 pada saat itu. Namun dengan hadirnya Baloyski dan juga Aboy, ketika duo ini bersatu di season 11 hingga season ini, Geekfam mereka kembali seperti terlahir kembali menjadi tim yang begitu kuat dan menjadi penantang bukan ke babak playoff namun ingin mendapatkan upper bracket. Akankah Navi menjegal Geekfam atau malah di sini Geekfam yang menekankan kekuatan mereka? Mari sambutlah. Inilah dia match penutupan di minggu yang ke-8 MPL ID Season 15.
The final match to close out week 8 here at MPL ID Season 15 with Geek up against Navi. Geek looking for that upper bracket slot alongside with RRQ. The question is, will Navi be able to stop that in their tracks? You're watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
I've been answering a lot of the questions that you've been asking at the start. Yes, Navi can do it. These are my GOATs right here. Only second to the best team in the world.
BTR.
You said that, see? Thank you.
Help me.
Thank you.
I think it's beyond saving, bro. I'm not sure what I can do for you here.
Man, feels bad.
See
You want
that?
to change the topic?
Yes, help me pick a new one.
Okay, audience topic voting,
Audience
right?
topic voting.
Saved by the bell. What?
The Zipper coming in clutch.
Okay. So with leg number 1, Geek, unfortunately for Navi, were able to win 2-0. Now, what should Navi do to turn the tides here in leg 2? Do you think A, they need to respect Make Kid's hero, B, bring a pickoff draft, or C, dominate in the gold lane? What would you pick, Arashi?
Isn't there like another fourth option, like when I was in high school, where it's like all of the above? You know what I mean? Like,
Or
dang.
a D. Oh, that's a D option. E. None of the above.
None of the above.
None of the above.
They don't need to
Why?
do all that. All they need to do is focus on their game because they have been stellar already. Yeah. What do you mean? Why are you looking at me like that?
What?
Huh?
They want to break Wolf's record, right?
That is not the objective at hand, Mirko.
What's the point?
I don't know.
What? Winning one match won't get you records. It won't get you to playoffs. But losing all your matches left will.
So you're saying the way to go for them, the only way they can achieve anything is to go all in.
Yes.
Do they want to break, Geek's record? They have to do that, right? For the longest of times, we've seen Geek Fam in a position where they have been unable to make it to the playoffs. It was Season 10 where Baloyski joined. Season 11, that's when a boy joined. And that's when finally they were able to make it to the playoffs up until this point.
From never in to never out is what the asset says. And it really is true, man. Baloy has had such an impact here. And it seems like, I don't know, this is a team that trusts the process so much. Every single time they looked so shaky in the beginning and everyone's critiquing it and they're like, it is what it is. He's not that good yet. We're not that good yet. And then they'll persevere And then somewhere in the middle of the season, suddenly you're like, hang on a second, wait a minute, Geek Fam. Yo, Geek Fam, what?
Yeah, you have to trust the Beloyski process.
That's his thing, you know? If he was a writer, this is how all of his books are gonna go.
Yeah, he
It's
makes
always
the
like-
same thing. He makes the same shonen arc every single season, but it's still damn good. It's always interesting. Some people didn't believe in that shonen arc. It's actually the Geek fan himself, which is crazy because everybody else predicted this except for the Geek fan. Chaffin.
He was saying, I don't believe in patterns. From what I see now, it's impossible. Well, he's gonna eat his own words.
He already did.
bro.
Yesterday he was like,
exactly.
I wonder who said it, and I'm like, all right.
And now we're here, right? Again, let's take a look at what you guys thought back at home. What should Navi do was the question. And the answer is, drumroll please,
None of the above.
48% respect Makeid's hero.
Makeid's.
Now,
What is Makeid's hero?
I would agree if I didn't see his performance. Was it Fanny or the Ling? That was really crazy.
Fanny.
I would agree if it wasn't for
And
the
even Link. That's the thing. What's Makeid's hero right now?
Because it used to be Suyo.
Used to be. He used to be a Suyo merchant.
Yeah.
Fanny merchant. Ling. Joy. Haya. Now what's his heroes? Do you want to buy Fan 5 heroes?
At that point, he's not a merchant anymore. He's a wholesaler.
Exactly.
He's really improved, I think. Because I think in the early start of the season, one of the keys to victory was to ban out Makeid's Suyo. But now we've seen that he's been able to perform on different heroes, so I don't think it's as straightforward anymore for Geek.
Yeah, I don't think so. Again, even if he does get pressured down, so he's not like going crazy, the rest of the team is still a massive problem. As we take a look at the watch list here, we're skipping over Makeid's for a little bit to talk about Aboy and Beloyski, the guys we were talking about that kind of led them into that regular playoff status.
It's kind of cute that Edok actually agrees with everything we've been saying on desk, right? They're strong because Beloy is aggressive and fearless. Even if he dies 10 times, he doesn't care. And Beloy is able to keep up with Beloy's gameplay. But if you compare them to me and Rins, I'd say we're still stronger because we've been together longer.
Ooh.
Aboy and Beloyski have been together since season 11.
Yeah.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So like 2.5 years.
Yep.
More or less.
Yeah.
So Rins and Edok have been together longer?
They've been together
because they
for
came
the
from
longest time.
they came from the same
Yeah.
hometown, by the
Yeah.
way.
They knew each other in the womb.
Oh, they're brothers.
I don't know if I would go that
They're
far.
not brothers. It's just it's a figure of speech.
Brother in arms.
No, yeah, they're brother in arms, and they've been playing for the longest time. And before, yeah, they were already playing in Bosku. They won MDL with Gugun, Gobs, Bunny Cutie. Shout outs to them. And before that, they were already playing together in Aceh. That's where they're from.
Unfortunately, Beloy and Aboy think Keyboy and Sans are the
best.
scariest duo.
I disagree.
What was your answer? Is it from BTR?
You said it, not me.
So sick of this.
Yeah, it is. No, I mean, the biased me says yes. The real me says 100%. I see.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
You said it earlier.
Key and who?
BTR.
Oh, BTR.
Yeah.
So who?
Finn.
Finn?
And Light.
Finn and,
Yeah.
Finn
Huh?
and Light
Yeah. Yo.
together?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm so confused. Right
That's actually
trolling.
no. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm trolling. X Magic and Cars.
Oh, hey!
Best duo mid.
This guy is trolling live on broadcast.
No, why? What? Why do you think I'm trolling?
You said it yourself.
Okay, I mean, we respect that opinion.
Yeah. Why are you laughing at my opinion?
But like, could you elaborate? Why X Magic and Cars?
Because you're gonna beat Beloy and Aboy here, and Beloy and Aboy did say that they are the second best. So whoever beats them will be number one, on par with Sans and Keyboy.
Because it was Sans Keyboy, Edok Rins, and then
Everyone else, and then them.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But these guys will prove the world wrong. You're
gonna make history.
Note it down, ladies and gentlemen. Navi will win this one. You're not convinced. Why are you not convinced?
Because of the way you're saying it, what do you mean?
I don't trust this guy right now.
What? This is madness.
It's hard to listen to what you're saying and not read between the lines a little bit.
There's a reason I'm not the analyst today, you know?
Okay, we trust you now then.
Okay.
Your judgment call.
On?
Best duo.
Best duo.
If you say Edok Rins, I'm literally gonna walk out.
Dude, I
It's
think it
just
is Edok Rins though, seriously.
So biased. Like,
Why?
Everyone
What?
is so biased right now.
I think right now it is kind of Edok Rins.
Edok Rins.
Yeah. I think, but you know, in the world,
Okay, that's my call.
in the world,
No, no, please.
who's the best duo in the world of all time?
Oh.
Of all time?
I know. what
You
you're-
wise.
I know you were thinking that, but I have something different.
Okay.
Go for it.
San
San duo. That's valid.
or KK.
Whoa.
King Kong Kyrie. Oh, King Kong.
What?
King Kong Kyrie.
You heard
My
it here
bad.
first.
My bad. King Kong
I'm
Kyrie.
so
Dude, you're on a
confused.
roll today.
What is wrong with you
Feeling
today?
alive. Dude,
What
King
did you
Kong Kyrie.
eat?
Good day.
You're having too much of a good time
He's on
almost.
something.
Oh man.
Well, what about you? In the world, best duo.
Man, I hate being put on the spot. Me and Mirko.
I'm just gonna. Hey! I just, dude, I took a while to understand. I was like, nice. Duo.
Huh?
Dude. Did you have good day? You need coffee, man. What is going on?
Look, I need the official team lineup right now because I don't know what's going on. We're gonna start with Geek Fam. Up until this point, Gobs, Make It, Aboy Boloyski, and Kenziski. No Chidera once again, but we have seen exceptional things coming out from this 5 as they're looking to claim that upper bracket slot with RRQ. The question is, will they be able to do so?
Well, it all depends, man. With Kenziski in the picture, what does Loiski have planned for us? That's the big question.
Will they take a step closer to securing upper brackets? Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam!
Will they be able to do so? That is the biggest question right now. And the only thing standing in their way will be Navi and VTR.
Yeah, there it goes, man. Geek Fam definitely look ready. They look prepared. Up against them today, though. Let's see who they're gonna be facing.
From Navi, we've seen
Feb!
some
Whoa!
changes, and we're seeing again changes. Feb in the EXP lane. No BQ Shy with Washipol, X Magic Cars, and Chive. Feb.
Wow.
Where did BQ Shy go?
Bench, just like DJY.
Oh man.
Man, and yet another addition right here. Approaching the final weeks of MPL ID Season 15. These teams are looking for something, looking for a solution.
Look for the answer on the stage right here. Will Geek Fam be able to secure upper brackets? Navi.
I'm gonna let that sit for a second.
Sorry. Wow, that was a pun I had to do.
All right, with Feb coming into the lineup, no BQ Shy. I guess it is an X factor that they are working with. It could be catching Geek by surprise the way we are surprised today. We are welcoming the coaching staff from both of these teams.
It's gonna be Love C and Dow with Dora DSP and Raiden. Let's see how this goes, man. It's a bold move by Coach Dow. But he's built crazy structures before as the architect. Maybe he'll show us a surprising moment yet again today.
Dude, I don't even know if it's Doe's plan to promote Feb, you know? Maybe it's Raiden. Maybe it's
Oh,
the players.
Oh man,
We're
yo.
looking at the team head-to-head now between both of
Yikes.
these teams. Team win. What's R? Rate? Win rate?
Yeah.
Win rate.
That's a staggering visual, my
64%
friend.
to 0%.
That's a staggering visual. Oh man.
Oh man, indeed.
Looking at the most pick and ban heroes though, I mean you can see that Badang always coming quite handy for Navi, but maybe today against an assassin player, instead of Geek Fam, it's very adept it could be the same again. But a man called a boy is what we're talking about for the moment.
Number 7, mid lane total kills. We're looking at the top stats here, which is highest assists and highest damage per minute in the mid lane. So Sans is at number 1. And that also shows how aggressive a boy can actually be in the mid lane. And now we're looking at the other side of the coin, Big Brain Beloy.
BBB. Surprisingly, not a lot of high placing stats here, except for the, I guess there were unique heroes.
Is it really surprising though?
No.
It's Beloyski. Good old Beloyski, man. What he does isn't really, it cannot really be translated into stats, and that's the confusing part. Whenever you're talking about Beloyski stats, it's like, wait, what? How does the math check out? This doesn't make sense, but it does.
This guy has made it to Team of the Week, like I think 2 times. When it was full RRQ, everybody was Player of the Week except Edok. Beloy was in there. When it was full Onic, everybody was in there except Keyboy. Beloy was in there. And everybody's like, statistically, this guy isn't there, but what he fails in the sheet paper test, he succeeds in the eye test. You have to watch him play. You have to watch the team when you want to rate Beloyski's performance.
Not to mention, if you know some of the context on what he brings to the table, he is like larger than his role, man. He doesn't only perform as a great roamer, he also performs as a mentor, as a a drafter to a degree, as a strategist. And that's why on paper it's like this guy is like average. Your average Joe. And then you learn about his extra feelings, you see him play, you learn the stories, the tales of the war crime general, and you're like, dang, that's some newsworthy thing.
It's like in the interviews are really important, I think, to see how and what the impact from Beloyski is, because even a boy mentioned earlier on with Alyssa, he's actually been able to guide the team, create people, I would say create players to become people.
People.
That sounded weird, weirdly put. But you guys get what I mean, I think.
I was trying to hold it in. We get what you mean though.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Doe is able to create a monster in Feb, right?
Great people.
Great people, sure. I thought you wanted to move on from that, but I guess we're not gonna move on from creating people. Is he a god of some kind? He molds them from clay. Oh man.
He's like playing Sims, he's putting the stats in. Right.
It's almost like, they're nobody until Beloyski found them.
It seems
made them into a person.
He put a bit too much comedy, too much fun on May Kids, because the guy just keeps on smiling. He never frowns, even when they lose, when they're having a tough time being 8th place in the first few weeks of the regular season. He's always a smiling, smiley boy. Hey, Washer Paul seems to be Washer Smile as well.
He reminds me of Chidera a bit.
Oh, in what way? Washer Paul?
May Kids.
May Kids. Hey, speaking of May Kids, is it because Chidera also randomly kisses a boy?
I'm not aware.
Oh man. May Kids though definitely has the right idea, has the right energy.
Hey, May Kids and a boy.
A lot of good energy there, some people would say.
Speaking of X-Magic, he was also part of... We're not talking about X-Magic, but I wanted to move to X-Magic. Arashi, don't doubt me, all right? X-Magic was part of Geek Fam Jr., actually. He won MDL with Geek Fam Jr., with Mueza, with Masako, who's now been sent back to Indo after playing for Ocean Black.
Welcome back.
I see. Who are also trying to break Wolf's record. But they can't because they don't have enough matches to even reach Wolf.
What's his record?
Who? Wolf 0-14.
What's Navi on now?
0-13.
One more.
They're about to match it, but they need to shatter it.
You gotta shatter it in groundbreaking fashion.
Yeah.
Because then their next match will be RRQ, right?
In groundbreaking fashion.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's poetic.
What's poetic?
And sometimes in life...
No, their next match is EVOs and then RRQ.
EVOs and then RRQ.
Groundbreaking fashion indeed.
So I think EVOs are a good opportunity to halt that record, honestly. I don't think EVOs are in good shape right now.
Or... Dude, that's crazy. What is crazy? That you're doubting Na'Vi and their record-breaking ways. I'm disappointed in this desk.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I mean, sometimes in life, things get poetic like that. So sometimes you have to look at it and just enjoy the show.
Yep. Put on your William Shakespeare hat and get poetic with it, because Bluffsy certainly will try to be William Shakespeare in the draft. He needs to be creative. He needs to be able to right his wrongs from the previous drafts before. Remember against RRQ Game 3, that was what happened. Banning out all the junglers, only leaving Suyo, but then not picking Suyo, giving Sutsujin Suyo, and then Naked was like, oh no, help me.
There are a lot of questions to be asked right here. But for Geek Fam though, I do wonder if there's again, right, against Na'Vi, do they really want to be going full throttle? Do they want to try and explore a little bit? With Feb in the picture, right? There's a bit of a curveball here, a wild card.
Whoa.
So I do wonder what's the idea for Geek Fam? There's a chance that Na'Vi can really catch them off guard here. It has to be something very special for him to move up this late in the season.
Yep.
So we'll see what exactly the reason is as we get into the drafts presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series, Geek and Na'Vi. Geek on blue side, Na'Vi on the red. We see that Suyo has been banned out, Granger, Kalea, and Fanny. So all these prio picks eliminated. Naked's on the spot. Ling, I guess, is still available. The Joy as well. Are they looking for the Joy contest?
I think at this point, the Suyo can be a valid option too. Geek Fam, if they ban the Joy here, first pick the Suyo, then it'll be Worship Paw on a top pick. Haya.
Oh, Haya.
Takashi Hayabusa Take.
All right. Well, one more ban here. And usually you see a more straightforward ban choice from teams right now with the chips, the low Gs. We haven't seen that so far. Phobias for Geek Fam, not for Na'Vi. Either way, Geek Fam has a chance to pick up a bit of a macro tool if they really want to go for that approach, or they can just go for the power laning picks, try and out-muscle Na'Vi.
I think Chip is definitely a hero that he needs to think about now if you're Na'Vi. Coach Do, are you going to leave it open? That is a signature pick for BBB, Big Brain Beloy.
Feels like a lose-lose though.
Yeah.
For Na'Vi, because let's say the chip gets banned here, then you pick up the Joy, let's say. Na'Vi forced to pick up something like the Suyo. Already a bad matchup for the Suyo with the Joy still available. So the chip gets banned. Now Geek have first pick. Oh, they go for the Kimmy instead, actually. So Na'Vi can still pick up the Joy.
Now, if they pick up the Joy, the question becomes for Geek Fam, they still want to go for an assassin type duel? Oh, never mind. Not even a assassin pickup here for Na'Vi themselves. I was thinking if some of these fighter junglers might show up, because we saw the Leomord just once. Wondering if it might show up again.
Kylos. Solid pick here for Geek Fam again. They're really, I think, building for that front to back composition. And they can do that because Geek Fam, we have seen in the past as well, utilize the Florid Fredrin composition together with a Granger. Now with a Kimmy in their lineup, they could already go for, again, the same kind of composition with front lines. But they will go for the Suyo. Interesting. With the Joy still up for grabs, they decide to play that gamble on the Suyo.
So maybe they think that Na'Vi won't pick it up, considering they picked up the Harith already. We've seen a few teams actually double down on magic damage, so it is still a possibility, but if they do so, maybe Geek are trying to utilize that to their advantage.
Maybe it's also the fact that Geek Fam might be trying to put this Kimmy in the gold lane, right? So they want a good balance, magical and physical. If Na'Vi are going to be forced to go with the Joy, then it's going to be a very magical, heavy type composition. And now they've gone for the Sushin in a position where I don't feel like it's particularly amazing.
Yeah.
Just yet. There's no heroes countered hard by this Sushin already. And we already talked about how the options for the jungle has been narrowing down. So this is an interesting move by Na'Vi.
But I guess, okay, aside from the Kimmy pickup from the side of Geek, the Suyo can be displaced, especially around neutral objectives, alongside the Hylos, who can also be displaced around neutral objectives. So I do see the value there.
Cool.
That's a Hellcurt ban, yeah.
Luke is going to be taken out. I believe the Joy should be coming up next as well for Na'Vi. I think the big threat for them would be the Badang over the Cho. I don't think the Cho is a big threat to any of the targets that they have picked up as of yet. We don't know what's going to be in the jump. Oh, Zask! A counter to the Juicin that we've seen work once for Geek Fam, but in the second game really didn't work out yesterday against CLID.
So the Eve is still an option if they want to go for the counter against the Jushin in the mid lane.
Indeed it is. Now for Geek Fam, what's the idea here? There have been many fighters, you know, a lot of these brawling frontliners. If they want to go with the same trend, yeah, the Badang I think we talked about could be something they want to avoid with the front-to-back nature. And I think dynamic, anything that moves fast like that can be a problem, but no, they go for the Link here, knowing that the Kimi can get vulnerable against that Link. So I think they want to make sure that they can focus more offensively rather than have to consider something to protect the Kimi. Look at the cheer though, the cheer rate. Na'Vi actually dominating Geek Fam. Sheffin is slacking off. Whoa, but here comes the Hanzo.
You're right, man. Wait, Na'Vi have been winning the Chant War for a while now. Against BTR, they were also up. Now against Geek. Where are the Sheffins in the buildings, man?
All right, the Hanzo does have the potential to be able to dive into the back line. So with the Link being banned, they go for the Hanzo. However, it will require a little bit more time to get rolling. So in the early game, it might be difficult for Na'Vi. Geek pick up another stopper to help out, plus the 1-1.
All right, so still a very mobile composition here. They can do the front to back, the front and the back and forth very well too. Na'Vi gonna be a full-on dive if they even want to get close to the Kimi. Looking at the kite ability, except for the Badang, everyone else can just move away. So they need something to kind of seal the deal, trying to get those fights. The Garat Kacha can kind of do that, but we've seen it before. You kind of get limited, you're kind of forced to use your AOG, always offensively, and it's easy to kind of dodge away from it.
So what's the answer here for Na'Vi? Do they go for something like the Edith, or...?
For the XP, you're right. Need a bit more CC, and I believe, yeah, the Edith could be an option, but it really isn't the best option.
Sand rises when I give
that isn't either. There's so much CC on Geek Fam, and it's gonna be roaming Khalid.
Interesting. Oh boy. We've seen it before. Again, it's a engage tool, but this means that whenever it's time to go for Na'Vi, they gotta really go against a team like Geek Fam with all of this kite ability, the glorious pathway to slow or boost everyone. The Kimi and the 1-1 that is so mobile, they don't have the spammable stop tools to kind of enable their team to kind of stop the backline threats of Geek Fam. So unless they engage on the Kimi or the 1-1, I don't see Na'Vi winning the fights at all.
Upper brackets are wide open to take. Will Geek be able to secure that second slot alongside with RRQ? Or will Na'Vi be able to stop that from happening here in this last match of week number 8 at MPL ID Season 15? It's gonna start here in game number 1 as we get into the Land of Dawn.
Let's see it. Geek Fam still fighting for upper brackets, tied in points with Bigatron Esports. They need every win, every game they can get because BTR are ahead of the aggregate points.
Let's see how the lanes go though. Harriet against a 1-1, but more importantly, Gatot Kacha against the Hylos there. A lot of eyeballs on Feb being the newest addition, and so far he is getting chased by the horse. Not really the best of looks for the early game. Emblems here by Indigo. Bargain Hunter for a boy on the Kimi. So not really feeling a lot of pressure, a lot of threat. So if Washer Paul gets rolling on this Hanzo, this could be a problem for Geek Fam to try and deal with. But against a Badang, I myself, whenever I'm on a diving hero like the Hanzo against a Badang, it's never an easy time, especially with the damage output that Geek Fam have at their disposal.
Yeah, the range from a boy is going to be a problem even before we get to that point, right? Even in the early game, you can see the poke and the early game damage that the Kimi has. Big problem for X-Magic. Mars looks for something, doesn't find it, and the poke continues.
Yeah. The entire topside jungle was taken by Makids. Washapal jumping on Beloyski. Don't think it'll be a kill. Just a little bit of poke. But Washapal will be the one forced back to his own jungle.
All right. Sort of a back and forth, but this Kimi is surprisingly a good pick against the Tushin in a sense that you can actually clear, well, match the clear, and you can kite back. Because kiting back is the difficult part. The Yeep allows you to clear and also kite with the movement speed boost and the slows. The Kimi has an actual built-in, like, you know, knockback kind of, and you can keep just spraying people down as Cars supposed to do something, but they wouldn't be able to do.
Clean take, escaping for the AOG as well. Beloyski caught all alone. Soul Snatch, first blood, 2 Cars.
Alright, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Beloyski goes down for the objective. But that's usually a trade that Beloyski is more than happy to do.
Unless Na'Vi tries to use that moment, this man advantage, try and do something, try and set up for an invade perhaps or a steal. Not really much to do here, and Beloyski immediately comes in to try and screen once again, pushing away the members of Na'Vi, exposing them for a little bit just to ensure that Makids doesn't really have to be that concerned about some kind of invade. Because that's where the Khalid's strong point is. The level 1, level 2, level 3s, you know? A lot of damage built into the kit. A lot of base damage that doesn't require a lot of items. But now that we're at level 4 and going, Cars is gonna slowly but surely lose this this prio when it comes down to the movement around the map.
Oh my god, Papulong, what is this? 200! What?
What? Look at yours, what is that?
This is rock and roll, man. Beloyski, Soul Snatch. Oh, Washapal takes the... It's the emote, man.
You can't just transition from play-by-play to reply to me like that, bro.
I did.
I got caught off guard.
I got kind of confused for a second. But yes. Wow, 200 for Pak Pulong. And he's been right so far today?
I think he'll be wrong today.
Oh, he was really wrong with the Evo's Onyx matchup. But look at this, Na'Vi piling onto Kenziski. But if I recall correctly, Kenziski has shown great skill in being able to avoid deaths from dives like that. So Na'Vi won't even attempt it so far. 14 seconds to go for the next turtle. And Geekfam has still have all the control. And so far, they've just been sacrificing Beloyski.
Honestly, what does that emote mean?
It's the emote, man.
Yeah, what does that mean though?
It's like rock and roll, you know? Just enjoy the moment.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Shatter Wolf's record. That's what the emote means.
Okay.
A boy, traction pulse, Feb. Able to escape. Geekfam with control over the neutral objective, but Makids will actually decide against it. Over to the purple buff he goes.
Okay, the big thing is though, Geek have no Purify. So if Cars looks for a moment, there is still potential that they can utilize that to their advantage. Gloms actually opens up his ult here.
Into the back he goes to revitalize as well. Washapal already used a Soul Snatch, will be sent there. Good stun over, it will be Washapal with Retribution, but a fist crack! Catches X Magic, a big fist as well. Crimson Beacon coming in, Cars running away. Good healing with the flicker out. Gobs unable to go for the stun, and it's Na'Vi with a win.
Alright, no trades on the board for Geek. Wait, a boy doesn't get it. Does some damage, but in the end, no trade and kills. They are going to be able to put some pressure into the mid lane. Washipal, though, will be able to clear. And they don't get the turret either.
Yeah, Geek can consolidate on the neutral objective. They're trying to go all in and get a winning fight there. If you notice how they were positioning, they weren't even threatening to try and take the turtle. So Na'Vi were the ones focusing on the turtle. Geek fam were trying to get kills. They're trying to get a fight. And Na'Vi were able to kite back out of it, despite the fact that some of their members aren't exactly too mobile. So that's a commendable result there. Geek fam definitely have to consider a bit more how they want to get Na'Vi into these fights that Geek fam themselves want.
I mean, they've been able to trade that tower in the bottom lane, right? So there is a little bit of a trade. These permanent structures are going to be gone forever, so they're slowly taking over the map. That's some damage in the top side on the turret as well. So that's something that they can still work with.
Looking at the items here for a little bit. The War Axe for Makids, so good sustain. It's going to be available to him. He can go for short trades and still heal back up from the jungle, from the lanes as well. Meanwhile, Thunderbelt's going to give Beloyski a bit more playmaking because he can kind of slow and stun. And that's a Wind Talker second item for Kenziski, so he's just trying to get more mobility with that 1-1 and more wave clear potentially, more teamfight damage as well.
Stops. We'll be able to get the stun, good immobilize as well. Washapal with the Soul Snatch and then back to the original body. Pretty low, but has the regen. Turtle 3 spawning in the game.
Now the big question is, what do Geek want to do? Because they're the ones first around this neutral objective. It looks like Washipal is a level behind of Makeits too, so they do have an advantage. Wait a second, that's Cars.
Raging Sandstorm, a dive on Kensiski. He's leaving across the whole will be able to find it, but there's no CC on Cars. It will be Kensiski. Damage soaked in completely and him taken down. Traded for a turtle, but it's not Navi who come out on top in that trade. Fraction Pulse over to Tool. X-Magic able to escape. Beb, AOG.
All right. Again, a bit of a back and forth situation right here, but so far, not bad. Geekfam though getting the turtle for the troubles and potentially trying to find something more here. Going straight for the purple buff. Navi make their move.
Washipal would dive in. Beloyski with a pin down. That's a lot of damage. Another stun over. Beloyski going to be taken very low. Still able to escape Makeits. Steals away the orange buff. And they get out.
All right. So Geekfam trying to assert their dominance here in the mid game with a couple of items here, especially with the Thunder Belt for Beloyski, the glowing one for Aboy as well to stop the healing coming in from both Cars and Feb. Navi were trying to bully Geekfam with the sustain. I mean, you saw them tank the crossbow of Tang and just shrug it off. So now with the items coming through here, I think we have to wait for a bit more for Kenziski to be a real threat. But as a team overall, they have enough damage now to really be a threat towards the Gatot and the Khalid in theory. But look at this pressure on the side lanes though. With Navi grouping up together, Geek is getting a lot of value here just by pushing properly.
This has been what they've been doing, right? They didn't go for the first neutral objective, but they were able to trade to the tower in the bottom side of the map. And I think that's their plan. They're slowly building momentum here. They're slowly building control on these side lanes. Despite Geek losing that tower in the top lane, Washipal needs to be careful. That's still some respectable damage being outputted by a boy. So as soon as Navi kind of tunnel vision onto Kensiski, granted they have been able to take him down once, they do still have that lurking threat looming in the hands of a boy because he's on the Kimmy.
Definitely still gonna perform as a carry. As Kenziski actually going for the Has Claw's third item. What do you think about this build, Mirko? Corrosion Scythe, Windtalker into Has Claws.
Honestly, as a 1-1 player, not a big fan of that build, but I understand why he went for it. Just wants to stay, and that's gonna be a stun lock over to Cars. Wow, good escape from Cars. Able to get away. X-Magic gonna be poked down. Doesn't get the Lantern Flare knock up. Makeits! So Sever! And the Queller gets the kill. Assassinated. Now it's a 4v5, and I don't think Navi want to contest.
Yeah, this should be a green light for Geek to pick it up without any contests. No X-Magic, and Washipal is 2 levels below right now, so Makeit's going to be able to secure it without the Retribution as well. So it is a green light if they want to go for the invade, lest it happen. And Geek are holding on to this 2,400 gold lead in 9 minutes.
That was rough, dude. X-Magic. This is a situation that was picked into the Kimmy. And you saw what happened there. X-Magic was trying to get a lift and he just took so much spray damage coming in from a boy. Look at the Geekfam. Whoa!
In the back he goes. Washipal sent back to the... Whoa, so severed! Wow! That's a tank. That's Cars! He dealt that much damage.
It's a lot of damage, man. The frontliners of Navi, again, are more utility-based. Feb is going to be a bit tankier, but Cars in particular, not a lot going for him. He also went for the... Oh, hang on a second. What's wrong?
Over, but we won't be able to get much. Only a Soul Snatch on Gobs, and you can see how low Washipal is. Bad timing with the Lord marching down up top. We'll be able to get the charge down. Holy Defense will clear the wave and also give Navi a chance to defend it, but all of the Holy Defenses have been procced in. Another wave up top. Go down! What the hell? Solo kill from out of nowhere! Makeits gets a turn on top of that. Up top. Navi defend. What was off cam?
What happened?
I think Washipal was just trying to clear, and out of nowhere, Makeits comes in, charges, stuns him, and just deletes him immediately. He is deceptively high damage right now with the Malefic Roar completed. He has 3 items, and Washipal only on 2, so not even reaching his full potential power spike. Beloyski.
Fraction Pulse, double immobility. Raging Sandstorm into the back, good fist crack to cancel it. Washipal coming back to life now, jumping to the back line, but oh, we'll only find a Soul Snatch on Gobs.
There's too much damage there whenever he goes in. Aside from the crowd control that he receives, it's also the damage. It's basically damage from 2 marksmen, so he doesn't survive long at all. Even if he goes full glass cannon, the same way we usually see Hanzo's do without being unpunished, this time, right, with Geekfam kiting away, with Washapal running essentially towards the backline, he's gonna take damage from both the Wanwan and the Kimi. 2 heroes that can hit while moving technically. So he is just losing more and more presence in the game as time goes on.
We're seeing the emotes being utilized by Geek Fam there. That's a Navi emote as well. Oh, gobs.
Navi's using it too. It's okay. It's okay. It's a fair ground.
Okay. But you guys can actually get your hands on it as well. Check it out in the shop. You can utilize it in your games, like Geek and Navi are utilizing it here. Back into the game, still full control, full pressure coming out from Geek. That's a Berserker Fury now, 4th item for Kinziski.
Huh. It's a crit build. For Kinziski.
It's a bit of a hybrid build because he has a corrosion sight as well. It's just a bit of utility, a bit of clear, and then sustain, and just more damage. It seems like it. And on the other side though, Cars, he went for the Blade Mail as well. I guess going up against the Kimi and the Wanwan, he figures he would live longer without taking less basic attack damage. But that's how Makekids is able to kind of just chunk him down immediately, because he has no protection against ability-based physical damage. So if Beloyski, Gobs, and Makekids jump on him, Cars is super vulnerable, to say the least.
Okay, by the way, I've seen this build before.
Okay.
It was Eman who used this build too. I forgot which game, but I asked him instantly. I was like, why crit? And it's just like, oh, I tried it in scrims and he wants to play it in tournaments. He didn't give me like an answer, oh, it's better against tanks or anything. He just said he tried it. So I guess that's what Kinziski's doing too. He finds it more comfortable. Oh, traction pulse into a big fist. X-Magic with Flicker out, Washapal. Pinnacle Ninja into the back line, but it's only the frontliners taking the damage. Oh man, Sky Pierce to the crossbow tang. Ready, Kinziski pops it, Fab taken down by the crossbow tang. You can see the crits over 13 minutes. Geek Fam, get it done quick.
Not even reaching that 14th minute mark. Geek Fam are going to be able to lead this best of 3 series, and unfortunately, once again, Navi goes back to the drawing board to try and figure out how to force a game number 3.
That's a rough one, man. Again, even from the beginning, it doesn't seem like it's a composition that will work well against Geek Fam. They need so much commitment from Geek Fam, and Geek Fam has a composition that can deny fights, disengage, run back. And it just worked out in their favor. Navi did not have a single fight that they wanted on their terms. Whenever there was a fight, you can be sure it's when Geek Fam says it is time to fight.
Man, it was just a stomp on a different level, it seems. Like, I mean, in this game, it wasn't like it was a stomp that we are used to seeing where it's just like 15-0, 7-0. It was a pretty close game kill-wise, but the macro diff was ridiculous. That's what Geek Fam have over every other team in MPL ID, I think. Macro.
Slowly but surely, they were able to get those turrets in the side lanes. And we were talking about that, right? What are the trades coming from Geek? They didn't get a kill trade in that first turtle, I believe. But they were able to get that turret in the bottom side, and then that lead slowly built over. They were able to get a permanent structure in the top side of the map, and they just continued to work from there. What to do for Navi?
I mean, it's looking tough. Well, that always helps,
good day.
Kind of. But I think there's a... Before we even talk about that, you know, not the best look for Feb.
My bad, boys.
Either.
Bless you.
Thank you. God did.
Okay. Yeah, Feb. You know, where was the secret weapon? Where was the specialty that we were waiting on that allowed him to be fielded here in such a crucial moment?
You know what? Like, crucial for who?
Crucial for Navi.
Why?
Okay, fine. Never mind
Right?
that.
Like, maybe it's just playtime, maybe it's just experience, airtime, maybe for next season, right?
It could be it.
It could be. But back to this. Player of the game goes to Makekids on his signature Suyo. He didn't have to do anything too fancy. either. I think Aboy did a really good job at kiting everyone for him to get the final kills in the very end. He was able to get the next few neutral objectives after losing that first one. And what else, Arashi?
I think more than anything, in a game like this where he doesn't really have to do anything too much, as in he's not the main carry, he's not the one that has to make this big plays happen. He did a great job being patient, maintaining discipline. Because there are ways for Na'Vi to punish him if he overextends, if he's out of position. But all he did is farm, wait for the right moment, get a kill, and when he goes in, he gets a kill, gets out. He doesn't really take unnecessary risks here, and that's rare for a player that, in a sense, has proven himself to be a great mechanical player. You know, there'll be temptations here to try and outshine, to try and do something crazy, right? Put on some cinematics for the audience. But he's like, nah, my team's got this, right? Until he finds Waterfall alone, until he finds X Magic. It's a little bit too far out in the front, just comes in and just demolishes them. Literally 100-0 deletion.
Wow, I mean, there's not much to say. Geek Fam, again, this is the thing that you get when you play Suyo, and I think a lot of Suyos just don't utilize this like Make Kids. This being taking control of the side lane. This is why Geek Fam always put gobs usually when they get a Suyo on a hero that doesn't need resources. Hylos, Gatot Kacha, Badang even, right? You don't see him on the Phobiuses too much when it's when it's Suyo for Make Kids, because you want to give the side lane fully to Make Kids once you cross the 5th minute mark. That's when the Suyo can get all the golden XP from the lane. And that's why he's able to build such a big lead in the end, where you can see the gold difference is just ridiculous. And you can see 2-0, it's not really a ridiculous stat, but the gold lead is
5,000?
5,000 almost, right? So you take the sides. This is also, shout outs to everybody back at home if you guys want to learn how to play Suyo. A question that my friend always asks me when I play Suyo is like, why do you deal damage, but when I play it, I don't? It's like, because I just farm a lot more in the side lane, especially when my XP doesn't need resources.
It's for resource management, resource allocation.
And it fits with the macro, because Geek Fam are a very good macro team. Suyo is a very good side laner pressure hero, like side laner press hero. And that's why when you're up against Suyo, you kind of want to have Joy. Because the Joy can match Suyo, beat Suyo in the side lane. That stops Suyo from going to the side, forcing him to be in the jungle, and stopping his crazy wave clear, crazy side pressure. Hanzo is horrible at side lane pressure.
Not the best clear.
No, it's not just about the clear, it's just because
the 1v1 as well.
You use your shadow and then you go back all the way, and like you would much rather want that just for team fights. Hanzo is a team fighting hero.
Pretty accurate. That's the issue here, that Navi's... and by the way, giving all the gold to the Suyo as well, it's not really the worst of ideas too, because usually, again, then it's usually if you funnel your gold to your jungler, it's gonna be an assassin, it's gonna be a fighter of some sorts. But the Suyo, it's a bit of everything, which is why occasionally, if you look at the charts here, you would see that the Suyo is actually the second highest damage dealer in the game. And that's sometimes the Suyo can do more damage than a Yve, than a Farsa, than a Kimi, because even though you're a fighter assassin, you can poke with the Queller. Even if you don't, you can still farm well, you can still peel almost, you have a stun built in as well. So a good Suyo player, I would say, knows how to actually maximize the flexibility and knows what his job is in that particular game. And I think for Make It, he kind of delivers here. Yeah. Like you mentioned, he clears, he assassinates, and that's about it. Doesn't need to do anything too fancy.
So Na'Vi lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Game number 1. But they won in the cheer battle because they had amazing super fans. And for those of you guys back at home, the super fans back at home, the MPL Super Fans League has arrived. All right, this competition serves as a platform to prove which team community is the best and most united across Indonesia, while also giving the super fans a stage to compete, unite, and of course show their pride for their favorite team. And it's here. It really is here.
Let's see the standings.
Yeah.
Number 1, both Sonics.
Damn.
Yeah, and then Dragon Troopers, my goats. Oh, Arashi, 8 and 9.
Tough one. That's a tough one.
Wow.
I'm surprised that the Sonics are all the way on top, by the way. Sonic Kocak Siap is kind of a funny name, though.
I guess they're more
hey,
united.
Na'Vi, number 3. Oh my lord. W na Vinesh. Man, Kingdom, I didn't expect Kingdom to be that low.
Hey,
89.
RQ Kingdom bang bang, baby. Let's
Oh
go.
my God. Damn.
I'm 4 and 8.
So you're just
Not that
mid.
bad. Yeah.
You're just mid.
5 and 6.
Isn't that 4?
4 and 8.
4 and 8. There we go.
Evos are what? 2 and
Roar.
7.
Roar and Evo's a God. Why is it always 7?
Oh, you're right.
Why? How? What is the 7th curse on Evos, man?
Something bigger is at
What
play
did
for
Evos
sure.
do to
On the 7th.
the 7th of...
Or did they do something 7 times?
You know the whole Bloody Mary myth, right? You say it 3 times. Maybe they said something 7 times, and 7, the number, appeared in the bathroom next to them, saying, "Huh, yeah, huh,
Or
gotcha."
maybe it's Pahape's favorite number.
Why would Evos want to? So you're
Because
saying
RQ
you're
and
saying
Evos.
Paape cursed Evos? Ooh,
No.
no.
But they have a rivalry.
Do they now? Maybe it was in the past.
Maybe as a player.
In the
Dewa.
M1.
Dewa.
Huh?
Yeah. The rivalry. Maybe it was just in the past.
I feel like there's a lack of connection here right now on the desk. That's for sure. Oh, all right.
Maybe he's a player from Dewa. I know. But so is he. No, he's not. He's a player from Evos.
What are you talking about?
Kimura.
You gotta start with the
Talent.
misinformation. Someone's gonna quote you, right?
Okay,
Someone's gonna be watching while
Someone's
doing
gonna-
dishes,
yeah.
while cooking, and it's like, oh, I didn't know that. Ki was in Dewa? That's cool. He'll tell his friends, right? And then one day they go like, are you sure, bro? Prove it. He'll Google it, and he'll curse Mirko for the day that Mirko misinformed him.
Or I mean, it's just food for all the Clippers out there
Yeah.
who always misquote people. So.
Oh,
always.
Whoa, DJY. He just called you out, bro. That's crazy.
Is
Stop
DJY
misquoting.
still a Clipper?
Dude,
He's a pro player now.
He's bigger than life now, you know? It's like,
DJY, the fries in the bag, man. Just, what the hell?
he's a streamer now.
He's
kind of.
benched in a team with 0 wins, bro. Like
That too.
Oh my god, bro. Come on, DJY. The demon in the back room.
Demon in the back room.
That's his nickname now. That's his moniker, man. DJY,
Man,
we love you, man.
Someone needs to like start a new clipping channel and start clipping whenever we talk about DJY, right? So that he feels questioned, you know,
So he feels
challenged.
roasted.
He feels challenged to try and...
He is meant to be challenged.
He is meant to be challenged, that's true.
That's good. It's always good to be meant to be challenged.
Yeah, because a challenge will make you
Better.
Motivation.
Yeah.
Morale.
Like LaFell.
LaFell, oh, greatest talent, and he is always there. We're challenging him constantly.
He has great acoustics as well, man.
Sometimes he challenges us.
A lot.
He has great acoustics as well.
What do you mean?
But he doesn't do
He has,
music,
he
bro.
has a good voice though.
Oh, like the acoustics of his voice.
Exactly. Pretty acoustic.
I think he just restarts a lot. Like his sentences.
That's true. He does that a lot, doesn't he? He'll be saying something and it's like, let me restart real quick.
Yeah.
But we love him, man.
Shoutouts to our GOAT, Bigatron.
What the hell, bro? Can you not hijack the conversation to bring back Bigatron?
Sorry.
Why do you keep doing this?
It's
Again.
bad habit.
You're a habitual like line stepper, bro. You can't do that.
Shoutouts to LaFell. And a young man from the Philippines.
I was about to say.
Beyblade Master.
Beyblade Master. Oh, man.
Collection is getting crazy in Malaysia, though.
In Malaysia?
Yeah.
Brother is Filipino.
No. I mean, yes.
No, I was like, wait,
just no.
Wait, did he tell you something? Did he reveal
No,
to
I
you?
mean,
it's-
yes. But there's another collection that's going on in Malaysia.
Okay. Well, what are Geek Fam collecting now? They're collecting wins.
Yes.
And I want to check the standings real quick to see how big of a chance they have to make it to upper brackets playoffs.
The numbers are readily available.
Yes, sir. So both Bigatron and Geek are 9-5 right now. 9-5. If they win 2-0, they'll still be behind of BTR by 1 game point. So really, it'll come down to BTR versus Geek.
Because is the head-to-head bigger than game?
BTR beat them 2-0 in the first leg.
So what if Geek win 2-0 in the second leg?
Then the head-to-head will be tied. And Geek might have a tiebreaker for upper brackets, honestly. That's crazy. That's first time.
I mean, Buddha did mention it up on stage, the potential for tiebreakers.
I think a lot of people are very excited to see that. It's gonna be like something that's new, kind of. We don't see it too often. Haven't had a lot of tiebreakers in the past. We got close, I think. I believe we got close like 2 seasons ago, I think.
I think we got close like 3 seasons in a row for the battle for playoffs, right? Because it was so tight. But now the battle for playoffs is over, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's the battle for upper brackets, which is going to be BTR versus Geek and Alter Ego. Actually, if BTR and Geek lose all their matches, I believe Alter Ego could sneak in.
I mean,
so there's
TLI
still a chance there. No, they're not.
I tried.
6th place.
I tried.
The same way when we do it, huh?
All right.
You gotta be slick with it, man.
Like you.
I mean, I
Today has
tried
not
to
been
say
slick,
it
brother.
like really quietly.
You either go super slick or you go super hard. Like just boom.
Well, I mean, Geek went
Shout outs
super
to
hard in game number 1. Right? Oh
Yes.
man, not even a 14-minute game. We see the stats reflected
Whoa,
as well
whoa,
earlier
whoa, whoa.
on.
That's
He's
the
doing
song,
a
right?
Velociraptor.
Whoa! The smiling jungler. Might as well call him the TikTok jungler.
He's Gamoy.
What's Gamoy for the people back at home who don't know?
I don't know, that's what Beloyski said. He said, what does Make-Its have that
You
other
don't know
junglers
what
don't?
Gamoy means.
He said, Gamoy, 1.
Gamoy.
2. Gamoy, 3. Gamoy.
Like a cutie
Gamoy's like
patootie.
cute.
It's like a funny way to say cute. It's like cutie patootie.
Oh my god. Do it. No, he doesn't.
Dude,
he did twice. He baited
everyone.
on size.
He baited the
X-Magic.
whole audience too.
Do it. Oh no, he's just drinking water.
He looks sad.
Stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen. You guys haven't got a reminder to drink water. Drink water.
Drink Good Day.
It helps.
Instead.
Good Day helps too. Yes, sir. First pick selection though, Geek Fam will be back-to-back blue.
Great for the first pick again here. Again, a chance to just kind of exert what they want onto Na'Vi in the drafting phase. Again, for Na'Vi, I don't know what the move is going to be here, man. It really seems like macro is their main issue. But if that's the case, like, do they want to get macro tools? You know, like quick rotations, low Y's, chips? Because it's kind of funny. Against a team that's good at macro, picking up a chip and a low Yi, these macro-heavy heroes can backfire. Because then your opposing team knows how to macro around it and avoid giving you those easy opportunities.
Well, now we gotta talk about really what Na'Vi do. We've been going around. Oh, fist bump, Kenziski! So, is it gonna be Kenziski or Chadera that becomes the main man for Geek Fam in the playoffs?
I think in theory it still should be Chidera. We're seeing again a lot of the newer faces show up here towards the end. I think a lot of people do feel like this is just them giving time on stage, experience, to say the least. But I think it still should be Chidera, right? He's been always a bit more consistent. He's been able to actually
Dora.
be... he's also improved quite a bit. Because remember, the reputation used to be that Chidera calls for Beloyski and that's it, remember? Like what was mentioned in the interview. But then after that one big win, he's like, guess I'm just calling for Beloyski, and now he can actually do aggressive maneuvers on his own.
Could be.
That's character development. Oh, we got a boy being forced to say hello to the camera by Coach Dora Dispe.
Come on, X-Magic, give us something.
Show us some magic, bro. Look to the camera.
Nah, he doesn't care.
Did I hear a flute?
What?
What? I swear from the Geek Fam side here behind us, I heard like a flute melody. I'm like,
It's
what?
probably Sheffin.
Probably Sheffin in the building for our hair cam by Head and Shoulders. Yep.
Favorite segment of all time.
His favorite segment of all time. He loves that. X-Magic. How do you feel, my friend?
He's communicating. Are these tactical discussions? Can someone read lips?
I can't.
Me neither. But Gobs can.
Read lips?
No.
What?
He can play.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Oh, there you go.
Gobs. There you go. That's what we were waiting for. A boy, please.
Do it.
Please. A boy.
Dude, we should yell.
A man called a boy.
We should yell loud enough so that they can hear us on stage.
Avoid do it.
I don't think he can hear us. They have noise cancellation. Pretty good one.
Picked
Okay,
heroes.
okay. No, he's not gonna do it.
You know what we should do, dude? We should bring like this big cardboard cutouts and just do that, and for sure they'll see us. No,
I don't think so.
We're so
These
like
four
elevated.
players usually have pretty bad eyes, you know, like. I mean, they stare at the screen every 24 hours.
PSA to avoid staring at your screen for too
Do
long.
it.
He doesn't want to do it.
A boy, do it.
You know you want to.
Boy, do it.
Do
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. A boy.
Do it.
Dude. What do you mean what?
Yeah, he's asking
A boy. Do the dance.
Oh, I think the Indo desk is also
Yeah,
measuring
they're
him.
asking. They're asking.
Oh. Ah, dude.
Boo.
Boy.
No fun.
See, it's so unfair. The Indonesian desk can actually pressure the players because their voice is broadcasted in the
I mean,
arena.
you could always call a boy
Call him, Arashi. Call him. Call a boy right
on
there.
your Samsung phone.
Call him.
Oh, you meant literally call him.
Yeah.
Call him.
Oh, look
call
at
him.
Make It.
Oh, let's make it.
Okay.
He's vibing.
Show us what you got, mate, kids. He's shaking his head. Okay, he's feeling it.
That's cute. Interacting with the Geek Fam community. Oh, that's Chefin.
Whoa, it is Chefin.
Really?
Yeah, he's playing the flute. We were right.
What? Oh, hold up, hold up.
Interesting. Good vibes though on the Geek Fam side, but see, it's always funny because they're always so expressive, and then once they get asked for it, right, by the casters in the interview, they're like, yep, nah, I'm good, it's okay.
Because Jadero is also a very expressive human being.
Yep.
Until he's on stage.
Unless something happens.
Unless he's on an interview.
Yeah,
And he could cry. He's like Nino.
That's also expressive, I feel. I know,
Yeah.
very, very emotional as a player as well. Very emotional human being. And I think it's great, you know, passion really drives a lot of these players when it comes to playing professionally, their competitive spirit, their winning spirit too. And I hope we can see more of that for Na'Vi in the next season. Because right now, again, if you guys are just tuning in, 3 teams have already been confirmed out of playoffs. So we have our 6 teams that will be going to the Jakarta International Velodrome for Season 15 playoffs. Now it's a battle just for upper brackets.
So RQ, BTR, Geek, Alter Ego, Onyx, and TLID. Right? Am I missing someone? No, right?
RQ, BTR, Geek Fam,
Yeah.
TL,
I think you got it.
AE, Onyx.
Yeah.
I think they nailed it. Go! That's
Coach
Coach
Doe.
Doe.
The architect.
Big Doe.
Yeah. You know, this reminds me, it really feels like Coach Doe, he's still the architect, but it's like he's not given the budget and he's not given any resources nor tools. So he has a drawing.
He has good designs, right? But not a lot of ways to implement those designs.
So we'll see what his design is for game number 2 as we get into the drafts presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series with Geek once again on blue side. Hayabusa Granger banned again, but we do see some changes coming through for Na'Vi. It's actually the Fanny and the Suyo. Kalea and Chip has been left open. Ovia's banned out. Kimmy taken away. So Chip and Kalea are both on the table, and Geek go for the Kalea first pick.
Kalea first here, a bit more flexible, I guess. Geek Fam and a lot of teams that have a kind of crafty drafting phase, they like going for these flex picks. Na'Vi, no different. Got the catcher first, but along with that though, do they want to go for this Chip? Again, if your team isn't really good at the macro game, it can get kind of dangerous. So they banned the Suyo, that was a big problem, and now they picked an assassin that Mika was saying is a good solution against said hero, so that's an interesting decision. With the Joy in the picture though, against the Kalea, there's a lot of ways for Geek Fam to really punish this pick, especially if Na'Vi don't really get a lot of other heroes to dive in to try and distract everyone from the Joy rushing through the back line.
So the big question is, what are those heroes, right? If they want to go for a straight-on counter, technically the Fredrin is still an option for them to pick up, but I don't know if it will do make its justice, right? He's done so well on the Assassins. The fact that he's forced on something like the Fredrin might not work in handy. So, oh, there you go, Naruto. Lucas has been picked up alongside with the Valentina. Lucas jungle, we're assuming here. 1-1 gets picked up. There's still an opportunity to go for CC earlier on, but because Navi went in for the 1-1, he could just ban out the CC. And they might not even have to, because technically, if the Lucas goes jungle, they're not going to be in the same lane anyway.
Exactly. And against the Lucas, it's a bit of a funny situation, the Lucas, man, because it's been very, very strong. But then since a couple of teams like Onyx have been able to find a solution, immediately the Lucas becomes a pick that can be circumvented, that can be dealt with. So now, Navi don't believe the Kalia is going to go into the roam position. They ban out the Mathilda because they don't have access to that X-Bor counter strat that Yev was using to counter that Lucas. So Naruto will have to have a different option here, different backup.
Because technically the drafts coming from Giga are still super flex. Kalea can still be roam, EXP, Lucas can still go jungle, EXP. So Navi are put in the position where they're gonna have to kind of guess what the game plan is for Geek right now. So it's not gonna be as straightforward when we go into the banning phase. That's why Iritel gets banned out to protect the 1-1 in the gold lane. And maybe that's all they're working with. They're trying to look for a winning lane for the 1-1.
I really hope Navi don't get too tunnel vision around neutral objectives though, because again, with this composition, with the Joy and the 1-1, I think playing for side control will be more valuable. Playing to utilize kill pressure and rotate around the map might be the better choice here, because Geek Fam, with Lucas, Kalea, Valentina, this already looks like a surefire way to secure turtles.
Yeah, if they go too tunnelly on the neutral objective, Geek Fam, they're just so comfortable there, and they have the tools, like we mentioned, to punish any kind of overextension. If Navi really want to go for some of these team fights, they have to get more tools. I mean, the Badana and the Gato is cool and all, but in the early game, the damage won't be there. Right? The Joy and the 1-1 won't have that space to go in, and the damage output compared to the Lucas. So they will require someone that can output enough damage for them. And from the mid lane, it's kind of tough. That's why the Kimi's not in the picture anymore, but Akai!
Yeah.
What?
That's gonna be Akai XP, I think, right? Kalea Rome, Akai XP. Interesting.
I haven't seen Akai XP in a long, long time. Technically, Giga aren't even a composition that wants the Akai to spread everyone around anyways.
Okay.
Right? So that's definitely interesting.
I wonder what the Akai is for.
It might be to stop the Joy, right? You're spinning, the Joy can't dash, pin against the wall.
Yep. It's also good against the Badang and the Gata Kacha lockdown. So if they go in, it can be an instant disengage with a heavy spin.
They go with a Vexana for the mid lane though. I still think in the first few fights, I don't think that fighting is gonna be the answer unless they actually get some kind of massive combo here. Otherwise, man, that Lucas is gonna be a problem, man.
What's the main strength of the Vexana, Arashi?
Main strength of Vexana, good wave clear, right? And crowd control, lockdown, AoE lockdown.
Exactly. That's what I thought. CC. Against the Lucas, you want to try to CC the Lucas? It's like better anti-CC than a Martis.
Exactly. I guess they're looking for the damage potential. Because again, in a big fight for Navi, if everything goes well, right? They apply the mark of Vexana on everyone, right? And 1-1 and the Joy burst someone down, it transfers, the target explodes, hits everyone. That's very ideal though, so let's see if those win conditions come through for Navi.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 2 in this matchup between Geek Fam and Navi. Already a 1-0 for Geek as they lead this best of 3 series. Can Geek close it out 2-0 like they did in leg number 1 and solidify their chances to get their way into the upper brackets?
Oh boy. Especially in the early game, we talked about how Geek Fam surprisingly have a lot of staying power, a lot of damage potential as well. With so many fighters on their lineup right now, they got a ton of base damage to work with for the early fights. Not to mention Beloyski on the Kalia is gonna be healing everyone. If you're curious, 180 damage, 180 HP plus 10% max HP, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a hefty amount for these fighter heroes to have a lot of base defense. If you look at the emblems here by IndyHome, you're seeing a bit more to that. Pull yourself together still for Beloyski for the playmaking potential. But along with that, that's a thrill on the Akai for Gob. So again, a very interesting approach. Might be there to help him with the wave clear.
Is that the usual sub-emblem for a 1-1?
What is?
The green one? I forgot what it's called.
Pull yourself together?
Pull yourself together, yeah.
Faster cooldowns for the battle spells and also for the active items, by the way. So that's the idea here for Navi. They want Shive to have all the tools available. He's been the more reliable member so far. But again, against so many fighters, we've seen how marksmen deal with the Lucas. The Lucas becomes a massive problem. The 1-1 can outplay that Lucas, but again, it's still gonna take a lot of effort, for sure.
But if we're talking about like fighters, technically Navi have a lot of fighters too, right? Feb at level 4 should be able to have a say in the neutral objective take.
Yeah, level 4, they have fighters that... I think Feb is the only... Oh, hang on a second.
Feb locked down by the heavy spin. Chain CC just by the heavy spin and gobbled up.
Well, I guess no impact if he's taken out completely, right? So, Geek, really good way to start things off. Going to be able to pick up the neutral objective. No counter, no fight from Navi whatsoever.
Washer Paul going for an invade there, trying to steal some camps away. Did not get to trade for the orange buff though, unfortunately for him. Gonna be able to secure his purple buff still. Geek Fam won't be in position just yet. But after getting a bit of a lead there, I think Geek Fam for sure are looking for some kind of invade here, some kind of dive. They want to leverage all the fighters because in the late game, in theory, those fighters are the ones that fall off first compared to the other type of heroes.
Oh, a slam down and the Ninetales comes in. Makids takes the second kill of the game.
Crazy aggression there from Geek Fam. Like I mentioned, they want to try and force Navi into as many fights as possible. Feb and Cars, again, are tanky, but they don't trade back damage the same way. Washer Paul, though.
Oh, too sure if it's wise to actually go. Oh, heavy spin on the flicker combo. Washer Paul, no dashes available. Makids, Rasengan whiffing. Washer Paul with the dashes to escape.
Luckily so, right? Luckily so. Don't want to make things worse in this early portion of the game with Makids getting ahead of Washipal with that kill that surely could have been that. Because for the moment here, Geek are still holding on to this gold lead, 1,200. Every single lane is leading onto Navi.
Again, they are lead game instruments and only Kenziski on the Hereth. By all means, that's plenty considering the situation here. But the playmaking tools, I think, is what's really throwing Navi off. Navi have ways to kind of survive and withstand initial pickup attempts, but for Geek Fam, they can pick off using the heavy spin, they can pick off using the tsunami slam, so they have multiple ways to threaten Navi, and you're seeing them kind of getting flustered because of it.
Okay, a boy's focusing the IMU onto X Magic right now, so that is something that he has to utilize around this neutral objective. Washipal is level 8, so technically they are level. How do Navi want to engage on this? Do they wait for Gobs to perhaps use the heavy spin first? Try to go for that trigger?
I think it's possible. They want to try and maybe harass, take the HP bars down before. But Geek Fam, again, if they feel like Navi are doing a bit too much, they're going to go for an engage. And you can see Navi respecting it, but whoa!
Tsunami slam, locking him down. Oh man, the stolen Eternal Guard. When you get picked, you don't move.
And that's the issue here with Navi, man. At every single moment you get jumped on, you can't really go in. Even if the whole team funneled there towards Geek Fam, there's not much they could have done to save their boy Cars. I feel like they really should have walked away from the neutral objective altogether. Right there. There's no need to give Cars up like that anyways. But look at this rotation, man.
Whoa! Solo kill Kenziski! Not even a Purify burnt! Up top, Washapal getting fed to Makids with the Ninetales. Tail Beast Bomb locking him down earlier. Now Cars gonna be next on the chopping block. X Magic Trying to go for the peel. Oh my goodness, the damage comes. Gets the kill, Tsunami Slam again. Rasengan from Kids. Maloyski is the one to pick up the kill. And it ain't just a macro dip in this game. 7-0 to Geek.
Calm before the storm. The first few minutes was Geek playing it patiently, waiting for their timing, their time to strike as well. And this is what Na'Vi are forced to deal with. 4 members were taken down, a 4,000 gold lead for Geek in only 6 minutes. And they're going to be able to pick up structures left, right, and center. Na'Vi was able to get that turret in the bottom side, but it gets instantly traded back with the mid and the top lane. Plus, almost a perfect turtle now.
That turn of events, I think, was the big moment for Geek Fam. That's where Na'Vi lose all control. Look at this now. Immediately after that turn of events, that gold swing, Geek Fam are just sticking around right in front of Na'Vi, and they can't do anything about it.
Oh, Dobbs. Heavy spin. Good AOG from Cars to escape, but it'll be a free turret.
Just like that, it's just the turrets falling down. And there's still protection, by the way. There's still damage reduction on those turrets. It doesn't even matter though. Geek Fam are just so far ahead, and there's no safety, man. Especially for Shive, the man that it seems like. Oh, hang on a second.
Tsunami Slam over to a boy. Look at the damage coming up. But it's a Mind Force 2, and Cars doesn't have the AOG. That Revitalize doesn't even look like a battle spell. Wow.
There's just so many tools that Geek can actually work with now, and a boy has gone for a little bit more aggression as well, just in case Na'Vi want to go for a cheeky opportunity here. He's waiting in the bushes. We're seeing the push coming through.
Oh boy, so in the fist crack. This could be a crazy set from a boy. Maloyski walks up just to zone. Geek Fam really want to get a deathless win.
Washer Paul trying his best to try and get something on the board, going for the split like the Joy does best. Trying to go for steals here. We'll be going for the orange. The Geek Fam.
Whoa! Tsunami Slam again. That's gonna be Shive locking him down. Oh, fist crack! And the heavy spin. The boy punched Shive all the way back to base.
It's just the overload of crowd control, man. Shive was able to get out from the initial engage attempt. A boy though.
A pin down. There you go. Fab able to go for the revenge strike. Kenziski in the back end of the kill on X-Magic. Call him the assassin in game number 2.
Wait a second though. They're not going for the Lord. They're not going for the base tower yet. They allowed Washer Paul to push all the way down there. Na'Vi, they're gonna try and go for a defend.
I don't know. I think Geek are confident enough to let that go, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be able to shut X-Magic down even further. They were able to cut Shive down even further. He's sitting at 0-2-0. And either way, that inhibitor turret still stands, and they're going to be able to get a free Lord anyway. So I guess it's still okay. It looks like Washipal is still going to go for a little bit more, maybe. But at the end, this is just, again, a complete controlled game by Geek Fam. Slowly but surely, things are building up. Na'Vi found a really great opportunity earlier on. We saw that happening, but oh, Bob.
Heavy spin, Shiva even with the Purify out. It's a boy who finds the kill. That fist crack on a 2. Look at the healing though with the Revitalize there. Oh, it's not the Revitalize. It's Maloyski just healing them up with a passive. Gobs able to survive just purely with the Kalea healing.
If you're ahead on the Kalea and you have that max HP, man, it's a lot of healing, and you can proc it multiple times. On top of that, Maloyski has went with the fleeting time, so look forward to a lot more pickup attempts, a lot more Tsunami Slams, especially as now we are scrambling to try and take out this Lord.
They'll still be able to do it. But some new waves are coming down, but it's only in the mid lane actually. Geek Fam haven't really managed the waves that well. So Na'Vi will live to see another day.
All right. Inhibitor turret in the mid lane is the only one that falls down. It looks like they want to be playing with this bottom lane too. So if they crack this inhibitor turret, that's something else that he can utilize to their advantage.
The Mind Force coming down as well. Good Terrify, but a Purify comes out. Eternal Guard out of sheer panic. 2 base turrets for Geek Fam.
Look at that, man. The Zaman Force into the front immediately forces Na'Vi to overreact. To respect the potential, because Kenziski has been farming up a storm already with the Holy Crystal. Definitely a big problem. And look at Geek, they're wisening up. They know Washupal is in the area, trying to punish him for overstaying, but he's just way too mobile.
They should be able to get out here. I think they're going for the chase now.
Oh.
Bobs and Beloyski. Oh no!
Oh, the famous pincer maneuver. But Washapal is too slippery. Call him the eel.
A quick escape there from Washapal, showing the value of the Joy, but his problems don't end there, dude. He's been able to stay farming, stay relevant. He's still a level down from Maykids, and he's not really at the power spike just yet. Only 2 items right now. 7k gold lead for Geek Fam. And on their side, man, this is the mid-game, the 11-minute mark, where all these fighters are reaching max snowballing potential. Look at Maykids with this full damage build plus a radiant armor. Like, bro, the moment anyone from Na'Vi oversteps, even if it's Feb or Cars, they're gonna get chunked.
So how are they going to be able to control the side lanes now? The inhibitor turret gets taken out there. So that's yet another tool that Geek can utilize. What do they do? Oh no!
Tsunami Slam, that's an internal guard over to the back, but too much damage with the Rasengan. Free Lord, it seems, for Geek Fam. It'll be a slow roll.
It's a difficult time here for Na'Vi, that's for sure, man. They can match it to the damage output, and now they can't even check for information. The only person that can kind of step up with a little bit of safety is Washapal and the Joy, just due to the mobility, or maybe Shive. But again, like, they can't even take that risk because we've seen it before. Washapal and Shive can outplay one tool. They can outplay the Tsunami Slam or even Maykids jumping on them with the Rasengan. But after they're done, Grobs will come out from the shadows and just pin them down.
That's why the re-engage coming in. Oh, that's Washipal, 2v1. Still gonna be able to get out. He's gonna try and cut in those waves to make sure that they don't crash at the same time, buying a little bit more time for Na'Vi to look for yet another defense. But here it is, the bush.
Could be the final one. Washapal able to recall, the eternal guard goes wide. Cars looking for the taunt now, will be able to find it. AOG as well, but the Purify's right there for Kenziski. Maykids finds the kill, hasn't gone. Ninetales in the back, Maykids! What an explosive Ninetales engage towards the end from Maykids, just to get him space for a 2-0 clean sweep. Geek Fam lead the race for upper brackets.
There you go, a step closer to upper brackets alongside with RRQ with this victory. It's another 13-minute game and another clean, exceptional performance from Geek.
I think it's expected. A lot of people thought Geek Fam were gonna win this in dominant fashion. But to see it play out in the Land of Dawn, you gotta feel for Na'Vi, man. They tried their best, they tried different solutions. But at the end of the day, Geek Fam have all the answers. They've done their homework.
Oh, 0-14. Now they have truly matched the 0-14 that we have been talking about. That dreaded 0-14. Only a few people have that record. Aura, Geek Fam, TNC, Elite Company.
So they have 2 more matches?
2 more to really shatter, not just break, shatter the record.
Oh man, you can even see on the faces of Na'Vi earlier on, X-Magic Cars. Their hearts no longer in this. So let's talk to Geek with this victory up on stage with Bude Clara Momstar. Take it away.
Geek Fam semakin mendekat dengan upper bracket. Perjuangan mereka akan terus berlanjut dan hari ini 2-0 cukup konsisten dari tim Geek Fam. Aboy, kita ngelihat permainan kalian di game 1, game kedua. Gameplay apa nih yang kalian bawakan spesial untuk hari ini?
Disiplin aja sih sama jangan underestimate musuhnya.
Jangan underestimate, dan kita ngelihat kalau game 1 itu menarik. Kalian kalah dari segi point kill, kalian agak kesulitan di early game, tapi pada akhirnya kalian berhasil menutup game. Gimana tuh game 1?
Kita apa ya, nggak dari kill sih, kita tetap objektif aja. Itu perangnya di objektif aja.
Fokus ke arah objektif.
Ya objektif aja.
Dan kita ngeliat bahwa hasilnya tapi beda dari game kedua. Game kedua sampai 17-1. Satunya kamu, Boy.
Iya, aku doang yang mati, Cok.
Iya, gimana respon kawan-kawan ketika kamu doang yang tumbang?
Apa ya, sengaja.
Gak diledek-ledekin?
Enggak.
Enggak, tapi melihat bahwa dari pelajaran dari game 1 yang kalian bawa ke game 2, kayaknya apakah gameplaynya berbeda? Game 1, game kedua itu? Game 1, game kedua gameplay kalian beda kah? Karena dari segi point kill tuh beda banget.
Mungkin dia game 2 lebih nabrak aja sih, jadi kita ladenin.
Lebih ladenin. Dan kita juga ngelihat kalau di match kali ini dengan suasana baru kah atau hal menarik kah? Karena di saat kalian melawan tim yang mungkin bisa dibilang sedang berada under, belum ngedapetin match point sama sekali. Apa sih mindset apa yang kalian bawa untuk melawan Navi hari ini?
Kita respect sama lawan siapapun sih, soalnya poinnya penting gitu.
Poin penting untuk kalian?
Ya buat upper penting banget.
Untuk upper, jadi terus memberikan yang terbaik. Tapi Gops hari ini, Gops kamu pakai Akai, muter-muter. Ada spesial apa nih? Kayak Akai kita baru 3 kali lihat di MPL season 15.
Ya disuruh balo itu.
Lagi di ospek ya?
Iya.
Belum pernah pakai sebelumnya. Jadi ini untuk dari Gops, ini kan kali pertama. Gimana Akai di season 15?
Tadi karena lawannya bagus buat pick Akai sih, jadi ada kepikiran buat main Akai.
Jadi memang menarik ya, memang sengaja untuk bisa membaca lawan apapun hero kayaknya bisa dipakai untuk sekarang ya. Untuk EXP persaingannya gimana sih?
Cuma gua sih yang boleh bisa pakai Akai. Kali.
Ada kalinya ya, padahal udah percaya diri gitu loh. Tapi kalau dari Gops kamu melawan EXP yang sudah berbagai macam, sudah begitu banyak, ada player anyar juga. Gimana sih kamu harus beradaptasi dengan lawan-lawan yang banyak itu?
Ya tetap respect aja sih sama lawan siapapun, tetap respect.
Tetap respect, apalagi upper bracket di depan mata, Baloy ngelihat upper bracket masih diperjuangkan nih ya. Sampai mungkin minggu ke-9 kita baru bisa lihat. Kalau dari Baloy sendiri, proyeksi upper bracket seperti apa?
Yang pasti penting soalnya tim-tim sekarang kan pada serem kan, kita nggak tahu di playoff kan kalau nggak di upper, jadi ya proyeksinya sih mau ya pasti ya.
Tapi sebenarnya itu bisa terwujud dengan absolute ketika kalian bisa menang di next match kalian, karena sekarang match point-nya tuh lagi kejar-kejaran bersama dengan Bigetron. Dan kalau kalian menang lawan Bigetron, otomatis kalian akan menemani tim RRQ. Udah ketahuan nih terms and condition-nya.
Tahu.
Udah sadar juga?
Iya.
Lalu gimana Loy?
Seru sih soalnya lawan mantan kan, terus mereka juga yang pelanggan kita season kemarin, jadi ya itu terus kita kalah juga leg 1 ya, menurut gua ya itu buat apa ya, proving ourselves lah, bisa melawan King Luke.
King Luke. Yeah. Tapi Luke berarti kan tahu banyak dapur nih ya dari Geek Fam, itu akan menjadi kendala gak sih untuk tim Geek Fam? He knows a lot of things about Geek Fam, itu bakal bisa jadi...
itu mah yang dulu-dulu. Ya, tapi sekarang kan mereka juga kuat, bukan karena mereka tahu ilmu-ilmu dari Geek, tapi ya emang kuat dulu mereka. Ya, terus lihat aja nanti.
Lihat aja nanti. Tapi yang harus kita lihat juga mungkin pertarungan nantinya untuk next week dari The Smiling Jungler. Halo, tersenyum banget. Sekarang hari ini lebar dong senyumnya. Gimana? Untuk hari ini menang 2-0, untuk nextnya lawanmu akan ada Anavel di tim Bigetron. Sudah siap untuk melawan Anavel?
Siap banget.
Siap banget. Apa nih yang paling dinantikan oleh Make Kids?
Ya nanti sama Napel pengen nunjukin buat ke Ipo sih.
Wih, jadi memang ada ya, ada yang ingin menunjukkan. Dan kalau dari Make Kids sendiri, tantangan upper bracket ini kan baru masuk ke Geek Fam, udah langsung berjuang untuk upper bracket. Gimana sih kamu merasakannya?
Senang banget Bude, bismillah aja ya upper bracket sama tim Geek Fam.
Bismillah aja, didoakan yang baik-baik, Geek Community juga pastinya happy. Tapi di sisi lain ini kan juga banyak, gak hanya Make It, ada Gops, tapi juga ada Kinsiski yang bisa dibilang baru berapa match dan kamu udah bisa sepertinya makin nyaman untuk bermain dan kita ingat di MDL kamu mendapatkan Rookie Monster. Dan apakah ini memang udah kamu menunjukkan jati dirimu di MPL dengan titlemu waktu di MDL, kamu ingin menunjukkan bahwa kamu memang rookie yang mengerikan?
Ya coba mau buktiin aja tipis.
Tipis? Tipis aja membuktikannya. Tapi di sini dari Kenziski udah mengeluarkan belum sih kemampuan Kenziski? Orang-orang tuh sudah tahu belum sih kemampuan Kenziski?
Belum, soalnya kan belum banyak main. Masih dikit.
Masih dikit. Untuk besok, untuk melawan Bigetron bersemangat nggak?
Semangat pasti, soalnya ngejar upper.
Ngejar upper. Kemenangan hari ini bisa dibilang cukup cepat. 2-0 terjadi hari ini, semuanya 2-0. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan kepada tim Navi terlebih dahulu? Teman X-Magic? Gops, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin? Hari ini pertemuan terakhirmu dengan Navi. Dan Navi pun tidak bisa melanjutkan ke babak playoff, jadi nggak mungkin ada pertemuan untuk selanjutnya. Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih?
Ya, tetap semangat aja sih buat next seasonnya, tetap cari pengalaman di season ini, terus dipakai buat season depan aja.
Dipakai buat season depan aja, tapi minggu depan, ada yang mau disampaikan untuk minggu depan? Dari tim Geek Fam?
Enggak ada, good luck haban aja. Kita bakal latihan keras dan may the best team win.
May the best team win. Dan untuk kali ini, the best team dalam match ini adalah tim Geek Fam. Sambutlah kemenangan dari tim Geek Fam.
Congratulations once again to Geek Fam, and they are as humble as ever up on stage. Beloyski as well being as humble as ever.
Beloy.
Despite him again and again and again and again creating these players that are just so crazy, make kids. Wow, we're gonna take a look at the crucial moment from game number 2 and that moment on the Kalea where he was able to get that so decisively. It's like he already planned it before they took the turtle anyway.
I think it was definitely
So
all
crazy.
planned out, man. All these engages, none of them were kind of like spontaneous because they actually knew that they have the the upper hand when it comes to the fights. And look at that, dude. This is the mid game still before the massive power spikes, and they're already pretty much trampling over Navi.
Trampling.
Yeah, I think we heard it in the interview as well, right? I mean, in game 1, Navi were super passive, so they just played the macro. Oh my goodness. Hyper make kids. Super hyper make kids.
Super hyper make kids and a player of the match for this match against Navi, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Oh man, that early game, man, it was just so devastating. And the Akai coming out of nowhere. You have crowd control immunity, doesn't matter. Our crowd control just lasts for that long. The Akai might really come through here. A lot of teams have been struggling to try and get catches. This solo kill though, oh man, Kenziski definitely trying to show up, match the aggression of his team for sure. With the Lucas, man, they were just having so much pressure that every single time they move forward, Navi immediately are forced to respect it. And there was never any requirement for Geekum to force anything too crazy. They have all the tools necessary to try and get those kills, those pickoffs, those dives. And dude, leading time with the pull yourself together, so much cash potential. And Gobs did a great job here following up every single time, getting the pin to the wall. So again, a lot of teams have been struggling to try and get the catch. Maybe the Akai can be a pick that a lot of teams will be looking for after this performance.
I think, man, in this particular scenario, Geek Fam were given everything, so anything they put in the XP would have worked. The Vexana pick is pretty bad. Against the Lucas, we already questioned it, and I think we had our questions proven.
I hear, oi!
Crazy what Makits did in the end, yeah, just dove straight into the back line. And again, doesn't matter if you have a Vexana, you can't peel with Vexana against a Lucas. That guy doesn't care about CC. CC is a non-factor.
Well, what option did he have? Right, against the Valentina, is it better to go for something like the Sicilian? I mean, Eve is not a good idea. Farsa, not a good idea. What pick would have been better?
Dude, you're right. At this point, damn.
Go Valier.
No difference. Because it's the same, right? You want to shove your opponent's back. Lucas is like, what shove?
But at least you can stop Gobs a little bit more. You can get out of Beloyski's ulti. At this point, it doesn't, again, nothing really solves the problem because it's not just one pick that's being an issue here.
That's true.
It's a full-on setup from Geek Fam. Oh boy. 6-2 and 6 though. We talked about the damage potential of the Lucas. We haven't seen it as much. I don't know if you've seen it too often this week. I don't remember seeing it too often. But yeah, you're reminded again that if you're a squishy person and the Lucas is on the map, you gotta just watch yourself, man.
Wow. I mean, wow. In the interview, a boy said Game 2, we were able to get way more kills compared to Game 1 because Navi were a bit more aggressive. So it made us see the angle to fight, and that's why we fought. But in Game 1, they were playing passive, so we just played the macro game. That's why we really didn't care about kills. That's why it was only 3-4 in game number 1. Yeah, dude, this was a stomp. Like, this wasn't even a... This was... Look at 3 purples. Moshe Paul's only got 3 purples.
That's why, like, if they wanted to fight, they really should have...
deathless.
They could have... time. Again, like, Geek Fam themselves said it, right? Like, oh, we saw they wanted to fight, so we're like, it's fighting time, it's brawling time, give us all the fighters, all the base damage, all the mid control as well. Man.
You said that they were the best duo.
Yeah, they were.
X-Magic.
They are. Look at the standings. Ooh.
Let's take a look at the standings presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. As mentioned by us, as well as Bude Clara amongst our earlier on, up on stage, it has been said that it's official. All these 6 teams will be moving forward to the playoffs. Meanwhile, we have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to EVO's Dewa, who will be joining Navi next season.
Yikes. So again, Geek Fam lead the race. We will see the conclusion of the upper bracket slot saga
next week.
But before that though,
we are gonna crown our drumroll, please. Rookie of the week, May Kids. Oh man, why is it my quote?
Read it.
Nah.
What do you mean now?
I'll
Read
pass.
it.
Skip.
It was monster made by Beloyski. His improvement into the second leg has no doubt put the spotlight on him this week. Maybe even the season.
Why did you read it like that, Eterna?
Yeah, that was weird, dude.
Yeah, why did you read it like that?
What was
Sorry.
that? Like, sounded weird.
Sounded kind of like Morty-ish.
Oh, I love Morty.
Oh, okay. No.
I've been watching so much of Morty, man.
Hey, man, but
Holy.
we've been watching a lot of Make Kids too. Make Kids has been, yeah, this guy
in the
incredible
Lanodon
talent.
and outside the Lanodon as well.
Why are you watching him
Yeah.
outside the Land of Donner?
Hey, what do you mean by
Like, what do you
watching
mean
him
by
outside?
that?
Did you
That's
see what he was
kinda
doing on
weird.
stage? He was dancing and all that.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
saying, he's a spectacle.
But that's
in
still
and
on
out.
stage, Rashi.
Yeah.
I said in and out of the Lanodon,
Yeah,
my
you
friend.
said Land of Dawn.
Oh,
to be
man.
fair.
Brother.
I tried to gaslight him. Nice try, though, right?
I'm sorry.
Brother.
I'm too nice.
Please.
We'll give you that pass.
All right.
So it's fine.
I
But
shall take.
yeah, May Kids really deserves this, right? He's improved so much from like number 1 into like number 2. And now he's like a top contender for Rookie of the Season, TBH.
I think he is Rookie of the Season already. We're in
Right?
week 8. He has my vote for sure. Unless week 9,
Something
Toy
crazy
gets like
happens.
2 savages, and maybe I'll give it to him. 2 savages.
So let's now crown our player of the week. Oh god, very simple. Very simple quote there.
Oh, best gold lady in Indo. Perfect.
What is that? Is that an emote?
That is a...
It's the hand thing.
The hand
It's the praying
emoji.
hands?
Dude, this guy, enough said, is my GOAT, man. Oh my goodness, what a player. What a nasty player, this guy.
Nasty player.
Ridiculous.
Give us more adjectives, Mirko. More adjectives.
Bombardino crocodilo.
Oh my
What
god.
the heck?
No.
He's tung tung. Oh, he's bang bang bang. That's Sonata.
What is that?
That's a brain rot Ranger. He's Wompa just bang bang. Or maybe he's a Magic Chess Go-Go. I see.
All right, let's take a look at next week's schedule.
Ooh-wee. Oh man.
Okay, so Geek BTR, that's going to be telling for upper brackets.
Yep,
BTR needs
yep.
to take down Alter Ego to get upper brackets, but Geek... Oh wait, that's last match for Geek.
Yeah.
There's only one match next week. Okay.
And look at the last match of the week next week as well. Like, oh, that's a rough one.
Damn.
Yeah.
Before that, though, Onyx and Altrigo on Saturday sounds like a swell time.
RRQ TLID.
Dude.
He has to turn.
It's fine.
6th place will be going up against 3rd place. 4th place will be going up against 5th place.
What?
That's the
Could you
playoff
repeat?
bracket.
Could you repeat?
3rd place will go up against 6th place.
3rd,
4th place
6th,
will go up
4,
against 5th
5.
place. Yes.
So... I need to look at the standings again, I don't remember.
Me too, but it's very, very close. So everything can change again. We don't know for sure who's going to be top 3 because Alter Ego, if BTR lose against Geek Fam, then they'll be same points as Alter Ego. And if Alter Ego win against Onyx, that means Alter Ego might be able to take BTR's spot, but that relies on them beating BTR2 later in the final match. So a lot of things, we still don't know how the matchups will shape up for the playoffs.
Because again, the points are still so close. Super
Even for
duper.
Onyx, you're right, yeah. The only one that's like down quite bad right now is Liquid. I'm not trying to, no, they 8-7. They only have one more match.
Are you trying to make a second person cry today?
Wait,
They made Masdika cry already.
No, Onyx
make
did.
someone else cry?
Onyx did. Our scriptwriter is a massive EVOS fan, and Keyboy made him.
Well, at least he got touched by Keyboy.
Whoa,
Like,
phrasing.
he got pat.
Oh,
There you go. There you go.
it's like, dude, EVOS got touched by Onyx, by Keyboy. Like they got like
Touched violently.
very violently.
Almost said something that should not be said on broadcast, but that's week 8. We have literally one more week left.
Dude, that is... Time flies when you're having fun, man. Especially this season. It's been incredible. I know we say this every season, but really, this is a crazy competitive season. I wouldn't say it's more hype for the playoff fight, because
Yeah,
last
it's
season
not
we
as-
had the final day, all the way to the final day. But in terms of competitiveness in the top 6, I think it is the most competitive top 6 ever.
I think my highlight for this season are like the new kids, man.
Nakeds, Toy,
Just all of them.
all of them, yeah.
All of them. Like, because I
Name
think
one more.
season after
Name
season
one
after
more.
season. What?
Name one more.
Kyo,
Name one more. Name one more.
Nakeds, Kyo, Savero.
Okay, go. Okay.
All right.
I just wanted
Don't
to test
forget
you.
Feb, bro. Feb.
Yeah, Feb lost, whatever.
Whoa!
It's
I wasn't ready for the put down.
Neither, bro.
Dude.
look, whatever. Okay, he's not gonna be at Velodrome anyway.
Oh
She's doubling down. Someone said help. Said help.
But you guys can,
chilly
all right?
today,
You
so
guys
spicy.
can. So don't forget to buy the playoff tickets, batch number 1, because they are now available on the official MPL ID website.
Violation.
No, because I'm trying to make a point. It's like
You
last
said
season.
he's not gonna be in Velodrome anyways. What if he buys a ticket? He can, man.
Yeah, well, Feb.
He's forbidden. He's
Since-
forbidden.
No.
Eternal says no. You're not
Look,
coming.
Feb,
Stay home.
since you don't have a slot to Velodrome,
Are you tripling
buy
down?
your ticket.
Okay, I was about to say maybe you're bad or something. Okay, okay.
Stay home.
Oh man, that was brutal, man. Feb.
I'm sorry. It's
I
not
guess
his fault.
That's
but
a brutal welcoming to MPL.
Eternal's just being real with it.
yeah.
She's
real
keeping
with
it real.
Keeping it real, bruh. Just like in the streets, keeping it real. Yes. Okay. Man,
Back to my point.
Yes.
Usually,
Usually.
you people don't do too well. But
Whoa,
this
whoa,
season,
whoa. You people.
you players.
Hey, you saying red hair people? What's wrong with red hair?
We're just going to take to the closing now.
Okay.
How about that? Okay.
All right, dude.
One word to close out week 8.
You people, it's crazy.
I said one word. One word.
That's crazy.
Two
Two
words.
words. One word.
Feb.
Feb, all right.
But that marks the end of week number 8. We'll see you in week number 9, ladies and gentlemen, to see who will be making it to the upper brackets. Because MPL ID Season 15, we own this!
Minggu yang ke-8 telah berakhir dan di minggu ini kita mendapatkan 6 tim yang masuk ke dalam babak playoff. Dan keseruan ini tentunya tidak lepas dari dukungan semua superfans dan juga partner bersama dengan sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan juga partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome, berserta dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan benar sekali kita telah melihat nasib dari 9 tim. 6 tim akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka di babak playoff. Namun kita belum tahu siapa yang akan menempati upper bracket bersama dengan tim RRQ. Dan tentu saja posisi menentukan lawan mereka. Bagaimana para tim akan berjuang untuk mendapatkan posisi terbaik mereka untuk regular season dan bekal mereka untuk babak playoff. Kita akan saksikan bersama-sama di minggu yang ke-9 di mana 9 tim akan kembali bersaing, kembali beradu untuk minggu terakhir, minggu penutupan. Dan hari ini kita harus menutup perjumpaan kita di minggu yang ke-8. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di minggu terakhir, minggu ke-9 di MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan